The Natural Empire of the Sea Dragon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Wherever the Dragon Lord comes, bow down. The endless water vapor was evaporated into the sky and formed into clouds. Under Attilan's control, it turned into water dragons and poured into the ditch. The water flow hit the riverbank and set off huge waves. The minotaurs fled in panic in the direction away from the waves, fearing that they would be swept into the water and buried in the water. Only then did they know that the waterway they had dug for so long was actually used in this way. Originally, they thought that digging the waterway was time-consuming and laborious, but in the end, not much water was discharged, which was a complete waste of their efforts. As a result, the minotaurs were shocked. It turned out that the purpose of building a waterway was not natural drainage, but to drain the water vapor extracted by the Dragon Lord at one time. The Dragon Lord was so powerful, no wonder that the powerful minotaurs like Generalista surrendered to the Dragon Lord and were loyal to him. Everyone followed the Dragon Lord and would definitely eat meat every meal in the future. This was the unanimous voice of all the minotaurs when they saw the amazing scene of steaming water vapor. From then on, they had no idea of rebellion at all. Attilan made such a big scene that the elves' villages hundreds of kilometers away were affected. The river water, which suddenly became rapid and doubled in flow, washed away many unlucky elves. Fortunately, Attilan only drained the moisture from the surface of the swamp. These elves were at most injured, but they did not lose their lives. After Attilan drained the moisture, the soil was still very soft, but compared to the previous situation where a puddle would appear with every step, these fertile soils only needed to be exposed to the sun to grow food. Attilan landed in front of Lista, took a deep breath and said, "Let them catch the fish and shrimp in the soil and eat them. After tidying up the land, they can grow black beans and wheat. The river channel should also be repaired well. The rainy season of the rainforest will soon arrive. I don't want the land that was finally drained to be flooded again after planting food." Hearing that they could catch fish to eat, the minotaurs excitedly ran towards the newly dried land. Although they can eat meat now, the large amount of grass mixed in the food makes the minotaurs feel a little uncomfortable. They are ferocious minotaurs. What's the difference between eating grass and bison? The water content of the swamp occupied by Attilan is not too exaggerated. Although the lake only extends 3 rivers to the rainforest, in the southern part of the rainforest, the 3 rivers gradually disperse into many tributaries. The winding rivers gradually eroded the land in the south of the rainforest into a swamp. It seems that the scene displayed by Attilan's extraction array is earth-shaking, but in fact, the land he drained only occupies a small part of this swamp. Moreover, as the water of the lake continues to flow southward, the current excavated river channel alone cannot protect the land at all. The river channels selected by Attilan must be deepened and widened. Only a few elves were swept away, and the situation of the fishmen was really miserable. The fishmen will not be drowned by water, but the strong impact of the water flow released by Attilan caused more than 100 fishmen to break their ribs. The huge movement alarmed many fishermen tribes and sent warriors to investigate what happened in the north. The loose minotaurs were suddenly squeezed into a hole by a powerful minotaur, and the fisherman tribe originally living in the north were expelled. They dug something on the ground all day long. The Murlocs migrated to the territory given up by the Tauren, but the Murloc shamans were always worried about when these Tauren would go south and turn them into slaves of the Tauren. As a result, after such a long time, the Tauren still had enough food. They used to launch a plundering war against them, but now they have become self-sufficient, which is not at all like Tauren. The commotion they made today is simply impossible for Tauren. When the Murloc warriors saw a giant dragon and hundreds of elite warriors appearing in the Tauren camp, most of them were Murlocs. The knowledgeable Murloc shamans knew that it was their turn. First, the Tauren barbarians who suddenly appeared conquered all the Tauren tribes, and now it seems that the barbarians are the followers of the dragon that appeared. In a Murloc tribe with more than 200 people, the old Murloc shaman sighed while looking at the fishbone staff in his hand. It seems that our life of fishing for a living is about to end. From now on, we will be loyal to the dragon, fight for his ambition, and sacrifice the precious lives of Murlocs. The Murloc warriors clenched the harpoon in their hands. What are we afraid of? It's just a giant dragon. I don't think it's particularly big. Even if we can't defeat it, can't we just run away? The shaman sighed. Run? Tell me, where can we run to? Will the lizardmen, centaurs and frogmen in the south give us their territories to live in and give us fish to eat? Then go further south. Elves are much stronger than our barbaric and desolate tribes. I remember when I was a child, there was a powerful centaur who conquered all the centaur tribes. They formed a powerful kingdom and recruited a number of lizardmen, murlocs, and tauren to join his army, and went south to invade the rich elven villages. At the beginning they did plunder a lot of food and enjoyed it for a while, but soon the elves counterattacked, and the horse king finally died in the swamp. A murloc warrior said impatiently, his body is in the lake where we often fish. We have heard this story since we were young and we are tired of it. We can't go anywhere. We can't just wait to die, right, shaman? You should give us an accurate migration direction so that I can let everyone pack up and get ready to leave. The shaman shook his head slowly, his eyes gradually became firm. No, we won't migrate, we'll take refuge with a dragon. No matter where we go, we can't avoid fighting, but by taking refuge with a dragon, we can fill the stomachs of all our tribesmen, even if we can't avoid going to war with the elves in the future. Are you afraid? The impatient red fishman waved his hand and enthusiastically drew the short knife from his waist. You said it before, we might die no matter who we fight. Why don't we choose a strong opponent to fight, so that even if we die, we won't have regrets? The warrior who spoke first asked calmly, did the green fishman who came to our tribe before make you, shaman, change your mind? The shaman nodded, took out a bag of things wrapped in leaves and handed it to the warrior. This is his gift to me. They made snacks from the fish they raised themselves. I can try them casually. After we surrender to the Dragon Lord and build fish ponds in the fishing lake, we can also eat dried fish every day, until we get tired of eating fish like them, the shaman said with a wry smile. I have lived for decades and eat fish almost every day, but I have never experienced what it feels like to eat fish until I don't want to eat it. Every time I want to eat the bones together. The red fish man smiled and said, you did it. The red fish man opened the package to reveal the golden dried fish inside, and said disdainfully, it's just ordinary dried fish. Sometimes we catch too many fish, so we also make dried fish for preservation. What's there to envy? The calm black fish man picked up a dried fish and smelled it. Why does it smell so good? He took another tentative bite, and was immediately hit by the fragrant smell of the dried fish. It's so delicious. Is such delicious dried fish really just their snack? And not an offering for worshipping the gods, the shaman said in an old voice, from his indifferent look. This kind of dried fish is not precious in the Dragon Lord's kingdom. He promised to feed all the murlocs, and use iron weapons to fight, and armor to improve defense. The red murloc grabbed the dried fish and stuffed it into his mouth. Although he was also shocked, he still said stubbornly, it's just delicious dried fish. Maybe he is just pretending to deceive you. In fact, the murlocs can't get enough to eat after joining the dragon, and they even live worse than before. The black murloc stared at him and asked, then you see, have the minotaurs been gathered for 4 months? Have they ever lacked food? I remember you went to investigate why the minotaurs didn't lack food. Do you remember how their food was transported? The red murloc clenched the dried fish in his hand. More than 100 men and horses carrying large bags, and some loose carrying more bags, entered the camp of the tauren, which were full of food. They accidentally spilled a bag of food. I saw that they just randomly collected most of the food and didn't want the remaining scattered food. I went to taste it. The black beans with salt tasted really good. The black murloc nodded and continued, I agreed to surrender to the dragon. Although the tauren gave up some territory, they occupied more of our territory, and it is becoming more and more difficult to obtain food. The living space was squeezed, and the life of the murloc tribe became difficult. Then you two should go to the tauren camp to pay homage to the dragon master now, and don't let other murlocs get ahead of you. I think the first murloc to surrender will definitely get the most benefits. Yes, although this murloc tribe with a population of 200 is almost the most powerful among the 7 or 8 tribes and thousands of murlocs in this area. But their opponents were equally strong, and the fewer the number of murlocs, the more they could still exist. Their leaders or shamans must be cunning and wise. The murloc messengers of the Dragon Lord must have gone to other tribes besides their tribe. Seeing the thunder and lightning in the north and the dark clouds covering the sky, the old shaman knew that he had to make a decision. Joining the Dragon Lord to fight against the elves might be the fate of the murlocs, minotaurs, snakemen, centaurs and other creatures. After all, except for the dragons, elves, humans and dwarves would not accept the loyalty of these animal tribes. When the 2 murlocs rushed to the camp at the fastest speed, Attilan was enjoying the fresh grilled fish. He brought the halflings with him on this operation. The size of the halfling army chefs has increased from 0 to 3. In addition to the initial halfling adventurer, he actually persuaded 2 halflings to come back with him after he returned to the halfling town with soy sauce. Then the 3 of them became Attilan's royal chefs, responsible for preparing food for the Dragon Lord and the military governor, while the ordinary soldiers were handed over to the half-baked fishman chefs. Attilan did not bring all the qualified fishman chefs that Kingland Town had finally trained. Even if they came, they were more likely to command their apprentices to work. The remaining fishman chefs were responsible for receiving the druids who visited Kingland Town from time to time. They were also responsible for the Thunder Mutual Aid Association, the Agricultural Planting and Cultivation Society, the Fruit Wine Society, and the School Cafeteria. The Agricultural Planting and Cultivation Society was a new group formed by Attilan, with a grass girl as the core. The main purpose was to cultivate better quality millet, wheat, black beans, carrots, parsley, and onions. The secondary purpose was that all edible food, furniture, and other aspects related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, all needed to be cultivated with the help of druids to breed varieties that were easier to plant and raise. For example, the wheat and black beans planted after absorbing moisture were selected by Attilan in 3 months, and they were more suitable for planting in a moist soil environment. Of course, with only 3 months, the breeds cultivated will certainly have limitations. Druids are not omnipotent, but top druids can still quickly cultivate a new variety of food. But top druids will not do such things that break the balance of nature casually. The breeds selected by Attilan can only achieve a slightly higher yield than those planted in the desert. If you want to make good use of the wetland environment to truly increase the yield, it is also necessary to plant for generations to select high-quality breeds that are truly suitable for this land. The fish here are larger than those on the edge of the lake, but lacking the unique water element nourishment in the lake. The taste of the fish meat is still a little worse. At this time, a horseman walked in. "Dragon Lord, there are 2 fishmen outside asking to see you." Attilan raised his eyes curiously. "What are they doing here?" From what they said, their tribes saw the power of the Dragon Lord and planned to surrender to the Dragon Lord. Attilan's claws scratched the fish meat. "Interesting, let them in." The 2 fishmen knelt on the ground when they saw Attilan. "Greetings, Dragon Lord, why do you want to join me?" The calm black fishman hadn't spoken yet, but the red fishman spoke first. "Because I can eat my fill," the black fish spoke quickly. "I admire the power of the Dragon Lord and hope to get his blessing." The black fish with high emotional intelligence and the red fish with low emotional intelligence, but Attilan prefers the red fish. "I do have endless food, but whether you can eat it depends on your performance. I can bless you, but you must be valuable." The red fish's eyes were filled with fanaticism. "Whoever the Dragon Lord needs us to fight, I will fight." The black fish followed closely, beating his chest with his right hand. "It is our honor to serve the Dragon Lord." Attilan pointed at the black fish and said to Lista with a smile, "This black fish is good, I think he can be your adjutant." Lista also nodded. "It is indeed a bit like Fisher, but I still prefer the red fishman." Attilan smiled and waved his hand. "That won't do. Such an energetic guy should be handed over to Fisher to be polished. It is better for him to perform on the jackal. How many people are there in your tribe? How many warriors? How many women and children? What do you eat? And how are the relations with the surrounding tribes?" The black fish answered all of Attilan's questions calmly, and Attilan nodded with satisfaction. "This plate of grilled fish is a reward for you." "I am very satisfied with your answers." The red fishman stood up excitedly. "Just answer some questions, and the Dragon Lord will reward him with a big fish." "I am not good at talking, but I can fight. I think I can also get the reward from the Dragon Lord. Since you are good at fighting, let me see how good you are. There are many warriors here. You can choose one to be your opponent." The red fishman pointed directly at Lista. "I choose him. He looks like the best fighter among this group of people." Attilan smiled playfully, ready to watch a good show. Blackfish said quickly, "Dragon Lord, he has been staying in the swamp and has never seen the world. Please forgive his arrogance." Attilan smiled and looked at Lista. "The real master is not angry. Why should I be angry?" "Lista, he wants to challenge you. What do you think?" Lista stood up directly. "Let me teach this kid what it means to respect the strong. I also want to see how powerful the barbarian who can defeat all the Minotaur tribes is." Lista's fists rang and looked at Redfish with contempt. "You will see it soon." Redfish took out his short knife, and Lista just clenched his fists. You don't need weapons, Lista said contemptuously. I don't need weapons to deal with you. Lista rushed up and punched Redfish away. Blackfish could only sit behind the newly moved table and watch the battle anxiously. Don't worry about eating fish, Lista won't beat him to death, the Dragon Lord said so, and Blackfish could only pick up the knife and fork to enjoy the fish meat that Attilan had only eaten a bite. He originally thought that spiced dried fish was a rare delicacy in the world, but the sight of fish meat made him realize what real delicacy is. The Dragon Lord's fish is bigger than others, but Blackfish can see that the cooking method is similar, which means that following the Dragon Lord, as long as you have strength, you can indeed live a good life. Blackfish clenched his fists. He wanted to eat this kind of delicacy in the future, and eat it sitting next to the Dragon Lord like these generals. Lista only punched 3 times, and Redfish vomited blood and fell to the ground. The little fishman Thrall walked out from Attilan, swung a ball of water at Redfish to wrap his body, and slowly healed Redfish's injuries. Blackfish looked at Thrall in shock. But can such a young fishman use such a powerful spell? The old shaman of their tribe has been a shaman for decades, and the most powerful spell can only summon a water element whose combat power is not as strong as his. Spells like healing spells, which are very difficult to master, the old shaman also tried hard to learn, but failed shamefully again and again, and finally gave up some time ago. But is the servant beside the Dragon Lord such a powerful shaman? At this time, the centaur came in again. Dragon Lord, a few more fishmen came. It seems that they don't get along with each other, but they all come to join the Dragon Lord. Attilan smiled slightly. I didn't expect that. I just arrived and the fishmen are planning to join me without doing anything, because I thought for too long and there was no time left, so there are only 5,000 words today. Chapter 152, What level of person is worthy of being called the God King? Attilan ordered his men to let in the fishmen who were coming to see him. Even though they were about to see the Dragon Lord, small frictions between the fishmen continued to occur. You pushed me, I squeezed you, and bumped into Attilan. When they saw the Blackfish sitting in his seat eating fish and the Redfish lying on the ground being treated by the shaman, their eyes were full of shock. When did you two arrive? The Blackfish ate the fish calmly. Why don't you go and see the Dragon Lord? Do you want the honorable Dragon Lord to wait for you? The young man was good at applying eye drops, but Attilan didn't buy it. After the Blackfish said this, the colorful fishman immediately walked to Attilan and knelt down respectfully. Greetings to the Dragon Lord, Attilan waved lazily, and his 2 claws rubbed and pulled out a string of metal sparks. Everyone, get up and tell me why you want to join me. A fishman took the lead and said with a flattering smile, of course, I admire the power of the Dragon Lord. I saw the Dragon Lord causing wind and thunder, and rolling up the water vapor that covered the sky and formed clouds. I immediately returned to the tribe to persuade the tribe to submit to the Dragon Lord. It's just that this camp is a bit far from our tribe, so we came later than the Blackfish and the Redfish. The other fishmen quickly echoed, yes, the journey is too far. When we go back and tell the tribe about the power of the Dragon Lord, everyone will immediately shout in unison that they want to join the Dragon Lord and live a glorious life. The powerful magic circle of withdrawal created by Attilan must have an effect, but relying on power can only make people lip service but not heart submission. The fishmen can take the initiative to come to the door to serve. Naturally, the lobbyists sent by the old fishman played a big role. The dried fish given to the shaman and the leader, and the salt-fried black beans given to the passing children, are mainly to show off. For the backward wetland tribe, spreading food is much more effective than spreading money. All the compliments that the fishman could think of were said over and over again. Attilan's ears were almost calloused after listening to them. He waved his hand impatiently. Tell us about the situation of your tribe one by one. How many warriors are there? How many fishmen can go into the water and in the soil? You go first. Attilan pointed at the flattering fishman who was the most flattering. Thank you, Dragon Lord. The fact that he spoke first proved that the Dragon Lord had remembered him. Their tribe must have been treated better than other tribes. The situation of the flattering fishman tribe was not too good. There were only more than 100 people and only 60 warriors. No wonder he was so good at talking. After all the fishmen had introduced the situation of their tribes, Attilan tapped his fingers on the wooden table in front of him and said, I remember that there should be another fishman tribe besides you. Reporting to the Dragon Lord, it is true. That tribe is the most powerful of all the fishman tribes. They didn't come. Maybe they have their own ideas. The Blackfish started to put on eye drops again. At this time, the centaurs came in again. After reporting 3 times in a row, Attilan clearly felt the centaur's annoyance with a group of fishmen. Dragon Lord, there is another group of fishmen outside. There are more than 20 of them, and they seem to be from the same tribe. They look quite capable. The strongest fishman tribe can send out so many elites at once. A burly fishman with a height of nearly 3 meters and 4 hands walked in first, and the fishman behind him carried a huge golden crocodile. The 4-handed fishman half knelt on the ground with a heroic momentum. Greetings, Dragon Lord. I wasted time in order to catch this crocodile as a gift to the Dragon Lord. While speaking, the crocodile tied up by the fishman with vines and water plants was still struggling. It's still alive. You did a good job. Attilan waved his hand, and several minotaurs went up to take the crocodile and carried it to Attilan and put it down. Attilan put his hand on the crocodile, and the green light was injected into the crocodile's body to explore its condition. It was indeed the golden crocodile that Yeti had lost, but how did this crocodile grow so much in just half a year, with a body length of nearly 6 to 7 meters? Isn't this the target size that Yeti wanted to cultivate? The crocodiles that Yeti cultivated were limited to a body length of about 5 meters. After the experiment reached a deadlock, Yeti even wanted Attilan to help him get some information about the Titan crocodile from Zuran. Attilan didn't know what Yeti was thinking. He was completely crazy. He didn't even think about how Zuran got his nickname of One Hand. He was talking about something irrelevant. The Titan crocodile was Zuran's dark history. Is it a begging attitude to bring it up now? The correct request should be some information on the research of the giant beast. Attilan hasn't taken action yet. In the past 4 months, he has occasionally gone to Amethyst Mountain to collect thunder energy to temper the Dragon Ball. He first uses the Dragon Ball to absorb thunder energy and then absorbs the Dragon Ball into the body. This way, the tempering can be more comprehensive and more refined, but the price is more pain. In the past, it was like chopping with a big knife. Now, it is like inserting 10 1-centimeter thick steel needles into the body and pulling them out. You say, isn't it more delicate and the effect more profound? Thunder tempering is not the main purpose. Attilan came with questions. Many druids in the forest who are devoted to researching projects actually want to ask Zuran their questions, but they still have some social phobias. In order to better unite everyone around him, Attilan took the initiative to ask questions for everyone. Otherwise, how do you think Attilan's agricultural cooperative and fruit wine club were formed? Of course, Zuran is a very cold person. If he thinks your questions are low-end or not innovative, he just wants to use his experimental methods to be lazy. He will not answer questions, but look at Attilan with a 3-point cold, 3-point contemptuous, and 4-point careless eyes, so that Attilan subconsciously reflects on what is wrong with his questions. For example, the problem of the size expansion of Yeti. Why are there druids constantly studying how to breed larger crocodiles when there are already many huge crocodiles? Because what the druid wants is this process of expanding the size. By expanding the size of the crocodile, the druid can train his compatibility with nature and absorb more natural magic. It is the process of cultivating crocodiles to gain experience points and improve the druid's level. As for the various animals cultivated, they are also helpful to the druid's combat effectiveness. Of course, the druid still relies more on spells and transformation to fight, and the combat effectiveness of animal companions is only a small part. If the summoner can also become stronger through material enhancement, why should he spend materials to strengthen the summoned beast? Attilan patted the crocodile and stopped thinking about how it grew so much in a short period of time. However, from the river to the wetland, this golden crocodile must have been to the inner circle of the lake. The transformation of the crocodile is inseparable from the swamp dragon. Send the crocodile to Kingland Town immediately, and be careful not to let the crocodile die. Attilan turned back and looked at the 4-handed murloc. 4-handed, you are very good, and you have the potential to compete for the position of the 3rd warlord. The number of murlocs in the 4-handed murloc tribe exceeded 300, which was the well-deserved first. They originally lived in the southern part of the wetland and had not fought with Lista before. Of course, if a real fight breaks out, 4-handed murloc is no match for Lista. How to manage these 1,200 murlocs is really a bit difficult. Saul, you are responsible for managing them. 4-handed, Blackfish, and Smiley Face, you 3 will help him. Is there any problem? No, the 3 answered as quickly as possible, and then looked at each other. They all knew that the next few days would turn from open fighting to covert fighting. I hope that this Saul sent by the Dragon Lord is an easy one to fool. Saul had just finished eating red fish, and when he heard Attilan mention his name, his eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. Dragon Lord, I have no experience in managing more than 1,200 fishmen. I'm afraid I will make mistakes. Attilan waved his hand and said firmly, it's settled. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. If I say they can't do it, then they can't do it. Besides, look at Lista. Has he managed 1,000 minotaurs before? Lista also nodded and said, you have served the Dragon Lord for so long, you must have learned a lot. Just give the fishmen some food and give whips to the fishmen who don't obey the discipline. I think they will be obedient. Attilan smiled and said, don't listen to Lista. His way of managing minotaurs is okay. Manage them according to your own ideas. The eyes of the little fishman became firm. I remember that, Dragon Lord, you said that you wanted to clean up the silt in the lake in the south and increase the water storage capacity of the lake. Why don't you gather everyone to do this simple task together to get used to it? Attilan tapped the table with his claws. Let's put aside the cleaning of the Murloc Lake for now. It's more important to tidy up the waterways and restrict the water that seeps in from the rainforest to the designated river channels. It's also okay to continue to maintain the wetlands in the south and even infiltrate more water. First, reclaim the tens of thousands of acres of fertile land in the Minotaur Plains. We can reclaim 100,000 acres of fertile land in this area alone, but it will take a long time. But cohesion is indeed very important. 4 Hands, are there any powerful enemies nearby that your tribe can't defeat? 4 Hands' face sank, and he lowered his head to answer, there's indeed one in the south. A group of frogmen carrying toxins occupy a rotten swamp that accumulates poisonous gas. The number of frogmen exceeds 500, and they often compete with us for prey, and the frogmen arrogantly call their leader the God King. Attilan narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly and said, what level is worthy of being called the God King? This is the Frogman tribe. The 300 Murlocs I brought will be responsible for reorganizing your tribe. All Murlocs who can participate in the war will participate in training. In a month, I want to see the demise of this Frogman tribe. Lista, you lead the Minotaurs to supervise the battle. Unless they are defeated, you don't need to take action. What level of title is the God King? Even Attilan didn't dare to use such an arrogant title before conquering this continent, and of course he didn't dare to use it after conquering it. For frogmen, or toadmen, to use such a title would only make people laugh. And if the emperor who conquered a continent called himself the God King, it would attract the wrath of the gods. The difference between Attilan and the Frogman tribe is just the difference between gods and mortals. Follow the will of the Dragon Lord. Chapter 153 Hana the Great Demon King. The reason why Attilan chose to send troops to attack the frogmen in a month was that training these fishmen was only a secondary purpose. The main reason was that it took time to transport military rations. 10 days later, the first batch of military rations arrived, and Attilan summoned the fishmen for another 10 days of training. Now they just asked them to gather all the warriors for Attilan to review, and then take the food rewarded to them back. The amount is not much, but it can also improve their lives. How much they can get depends on how many warriors these tribes can bring. Normal labor can guarantee 3 meals a day, but the warriors can get extra rations before setting out to fight to ensure that they have sufficient combat effectiveness. After all, the ones we usually eat are still a little bit worse. The meat that has been nourished by natural magic is the best to guarantee combat effectiveness. With the same growth time, animals call for more natural magic than plants. If we only look at the nutritional content, eating black beans can also increase strength. However, this is not an ordinary world. The ubiquitous energy makes food more possible, and it can bring more power growth after eating. As a druid, Attilan tried many kinds of animal and plant food and found that the best food for increasing strength was the honey brewed by bees raised by the vine girl. The second is the mushrooms on the sloth's body after a month of sleep. The mushrooms absorbed the natural magic power of the sloth for a month, so the effect is naturally not bad. And the extra delicious taste makes mushrooms a must-have for parties. The sloth even began to study mushroom cultivation and found a variety of colorful mushrooms in the forest to grow, but these mushrooms are not edible. Then the sloth's research was unanimously resisted by everyone attending the party, and the sloth was forced to choose a very small but edible mushroom to start his research. And under the guidance of Attilan, the sloth chose shiitake mushrooms as his research direction. It is still very difficult to cultivate mushrooms with fragrance and umami. At least the wild mushrooms that the sloth found in the forest taste like chewing wood. There is a little umami, which is all in the soup, and the mushrooms are not eaten. It is used as a spice at most. Attilan still tried to promote the cultivation of this small white mushroom, intending to sell it to halflings as a spice after drying. Maybe after expanding the planting area, the small white mushroom will naturally mutate into a larger and more delicious variety. Of course, this is a daydream. According to the old naughty boy, a druid also tried to cultivate shiitake mushrooms 100 years ago, but he cultivated the variety through the intervention of druid spells. After his death, the characteristics of mushrooms lost the stability of human intervention. In less than 5 years, the white jade mushroom that was originally big and white like an umbrella has become what it is now. This is the power of nature. Thrall went down with confidence to prepare a training ground for the murlocs. According to the number reported by the murlocs who met Attilan, he needed to prepare a ground for 800 murlocs to train. This did not include the 300 murlocs they brought. For this land that has been ups and downs due to the flow of water all year round, Thrall felt that the first thing he had to do was to gather people to level a training ground. This was a matter for the murlocs, so naturally he couldn't bother the men and minotaurs in the camp. Thrall knew very well that whether his future work would go smoothly or not depended on whether the 300 murloc soldiers brought from Kingland Town supported him. So he certainly couldn't let them level the site, so he naturally asked these tribes to provide manpower. He needed to know how much food he could use in the camp. Then, after these leaders brought the murlocs to Attilan for inspection, he selected the manpower who could level the site within 10 days, and at the same time ensured that there was enough food. This was indeed a difficult and challenging job, but Thrall liked it very much. If he could tame these 12,000 murlocs, the Kingland tribe would quickly transform into a super large tribe with 2,000 people. Of course, the number of real Kingland murlocs was only a little over 200. Before he set out, the second litter of the second uncle's third daughter hatched, and the birth of 3 little murlocs officially broke through the 200 mark. There were still dozens of eggs left, and the tribe was still giving birth, so it was expected that the number of the tribe would exceed 1,000 within a year. Of course, this is the second generation of fishmen born from the original 100 or so fishmen in Kingland Town and the more than 400 fishmen recruited later. Fishmen do not have the concept of monogamy. The old fishman accurately matches the male fishman of the tribe with a newly joined female fishman, and vice versa. At the same time, with the spirit of the green fish as the core in the totem war dance as the ceremony, a grand sacrifice was held. The object of the sacrifice was Attilan. To hold this ceremony, the old fishman naturally reported to Attilan. Attilan also very cautiously found the bear man to ask. Faced with Attilan's caution, the bear man looked at him very coldly and speechlessly. Don't even mention whether this ritual can generate the power of faith. Even if it can, the amount of power of faith will not be much. The most important thing is that you can't keep the power of faith at all, so you don't have to worry about being affected by the power of faith. If you can increase your strength by finding a group of people to believe in you, do you think you will have a chance to play house? Whether it is a desert or a wetland, it will be made habitable by powerful mages and druids, and then let their subjects offer faith. Do you think you can beat a legend? Faith is not difficult, but how to transform faith into power is difficult. If a dragon who has become a god stands in front of me and tells me that he is worried that his mind will be affected by the power of faith, I might still think seriously about the solution, but are you? The power of faith will not affect the weak, even me. Attilan smiled without any embarrassment. I didn't expect that you are so strong, but you still think you are a weak person. Master, you are really too humble. The bear man just clenched his fists silently. Are you okay? If you are, why don't I help you loosen your muscles and bones? It's been 4 months since I last loosened your muscles and bones. I see that your body has accumulated natural magic again. Attilan was frightened and pale, and waved his hands and said, No. Absolutely not. Master, you have seen that I have absorbed lightning and tempered my body with Dragon Balls several times. It is very meticulous. Absolutely. Absolutely no energy is accumulated. The bear man really massages you as hard as you can bear, and even takes the initiative to help you challenge your limits. He really treats everyone as a pervert who likes to become stronger through painful torture. Aunt Gina asked me to have dinner, so I left first. Attilan, who was pale, left Amethyst Mountain as quickly as possible, and even forgot to ask Zurin questions. In order to avoid possible influence, Attilan still did not attend the ceremony. The ceremony was just replaced by a wooden statue smeared with his dragon blood. After taming the 1,200 fishmen and letting them learn the totem war dance, Thrall is ready to promote tribal integration, which is also what the Dragon Lord wants to see. There are only 1,200 murlocs, but they are divided into 9 tribes. It is really a bit exaggerated. The existing resources in the wetland can support 3,000 murlocs. Only 1,200 are left. It is because the murloc tribes want to annex each other, and the fighting has caused the loss of personnel. Or they fight with tribes of other races, or are hunted by prey, and die from poisoning by miasma and poisonous insects. In Thrall's eyes, if the Dragon Lord does not conquer this area, then these murlocs are likely to be integrated by 4-handed murlocs within 10 years. The mutation of murlocs with 4 hands is a very powerful mutation, which means that the combat power completely crushes ordinary murlocs. If there is another powerful shaman, it is not a problem to establish a murloc kingdom. The work of integrating the murloc tribes and warriors is left to Thrall, and Lista is watching behind him. Attilan only needs to show up when he goes out in a month. There are still many things waiting for him to deal with in the forest. Attilan only stayed in the south for less than 7 days, but when he returned to school, the situation here was completely different. Hannah didn't know when she had become the leader of this group of children. He immediately went to the barmaid in charge to ask about the situation. How did Hannah become the king of children, compared to other children who don't have a career yet? Hannah, who can be seen as the starlight in her hand, is indeed much better than them. It is normal for them to admire Hannah, it's just a joke between children. You don't have to care. Attilan tried to smile and said, I let Hannah come to school to study so that she can become a calm and wise wizard, not a queen. Don't you know that power is the easiest to corrupt a person's mind, and you know Hannah's situation. Once the seeds of power are planted in her mind, it will be much easier for the devil to corrupt her. Even the devil doesn't need to corrupt her, he just needs to help her become the queen. Do you believe that Hannah can quickly transform into an excellent devil lord? The barmaid frowned and asked. It's not as exaggerated as you said, it's just a game between children, Attilan said seriously, prevent it in the bud. We must eliminate even the smallest possibility. Now Hannah is playing the queen with the children. What if she wants to try to be a real queen when she grows up? Degeneration is a silent and odorless process. The small actions that you think you don't need to care about may be the root cause of a person's degeneration. The barmaid shrugged and asked, then should I stop their role-playing games now? Attilan narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously. It's too late for you to go now. Children prefer to do things that we don't let them do, but I have a better idea. What idea? Since they like acting, let's take the initiative to arrange a play for them. Art performances are also part of learning. We should take the initiative to let Hannah think about power and prevent the possibility of power corrupting her. The barmaid asked curiously, what is the name of the play you prepared? Is it good, Hannah, the Great Devil? Chapter 154, Morocco Drama Troupe. The name sounds good. What kind of story is it about? Attilan grinned confidently. A story about a brave man who conquered the devil, but ended up becoming the devil and being conquered. The barmaid's eyes revealed a puzzled look. Why did the brave man conquer the devil, but then become the devil again? Because she became a queen, and then was corrupted by power. Let me ask you, for a simple child, is it better to be a brave man, or to be a king and then be corrupted? The barmaid said as a matter of course, children naturally like brave men who are admired by everyone. As she spoke, the barmaid dragged out a wine barrel from under her desk, poured herself a jug of wine, and then pushed the remaining wine barrel in front of Attilan and asked, I'm just curious, how are you going to make Hannah think that a calm and wise wizard is better than a brave man admired by everyone, or a powerful king? Attilan grabbed the wine barrel and took a sip. Forget it this time, but don't bring wine to school next time. As the vice president, how can you allow something like wine that disrupts your mind to appear in a sacred school? But seriously, have your winemaking skills improved again? The bartender raised her head and laughed proudly. You found out. Attilan looked at her coldly and drank the wine in the barrel in one gulp. You didn't hide it at all. This new wine is completely different from your previous winemaking method. It is a bit like frost fire wine. Have you completely cracked a brewing method of frost fire wine now? The bartender poured herself another glass, scratched her hair in a slightly distressed manner, shook the emerald green wine in the glass and drank it all in one gulp. I gave the most successful frost fire wine to Master Gina for tasting. She said it was 30% of the effect of the original one and praised my efforts over the years, but the 30% effect is all due to the rotation you researched, but the role that rotation can play is almost the limit. The only thing left is to improve the quality of the raw materials for brewing. At the same time, It must have the corresponding level of energy control, and the most important thing is that the container must be able to withstand the strong pressure caused by the conflict of ice and fire energy. Otherwise I am so fragile that I am afraid I will be directly killed by the energy wave. If the bear man or the vine girl takes action, they can completely use various woods in the forest to make a sturdy container with a strong magic catalytic effect. But this is not a project that the archdruid will help. Since using natural objects to brew wine is the druid way of the wine girl, then the knowledge related to brewing needs to be learned by the wine girl. If it is a project that the druid cannot touch at all, then naturally you can ask someone for help. People's energy is limited. It is the right way to ask for help when you encounter something you are not good at, but using magic wood to make brewing equipment is something that the wine girl should be good at. There are many woods in the forest that have absorbed natural magic for hundreds of years. If you really feel that the strength of other woods in the forest is not enough, then Attilan can help the wine girl find the oak guard. You only need to give the oak guard a haircut and cut off some of his extra branches to get enough wood for the wine girl. After all, the wine girl will not brew too much at a time. Sometimes the wine produced is not enough for Attilan's dragon. After drinking a barrel of wine, Attilan smacked his lips with satisfaction. It's pretty good. The rich aroma of green oranges and the natural magic are cleverly combined. Green oranges invigorate the spirit, and the natural breath restores physical strength. It is a perfect supplement after the battle. You use rotation to refine the essence contained in the green oranges, and perfectly blend it with the wine brewed from apples. It is sweet and sour and delicious. It is a very good fruit wine. Promote it to halflings. They must like this soft-tasting fruit wine. The wine girl rolled her eyes at him. Why do you think about whether you can sell it to halflings and how much money you can make from them when I brew a new wine? It's hard for me to develop new wine. Attilan drank the last of the wine directly. You said that, you just want me to send a few more people to assist you in researching new wine. Tell me, who do you want this time, fishmen or centaurs? The wine girl was also straightforward. I want snakemen. If you can let Apatia assist me, I can even help you study how to mass-produce fruit wine. Apatia can't do that. These days she has been around her sister, trying to awaken more of their childhood memories, but Trina is still transforming little by little into the wandering girl in the training camp in the memory of the half-goat man. Of course, Trina's treatment is destined to be a long process. Apatia's efforts are not in vain. At least Trina's attending Dr. Hannah said that if you want the young Trina to take the lead, you must have the assistance of the young Trina. Moreover, her body was seriously eroded by the shadow energy. Attilan used the water of life as the base liquid, and added materials such as life acorn, star grass, and godberry to make life potion for treatment. After drinking the life potion with concentrated herbal juice every day, Attilan felt that Trina's skin had turned a little green. Fortunately, the shadow energy has not completely eroded Trina's soul, and her life loss can still be saved. The disadvantage is that her appearance may be changed a little by natural magic. When the shadow energy riots, Trina's appearance will also become as black as ink. Compared with her in the memory of the half-goat man, her fiery red hair and fair skin have become a little dull. If you look at Trina alone, it is not obvious. When standing next to Apatia, Trina is much rougher than Apatia. Apatia's hair color is like a dazzling ruby and her skin is as white as snow. Apatia is called a princess, not just because she is the daughter of the snake chief. Her appearance and temperament are no different from those of a real princess. Especially after she accepted Attilan's guidance and changed her job from the original elemental shaman to Psion, her aura from the heart made her more like a noble princess. And such a noble princess is just right for serving the dragon. With Apatia by his side, Attilan finally understood why the evil dragons in the story like to capture princesses, because the feeling of having the princess serve as a maid is really hot. Apatia can't be your assistant, but in this drama, she can be responsible for playing the devil defeated by the hero, a queen who rules the kingdom. The wine girl's eyes widened instantly, her eyes full of admiration. The hero defeated the queen, and then he began to govern the king. A few decades later, the hero was also eroded by power and turned into devil, and the new hero stood up and defeated him again. This goes on and on. I believe all the children participating in this performance will realize that the king is not a good position. It is indeed quite educational. Then what role did you prepare for Hannah? Attilan flicked his tail lightly. The sage of destiny who guides the hero to defeat the devil, and the star wizard who pursues the guidance of the starlight. She will appear in the first act to guide the first hero to understand his mission and set out to defeat the devil. At the same time, in the last act, When the hero transforms into the devil, she finds a new warrior. The wine girl nodded continuously. Hurry up and write the script. I can't wait to see the complete plot. Although Attilan thinks this is just a simple drama, for the druids in the forest, this form of performance that only humans and elf nobles can enjoy. It is indeed very novel for the druids who live in the wild and sparsely populated natural places. Since the wine girl is so interested, other druids will probably be interested too. Attilan feels it is necessary to invite everyone to participate in the creation of the drama. It's just that Hedwig will have to work hard again. In the wine girl's office, Attilan wrote a series of invitations on bark paper. When Hedwig was summoned to the office, looking at the thick stack of bark paper on the table, she felt her wings were weak. Hedwig, please send these letters to Bighorn, Tarzan, Fag Brothers, Flower Girl and Fruit Girl respectively, and the rest of them will spread among each other. You just need to go around the forest and you will be back. The wine girls all sighed for Hedwig. It was really unlucky for Hedwig to meet a master like Attilan. Other druids only delivered letters to one person at most. There were really not many messengers like Hedwig who needed to deliver letters in a circle. It can only be blamed on Attilan's wide range of friends. Even if everyone lived in the forest, many druids did not communicate much with each other. Attilan knew that this was normal. Many classmates who went to school every day in the same class would still be strangers after a few years of getting along. Moreover, it was not easy for you to make friends with druids who were used to living alone. Because druids can talk to animals and have spells to understand languages, you don't have to worry about druids becoming withdrawn after not getting along with people for a long time. Hearing that Attilan was going to organize a drama troupe at the druid school, all the active druids rushed to the school, even if they didn't want to perform on stage. It was great to watch the performance, and Attilan also said that he would cleverly integrate a colorful feathered coat into the drama, which would be even more attractive to everyone. The barmaid who had been watching Attilan write a letter curled her lips in disdain. I knew you didn't have such good intentions. You talked about psychological quality education to prevent Anna from going down the wrong path. You're just using the banner of establishing a drama troupe. The purpose is to trick more teachers into the school and let more druids work for your kingdom of Atlantis. Everyone has helped you optimize a lot of wasteland land. You can't still want to trick everyone into going to the wetlands to help you improve the soil environment, right? Attilan smiled and waved his hand and said, the soil fertility in the wetlands is very strong. Except for a little more water vapor, I have ways to solve other problems. I also plan to build a lake for fish farming in the center of the wetlands, gather all the water elements in the wetlands into the lake. I believe the concentration of water elements must be higher than that in Kingland Town, and the fish raised must be more delicious. I will treat everyone to fish then. The wine girl just snorted coldly, lay back on the tall chair back of her vice president and said, look, the dragon's tail is exposed now. What do you mean by eating fish? You just want everyone to be your free laborers. Although the wine girl often gets drunk and looks dizzy, she is actually the first person in the forest to see through Attilan's plan. It's just that exposing Attilan has no benefit for her. After all, she has also enjoyed a lot of benefits after Attilan made friends with a group of druids. She has lived in the forest for so long, and she didn't know that there was actually a druid in the forest who was good at cultivating herbs. She usually picked a lot of high-quality wild herbs, which were actually planted by this druid. Of course, this disciple of the school of life doesn't care about the herbs being picked. She just enjoys the process of the seeds she planted growing vigorously. She is also very happy that the herbs can help others. The grass girl that Attilan contacted is this one. As for the original grass girl, her nickname has been updated to the grain girl. Who let the grain girl's goal be to cultivate drugtail grass into millet. It's just that Attilan and her efforts in the past few months have used druid spells a lot. Such seeds cannot resist the natural degeneration force. The original largest variety of grain ears can already be 10 centimeters long. But if there is no human intervention and pollination, the second generation of ears will quickly degenerate to 7 centimeters in length, and the grains will become fewer and smaller after maturity. By the third generation, it is exactly the same as before cultivation. Of course, after careful comparison, the varieties selected and optimized must have improved, and the probability is that the yield per acre will increase by half a pound. In fact, this increase is not low. Even for wild foxtail grass, 1 acre of land really can't harvest a few pounds of edible grass seeds. If you think so, I can't help it. Do you still need me to send you people, Master Junyu? Of course I do. Although those ignorant guys still need 1 or 2 years of training to be competent in the planting process, the picking work can be completely handed over to them. At least they are more useful than Tarzan's monkeys, and they won't damage the fruits and herbs. Attilan just smiled. Look, you mock me for taking advantage of everyone, and you use the people I sent. Don't you think it's funny? Okay, stop looking at me. I'm going to announce that you're going to set up a drama troupe and prepare for the school's first drama performance. Okay. With a slightly red face, the bar girl walked out of the office. Attilan just shook his head, walked to the big tree in the school that held the natural magic node, and began his daily practice. Unexpectedly, after he sent out so many letters, the first person to arrive was actually the leopard girl, who ran to Attilan excitedly. I want to join the son of the forest drama troupe. Attilan calmly spit out a piece of natural magic crystal fragment. Only children can participate. Adult druids can only become the instructor of the drama troupe as teachers, and participate in some roles that children cannot understand and be competent for. I'm a teacher in this school. Leave the work of guiding them to me. I've also turned into a bird and watched human drama performances. The leopard girl took on a lot of responsibilities. In fact, she was just joining in the fun. As for guiding the performance, she didn't know how to do it at all. You stay quietly by the side and wait until everyone arrives. Otherwise there will be no place for you. As soon as these words came out, the leopard girl suddenly changed from a lively jaguar to a docile Persian cat. Soon everyone arrived and showed great enthusiasm for the Forest Children drama troupe. Taishan even slammed the table. We are also forest children, why should only children be allowed to perform? Chapter 155 Only magic can defeat magic. We want to perform a play, too. Isn't that right, brother? You even shouted. Although we are a little older, who says we are not children? We have never seen a drama troupe before. If you don't let us perform comfortably, how can we guide the children? Even the calm brother Ye raised his hand to indicate. I agree with my brother's point of view. Drama is a serious performance form. We teachers should verify the script you wrote first and confirm that there is no problem, then let the children rehearse. What if there are any wrong ideas in the script that affect the healthy growth of the children's minds? And Master Jorge blames them. Who will resist? The wine girl just watched everyone's performance with gloating. The leopard girl immediately raised her hand to fan the flames. Attilan is the initiator, and he also rejected everyone's suggestions. I think he is the most evil person. The master must punish him. The flower girl rubbed her temples tiredly. You all stop talking. Attilan is not stopping you from performing. He just wants the children to perform first, and then everyone else. But I think the children don't know what a drama troupe is. We should show them once so that they can understand what a drama is and fall in love with drama performance. At this moment, Attilan finally felt the feeling of being deserted by the last king. It turned out that he was just a bunch of friends, no one on his side. Okay, since everyone wants to perform, you go first. The bar girl had just criticized him for using everyone as tools, and he was embarrassed to fool everyone blatantly. He originally wanted to ask the tools to help make some tools for the drama performance. Now that they have turned over and sang, they are determined to perform the drama first, so Attilan can only agree to them. So after talking for so long, what kind of drama has Attilan prepared? Dajiao's question made everyone look at him. Attilan could only tell everyone the outline of the story. What are the professions of this hero and his companions? We are all druids. Can we perform the essence of these professions? Especially the hero. Is it suitable for a small person like me to play it? Yati looked at Attilan expectantly. Tarzan's steady hand pressed Yati to his seat. I should play the hero. The heroes in the story are all swordsmen. Who of you is more like a swordsman than me? Hu Envy revealed her true nature and asked curiously, what is the profession of the Demon King? I don't want to play the Demon King. Leopard Girl also raised her hand and shouted. I want to play the Demon King. Leopard Girl thought to herself that when her Demon King appeared, it would definitely shock everyone. Who would dare to say that she was not smart at that time? You know, the Demon Kings in the story are all insidious and cunning. No one has ever said that the Demon King is not smart. Attilan watched the quiet meeting room suddenly turn into a lively vegetable market, and slapped his head with a slight headache. How about we stop today's meeting here and discuss who will play which role after I finish writing my script? No, you must answer our questions first. After the uniform voices, the vegetable market instantly became quiet. Height is not a problem. We only look at the fit between the actor and the role. The hero is a magician, and the Demon King is also a magician. If no one wants to play the Demon King, then they can play the role of the Demon King. The Demon King can be played by my maid, Apatia. It can be said that the role of the Demon King was designed by me based on Apatia. The completely ignored leopard woman sat down in her seat angrily. Humph, looking at her, Attilan could only say like coaxing a child, I will arrange a role for you as an elf ranger archer. I guarantee that you will be more outstanding than the Demon King. Is that okay? Leopard woman changed direction and said with her head held high, that's about right. The protagonists are nothing more than warriors, priests, mages, druids, rangers, thieves, etc. As for the barbarians, because of their overly rude professional image, Attilan decided to let the barbarians become the Demon King's thugs. The bar girl raised her hand curiously and asked, I have a question. Why did you abandon the traditional image of the swordsman hero in the story and choose the magician as the protagonist? Attilan just smiled and asked back, in fact, have you ever thought about why the heroes in the story are always swordsmen? To be honest, no one really thought about this question. Why, the Demon King can make such a big fuss, isn't it because the Demon King is very powerful? Since everyone knows that the Demon King is very powerful, why would everyone be stupid enough to challenge the Demon King? Leopard Girl was the first to answer, it's the sense of mission that drives them, that's right. And the people who are most easily driven by this sense of mission are ignorant and fearless warriors, especially the poor boys from the countryside. Weapons like swords are not practical in battles between warriors, or in other words, the swordsman's sword can't gain an advantage in battles with many professions and monsters, compared to swordsmen on foot. Wealthy warriors ride horses of noble blood, wear heavy armor, and fight with spears, and each of these three things is very expensive. The spears here are not the spears in Attilan that are casually assembled with wood and iron spearheads, but are similar to the horse lances in ancient China that took 1 or 2 years to make. Both the spearhead and the spear body have been made over a long period of time, and have strength and toughness, and can withstand the chopping of an axe. It will never be easy for the other party to cut off the spearhead with one knife. Only in the countryside can the simple and sincere hearts of the brave be born. To be honest, these druids who have not been polluted by Attilan's thoughts are actually good materials for serving as brave men and brave companions. In view of everyone's strong curiosity about the swordsman brave, Attilan suddenly had an idea and thought of a wonderful plot, and quickly wrote the plot on paper. After reading the first paragraph, Tarzan asked strangely, didn't you say you didn't want a swordsman brave? Why did you become a swordsman brave again? Attilan didn't say anything, but just slapped the second plot in front of him. The hero is dead. And he was unfortunately killed by a fireball in the face? With his last breath, he handed his sword to his magician teammate and uttered his last words, tell him that he must defeat the devil and save the kingdom? What does this mean? How can the hero die? What about the priest? Why didn't you use the resurrection spell on the hero? Although it is unfortunate, the fireball blew the hero's body into pieces. He relied on the warrior's willpower to say his last words. As for the priest, his healing skills have been handed over to the elven archer who was pierced through the heart by a spear thrown by a barbarian. As for the resurrection spell, unfortunately, people with crippled bodies cannot be resurrected. Tarzan's expression was a little dazed. Why must the swordsman die? Can't the swordsman have his spring? It is obvious that the swordsman's body can be trained to have a strong resistance to magic, so how could he be killed by a fireball in the face? Is it possible that it was 5 consecutive fireballs? This was a trap carefully planned by the Demon King. The severely damaged warrior team barely escaped the encirclement and became depressed for a while. In the end, with the swordsman's voice and smile saving the world, they regrouped and embarked on the journey to defeat the Demon King again. Yadi frowned and asked, I don't like this plot, can it be deleted? As a person who wholeheartedly wants to play the Demon King, Leopard Girl seriously expressed her approval of this plot. The trough is necessary, so that we can better express the tenacious willpower of the brave team. Tarzan gnashed his teeth and asked, so what made you insist on turning the protagonist into a magician? Attilan took a deep breath and said calmly, a legendary wizard named Daddy once said that only magic can deal with magic. Whether it is a magician or a demon lord, they all succumb to the spell of this legendary wizard. Of course, his nephew, an excellent warrior, also played a good role. I said that warriors are useful. Tell everyone what role they play. For a moment, Tarzan's face bloomed with a bright smile. By time for Daddy to cast a spell, the smile on Tarzan's face froze and disappeared quickly. No, the smile did not disappear, but just moved to the face of the Leopard Girl. Don't be sad, Warriors are still useful, just like you. You can also buy time for us to cast spells in the future. Tarzan, you are an indispensable part of our battle. Tarzan's face was completely black. Cheetah girl, if you make fun of me again, I will let you taste the taste of a warrior's fist and see if you have time to cast a spell. Leopard girl also puffed her chest and raised her head. Who's afraid of who? Let's go out now and see who's more powerful. Okay, all of you be quiet. Because of this forest, it's actually much more convenient for us to cast spells than ordinary druids. The casting time and the materials needed for casting are much simpler. Casting spells outside is different. Unlike the forest with a natural magic network, you need to call on magic to form spells, and you must have the assistance of various materials. The leopard woman's eyes widened immediately. Then we can't leave the forest and fight outside. Attilan just smiled and said, is there a possibility that there are druids everywhere on this continent, and the natural magic network woven by everyone is actually all over the integrated continent? Therefore, the status of druids on the continent has risen sharply, Leopard Girl said with sudden enlightenment. No wonder the teacher once said that no matter where you go, don't forget the task of druids to regulate the natural environment and let the natural magic flow more smoothly. So that's why. This is also the reason why everyone is worried that they can't beat the Nells in the wasteland. The natural magic in the wasteland is too weak, which seriously affects the efficiency and strength of the druids' spellcasting. Druids need to continue to work hard to spread natural magic to every corner of the continent, but it is undeniable that druids can almost be said to be the most powerful profession on this continent. Druids still have a long way to go. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Natural Magic Web. The emergence of so many great druids like Bearman, Fujian, Bloodstained, and Old Naughty Boy in this world is inseparable from the natural magic network that generations of druids have worked hard to connect. The excessive natural magic makes many children with energy talents feel the first energy is natural magic, even if they feel other types of energy later. They will naturally choose to use this energy that is easier to control. Of course, the use of natural magic is not without cost. The natural magic that originally flows regularly is extracted and transformed into spells. It will inevitably affect the local energy network, and then affect the local ecological environment, causing problems such as withering flowers and plants, drying up water sources, and reduced grain production. Therefore, after casting spells with the help of the natural magic of the forest, the natural magic network should be combed. Becombing the magic in the environment and recombing the discrete energy turbulence to the appropriate route flow is the daily practice of druids, but the level and means lead to different combing effects. Even because there are bears in the forest, the natural magic network disturbed by Attilan and his men after casting spells has been repaired by the bears. Attilan and his people mainly practiced by using their meager strength to transform other miscellaneous energies into natural magic, and then the bear people operated the huge natural network to expand the influence of the magic network. Attilan has been trying to improve the natural environment of the wasteland. He used the oak trees planted by the leopard girl along the southwest river to pull out a line of natural energy from the forest. Then, the fruit forest planted outside Tubao town accumulated and turned back, connecting the fruit forests, farmland and oak forests along the line from Tubao town to Dajiao town and then to Kinglan town. A line of running natural magic is formed, and then the land in the circle surrounded by this line will get some nourishment and improve the soil quality when the natural magic passes through. Not to mention making the soil more fertile, at least the land consumed by planting wheat can be restored, and Attilan absorbs water elements from the Dragon Lake and transforms them into rain and dew to nourish the earth. With the help of the natural network, the absorption effect will be better. Condensing ordinary lake water into water elements, and recrystallizing water elements, Attilan deeply experienced the taste of a broadcast word when he was practicing this. We don't produce water, we are just nature's porters. Since learning how to add a natural magic line from the forest, Attilan has included as much cultivated land as possible from the wasteland. Of course, the land outside the circle can also be nourished by some natural magic. But the effect is definitely not as good as that inside the circle. In order to prevent the dispersion of natural magic, Attilan can only limit the network to the circle as much as possible, and use the various fruit trees planted on the hills inside the circle to attract natural magic. Attilan also wants to expand the influence of the natural network in the wasteland, but his followers only planted fruit trees, oaks, cedars and other trees on the hills near the farmland. Attilan has no way to expand the scope of the natural network. And the most important point is that the natural network pulled out by Attilan is no different from stealing electricity. He doesn't want to let the magic power pass through this line to grow. At least he can't let the magic power pass through this line. Too much loss. Attilan will patrol along the network line every 3 to 5 days. Once the natural magic power is converted into too much land power, he will try to convert water elements into natural magic to supplement it. Druids with poor means convert natural magic into earth elements to supplement the earth's power. Druids with good means can use a little natural magic to move the earth element plane, and then accommodate the outflowing earth elements into the earth. Some druids who majored in earth elements or minored in elemental schools agreed to stay in the Great Horn Town in the wasteland to conduct experiments under the temptation of Attilan providing 3 meals a day and experimental equipment, materials, and assistance. At the same time, they conducted experiments to improve the earth in the wasteland. Because after a period of time, they will be nourished by the earth elements jointly guided by the druids, the yield of wheat and black beans this season has increased a lot, with an average yield of 200 kilograms per mu of wheat and an average yield of 130 kilograms per mu of black beans. There are 6,000 mu of wheat and 12,000 black beans. After drying the water, there are 1 million kilograms of wheat and 1.2 million black beans. After grinding into flour, there are 800,000 kilograms of flour and 200,000 wheat bran. Black bean flour is still 1.2 million. Of course, wheat is definitely better in terms of taste, but the voices of monster races such as minotaurs, centaurs, and murlocs are rough, and they think that even bread made of black bean flour is already very soft. For example, Lista once suggested to Attilan that there is no need to separate flour and bran. He personally tried the taste of whole wheat bread and felt that minotaurs can completely accept it. Minotaurs will not get angry at all if they eat whole wheat bread with vegetable soup, and occasionally have meats such as dried meat, dried fish, and dried lizard. On the contrary, eating white bread and living too comfortably can easily make minotaurs degenerate. Minotaurs should still be a little rough to grow into qualified warriors. Attilan doesn't think so. Minotaurs also have unlimited possibilities. As minotaurs gradually become civilized, Attilan believes that the emergence of minotaurs bards, paladins, and priests is only a matter of time. For example, Black Bull, when he went to Kingland Town to report on his work, he heard the rehearsal of the colorful feathered clothes. He was attracted by the beautiful singing and watched the performance throughout. Attracted by the pottery instrument soon, the goatman thought it was interesting that a musician who loved music appeared among the minotaurs, and offered to help Black Bull make a soon suitable for him. And he would teach Black Bull to play soon. This is of course a beautified story. In fact, the goatman and Apatia thought that in addition to helping Trina recall the good old days, they should also build up good memories of the present in her heart. Let Trina have more mental anchors. After the mental imprint completely collapsed, Trina could still remember them. Trina thought a minotaur who loved music was very interesting. Isn't this exactly the memory point they wanted? That's why the goatman was so proactive, and he would take Trina with him every time he taught. The Soon in Black Bull's hand can clearly see the color of the clay. The goatman soon reveals a bright black luster, while the Soon in Trina's hand is the corresponding white porcelain color, which is obviously a carefully fired couple set. This bright-colored Soon is actually related to a clay craft that Attilan entrusted the goatman to promote, and this craft is bone china. Of course, the goatman has not researched the qualified bone china craft. The black and white bone china Soon in his hand is actually a finished product fired with the assistance of magic. What Attilan needs is bone china that can be fired in large quantities without magic, so that he can go to the human nobles to get gold coins. According to the information collected by the goatman, in order to show their aristocratic temperament, the upper class abandoned the rough black pottery used by the common people, but no one could fire exquisite porcelain. So the nobles used exquisite gold and silver utensils as tableware. Gold and silver utensils are not good, and porcelain that breaks when it falls is more aristocratic. But the goatman is also a loser. Attilan has given him a relatively detailed formula and firing method, but the goatman still can't fire it. According to the goatman, he is still a little bit lacking in the induction of fire and earth elements, and Attilan should assign this task to a more talented candidate. As for the candidates with fire and earth elemental talents, the natural candidates that flashed through Attilan's mind were the minotaurs and the kobolds. The minotaurs were too rough, and firing porcelain was a delicate job. After the goat man had spent half of his energy on taking his girlfriend on a tour and indulging in vocal music, Attilan handed the task of firing porcelain to the kobold leader. In order to allow the kobold leader to understand the research materials left by the goat men, Attilan personally used the brain activation technique to assist him in learning, making the kobold leader the most cultured person in the kobold tribe in the past 100 years. When Attilan heard the leader self-deprecatingly say after activating his brain that he had never thought that the kobolds, could be so smart, and now he was almost like a university scholar among humans. Attilan thought this statement was very interesting, and then the kobold leader had his own name, the university scholar. Attilan also hoped that the leader could become a rare cultured person among the kobolds. The premise is that he could withstand the brain activation technique once a day. It's okay to use the brain activation technique once in a while, but using it every day will stimulate the dog-headed man's brain and cause a severe headache, just like there is a steel needle in the brain. However, if the dog-headed man who is nourished by sufficient life energy survives this stage, his intelligence will be at least 50% higher than that of ordinary dog-headed men, and he has the possibility of becoming a university scholar. Of course, there are not so many cultural books for dog-headed men to learn in Attilan. Attilan finally shifted the topic to the natural magic network, and then to the magic network's ability to transform the natural environment, and the need to establish a more complete magic network system to improve the wasteland environment. He called on everyone to visit and learn in the wasteland. Then one by one, they said they had something to do at home and hurried out of school to go back. Before leaving, they all said that they would come to school to teach the children tomorrow or the day after tomorrow after they finished their business. As for the topic of going to the wasteland to help, no one responded. After everyone left, the wine girl, who had been patient for a long time, finally laughed out loud. Look for yourself, after everyone follows you to learn to be smart, aren't they not as easy to fool as before? Attilan shrugged indifferently. It's not that they are hard to fool. They know that transforming the magic net is bound to be a boring and difficult practice, and they are not even proficient in combing the natural magic net in the forest. If they participate in the construction of a brand new magic net, they are worried that they will make a fool of themselves. Believe it or not, they will definitely strengthen their training in this area after returning, just waiting for the opportunity to show off in front of people. The wine girl raised her eyebrows, habitually reached into the dimension bag, and then lay down on the table in frustration. The last few barrels of wine have been drunk by everyone in the meeting just now. You won't let me bring wine into the school anymore. How can I live in the future? The leopard girl stuck her head out of the window at this time. You can put the wine outside the school, wrap it with vines and hide it, and hang it in the air. It's wrapped tightly and won't be discovered by students. When you want to drink it, you can run to the tree trunk to drink it. Isn't it a problem? The wine girl slapped the table, walked directly to the window, grabbed the leopard girl's ear and questioned her. I was wondering how my wine had disappeared without my noticing. I couldn't find it in your house. It turned out that you hid on the tree trunk and drank it from me. Attilan smiled and fanned the flames. I heard that cheetahs have the habit of taking food up trees to eat. Did you learn from them? Unexpectedly, the leopard girl asked with a little surprise and complacency. How did you know? I'm smart. She didn't react at all to how dangerous her situation was. Attilan could only ask with a smile. The leopard girl said she went up the tree to drink. How did you think that she stole your wine and drank it there? Because she has no self-control and often gets drunk. We limit the amount of alcohol she drinks, and then the wine disappeared. The flower girl and I can't find it. Now that I think about it, there are indeed more vines near my house than other places. It seems that she hid the wine outside my house. I didn't expect you to be so smart. The wine girl increased the strength in her hand, but the leopard girl still insisted. How smart I am. If you're really smart, you won't reveal your cards. You must not drink for a month. Besides, Attilan needs someone to help him improve the natural magic network of the wasteland. I think you are the right person. I won't do it. I have helped him plant trees along the southwest river for such a long distance. It is impossible for me to plant all kinds of trees in the remaining half of the southwest river. The wine girl showed a devilish smile, grabbed the leopard girl's shoulders and dragged her in from the window. That's it. I won't do it. No one can force me. The wine girl just snorted coldly. Then do you still want to drink? And that demon king, if you want to act, I think you have to do this job. Attilan was watching from behind and was amazed. The wine girl had the nerve to say that he exploited the labor of the druids. It was obvious that he and everyone were mutually beneficial. At most, he got a little more profit. But look at the wine girl, how skilled she was in coercion and inducement. Leopard girl was completely defeated. If she didn't have wine to drink, she could still find a way to steal, especially now that she was proficient in shadow energy and had even mastered the stealth skill of shadow step. There is no wine in the house of the wine girl that she can't steal. But she can't steal the role of the devil. Leopard girl said dejectedly, "Okay, after the drama performance is over, I will go to the Southwest River to continue planting trees." "No, you will go to the Southwest River to plant trees starting tomorrow. The saplings planted a year ago have grown a lot now. You can transplant these saplings to the second half of the Southwest River," Leopard girl shouted in embarrassment. "Ah. The climate in the second half is quite bad. I'm afraid these saplings will not survive." "That's a problem you need to solve. I just need to issue a task," Leopard girl sighed. "Okay, I'll go back and pack my things now to investigate the climate in the second half of the Southwest River." After Leopard girl left, Attilan asked curiously, "Why did you force Leopard girl to build a natural network?" Chapter 157, Heavenly Feathered Garment. The barmaid glared at him and said, "You beat up Leopard girl and deliberately mocked her for not practicing seriously during this period. Don't think I don't know why you did this. Actually, it was the old naughty boy who asked you to do it, right?" Attilan shrugged calmly. "Why do you think so, you little dragon? Even though you like to bicker with Leopard girl all day long, you actually care about Leopard girl's growth, right? When she practiced shadow energy, she was eroded and black spots appeared on her body. You gave her the natural crystals and life crystals used for treatment, right?" Attilan smiled and opened his hands. "I gave crystals to everyone, didn't you receive them too?" The barmaid looked at Attilan with amusement. "But my crystal is not as good as Leopard girl's in terms of quality and quantity." Attilan spat out a piece of natural crystal fragment. "This doesn't prove anything. The natural environment in which the crystals are condensed is different from my state each time, which naturally leads to differences in the quality of the condensed crystals." Cheetah herself is a reckless person. You also saw that she was so eager for success when she was practicing shadow energy that she vomited blood, right? This is the crystal fragment condensed when I was practicing just now. Because I am not familiar with the energy fluctuations here, you see, I only condensed such a small fragment, then everyone only has one piece. Why does Cheetah have two? Because she is stupid. Didn't I say that? Why are you still asking? The wine girl leaned back in the chair and said, "If you really care about Cheetah, then you shouldn't only care about her growth in shadow energy. Giving her two crystals won't solve Cheetah's problems." Attilan frowned slightly and asked, "What's her problem? Hasn't she always been happy?" "Cheetah doesn't have the talent of Tiger Man. You motivate her in the way you motivate Tiger Man, which will only make Cheetah more seriously injured. I don't like my happy fruit." In order to practice all day long, she has practiced to the point of vomiting blood, and Cheetah doesn't have a master to personally help her sort out the energy in her body. If it's just this problem, I can ask Master Orgina to help with her body grooming. I can let Leopard girl play the role of the Demon King if she keeps her emotions active. I will also prepare as many spiritual activities as possible to keep this happy girl happy." Attilan suddenly understood. "You don't want Leopard girl to continue to practice shadow energy?" The wine girl nodded slightly. "Energy can affect a person's temperament. I feel that as the shadow energy infuses her, Leopard woman does become more powerful in combat because of the shadow leopard form, but she has become quieter and calmer than before, which is not what I want to see." Attilan nodded and continued her words, "So you let her go to the wasteland, just to use the scorching natural magic of the wasteland to dilute the impact of the shadow energy on her? Aren't you afraid that Leopard woman will become irritable because of this?" "Don't worry, Sandri is not an irritable person. Although her personality may be a little overactive, she can always bring joy to everyone, instead of like now, always wanting to show off how powerful you are. This is a bad trend you have brought up. I hope you can reverse the trend." Attilan asked in confusion, "Isn't it good to be stronger?" "It's indeed good to be strong, but strength is not something to compare. This is likely to lead to some bad consequences if the kids in school start to compare. Do you think their relationship can still be as harmonious as it is now?" The bartender waved her hand again. "I know the law of nature is that the strong prey on the weak, but I want to make everyone more warm, just like my fruit wine, which can warm people's hearts." Attilan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I also like a warm atmosphere. I will try my best to avoid letting the affairs of the kingdom affect everyone's lives, and only discuss druid-related issues with everyone." At this time, Attilan suddenly heard cheers from outside. "Wow, what a big spider, what a beautiful big sister." Attilan smiled slightly. "Our costume designer is here." Evilly came late riding on Arachne's back. The wine girl took out a can of juice from the dimension bag. "Why did you come now? The wine has been drunk, and only the juice is left." Evilly smiled and said, "I came here on purpose. I don't want to meet everyone to avoid everyone being affected by my bad luck. I think you'd better not get too close to me, the wine girl." "Okay, you guys chat slowly." For Evilly, who always sits alone in the corner, the wine girl has become accustomed to her way of doing things. She put down the juice and some snacks and left. "You asked me to come here because you want me and Arachne to help you make the costumes for the performance." "That's true. I also want to ask about the progress of the celestial feather robe." Evilly looked at Attilan with cold eyes, which made him feel creepy. "What's wrong with me? Why are you looking at me like that? Besides making requests, you don't seem to have any help in making the feather robe." "How dare you ask about the progress?" Attilan was also helpless. The various aspects of making the feather robe were not his areas of expertise. He still needed to defend himself. "Although I am not good at making feather robes, I am not asking for anything, and feather robes should be like that. I just repeated the ability of feather robes. I also said that if you need any materials, please let me know. I will try my best to find them for you in the forest. After all, it is not convenient for you to ride Arachne to find them in such a large forest. In the end, you didn't ask me for help at all. You and Arachne were just studying silk threads of various elemental properties. At most, you asked me for some crystals of vitality and water elements. I can't help you at all. It's you who don't want me to help. You can't blame me." Looking at Attilan, who was explaining seriously, Evilly suddenly laughed out loud. Attilan froze immediately. "What did I do to make it so funny? Before I came, Lulu told me that as long as I frightened you with a stern face, you would definitely explain in a hurry." It turned out to be just as she said. When Attilan heard that Lulu was back, his eyes lit up. "Did Lulu bring anyone with her besides herself?" Evilly said coldly. "It seems not." "Anyway, I didn't see anyone." Attilan nodded with some disappointment. "Well, it seems that Mushroomhead still doesn't plan to leave the fairy court, and plans to stay and become the strongest scout to avenge his companions." Suddenly, Evilly took out a flawless white dress that shone with little starlight, which made Attilan unable to take his eyes away. "It's already made." "Yes. This is the celestial feather robe you want, but in addition to defending against arrows, wearing this dress can only make you float slowly in the air with the help of wind elements. The speed may be slower than walking, and the 2 crystals you contributed are also used, so that the feather robe has the effect of slowly restoring physical strength." Evilly touched her chin and thought for a while. "If you wear the feather robe and don't move, it will take about 8 hours to restore all your physical strength." Attilan's mouth twitched. "Wearing the feather robe without moving for 8 hours, what's the difference between wearing the feather robe and sleeping directly?" "Sleeping for 8 hours can restore physical strength," Evilly said coldly. "This can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the poor quality of the crystals provided by a certain dragon, which makes the efficiency of the feather robe absorbing energy from the environment and converting it into physical strength too low." Attilan clenched his claws into a fist and said lightly, "It's my problem. I will go back and practice seriously now. Next time, I must take back the honor that belongs to me." Evilly was completely unmoved. "Don't act in front of me. In fact, the biggest credit for the success of the feather robe is that Lalun and Lulu received the power of starlight, so this first feather robe should be given to Lalun's daughter." Attilan took a closer look at the feather robe and found that it was indeed about the same size as Hannah, but the feather robe had a lot of ribbons, which made Attilan misjudge the size of the feather robe. "Let Hannah wear it now? It's similar to the role I designed for Hannah. This feather dress can be used as Hannah's performance costume." Evilly followed Attilan to the square. Attilan and Arachne, a dragon and a spider, made the children stare at them intently. "Students, the principal also has something to announce. The school is going to set up a drama club. The teachers will perform a drama for everyone first, and then everyone will rehearse the drama under the guidance of the teachers. In half a month, everyone will meet the first performance of our Forest Children drama troupe. I just want to ask everyone if you are happy." "Happy? Children are naturally happy. No matter what the activity is, as long as they can keep them from going to school, they are happy. Today I invited the best fashion designer in the forest, And she also brought us a dress she designed and made. Of course, Hannah's mother also made a lot of efforts in the production process of the dress, so the designer intends to give this dress to Hannah. Now let Hannah go on stage and put on this feather dress to show everyone how beautiful it is, and let everyone see how strong the designer's ability is. Hannah jumped up, looked at the star-studded feather dress that Evely took out, sniffed it carefully, and nodded seriously. It is indeed the smell of my mother. As a feather dress, it naturally does not require the cumbersome wearing process of ordinary clothes. Evely activated the power of the feather dress, and the feather dress turned into starlight lingering on Hannah. The silver-white light wrapped Hannah, lifting Hannah's feet slowly off the ground. Hannah smiled in surprise and said, "I can fly," looking at the gorgeous feather dress, especially the ribbons that slowly fluttered after Hannah left the ground. The children were stunned. When have these country bumpkins seen such a fairy-like shape? It's so beautiful. Principal, are we going to wear this kind of clothes too? But this kind of clothes is only suitable for girls. We boys still want long swords and tower shields. If you don't know the value of something, if you can wear the feather robe once, when you grow up, you will know that this may be the most expensive equipment you have ever worn in your life. Chapter 158, War Smoke Rising. Attilan envisioned the feather coat as a top-level equipment that can be used in battle. But the first version of the feather coat produced by Evely is more like a stage prop costume than a combat equipment. Whether it is the swordsman's soul drama prepared by Attilan or the feather dance of colorful clothes, the use of this feather coat can perfectly present a fairy-like atmosphere. Children may think that the scene of this streamer flying in the wind and people slowly moving in the air is shocking. But in Attilan's eyes, with the speed of movement, he doesn't know how many arrows he will be shot by the enemy as a target during the battle. The feather coat does have the ability to avoid arrows, but it does not mean that the feather coat can really resist any arrows. A full-strength arrow shot by a level 6 ranger can break the defense of this feather coat. This is because the feather coat can only rely on the material of the feather coat itself and the defensive runes attached to it. If the wind element can be induced to form a wind barrier, it can easily blow away the flying props that approach. Avoiding arrows is only a basic ability. It is necessary to form a wind barrier to blow away all attacks. The wide sleeves also need to be able to brew the power of storms. The wearer only needs to gently wave his arms and turn his body, and the wide sleeves can sweep through thousands of troops like a whip and knock the warriors who rush up away. This is how Attilan described the ability of the feather robe to Evely, and then Evely stared at him with eyes as cold as a knife. This is why Evely felt that he was making demands. The effect of the feather robe described by Attilan is that an ordinary person can transform into a level 10 wind elemental mage by wearing the feather robe. Even if a legendary mage uses rare materials, it may take several years to make such equipment. And what about Attilan? He asked Evely to mass-produce the feather robe. Attilan thought about it and felt that it was not realistic. Although the feather robe is a standard equipment prepared by the heaven for the goddess, the feather robe is also divided into different levels. The gods live in the heaven, and the fairy servants such as the weaver girl also use clouds and rays of light to weave silk threads. Arachne uses energy stones to add energy properties to her silk threads, and the quality of the silk threads she makes is still not good enough. She actually had this skill a long time ago, but Arachne didn't pay attention to the development of this skill before. It was not until Evely tried to make a feather coat that she found that the energy permeability of the ordinary silk thread spitted out by Arachne was not good and was not suitable for weaving feather coats. Arachne remembered that she had such a skill. Arachne ignored this skill because it takes a lot of energy to weave this kind of silk thread with energy properties, and Arachne can't bear such a large energy loss. She must have external energy to replenish it so that she can weave a large amount of energy silk thread. Ordinary silk thread is enough to catch prey. Energy silk thread is indeed very convenient to catch powerful magical beasts, but Arachne is as lazy as Evely. Just want to catch prey easily. This feather coat is given to Hannah, because the wind element crystals and starlight energy crystals used to make the feather coat are all given to Evely by Alun. And there are still a lot left after making this feather coat. Hannah floated in the air, and soon she was not satisfied with the slow flying speed of the feather coat. Subconsciously, she took the initiative to use the feather coat to echo the wind element. The flying speed is getting faster and faster. Attilan noticed Hannah's little move at the first time and said quickly, "Hannah, fly slower, don't worry, Principal, I won't fall down. Look, I'm flying very steadily." Evely was different. A maroon ribbon suddenly flew out of her sleeve, like a long dragon, winding and flying quickly in front of Hannah and turning in a circle. Hannah was surprised to find that her waist was firmly trapped by the ribbon. No matter how she encouraged the wind element to speed up and break free from the bondage of the ribbon, the power of the ribbon was always a little stronger than the wind she encouraged. "Have you made the Chaos Heaven ribbon?" Evilly said with a smile. "After the feather robe was made, I found that if a magician who can control the wind element wears the feather robe, it will be easier to encourage the wind element to operate according to the predetermined route of the feather robe, so that you can fly freely in the sky. But there is also a disadvantage. The feather robe cannot always respond to the wind element. If you fly too high, you will be at risk of falling to death after the feather robe becomes ineffective. I thought of this magic prop in the legend you told me. It just so happens that I have a lot of magic silk threads at hand. It is just right to make a ribbon with the ability to bind and seal." Evilly's eyes suddenly turned into a smile. "Do you want to try it? I remember that in your story, the first battle of the Chaos Heaven ribbon was a fight with the son of the Dragon King, and the son of the Dragon King was finally bound by the Chaos Heaven ribbon. The head was smashed with a steel ring, and the brains were all over the floor, right?" Attilan shuddered, feeling that Evilly had accumulated a lot of resentment in the process of making the feather robe, and now he wanted to beat him up and vent all the resentment. "Actually, I think a hearty meal would make you happier than a beating. Well, I'll cook it myself and deliver it to Star Valley in 2 hours." Evilly just waved her hand coldly and pulled Hannah down. "If you fly higher than the height just now, I'll give the feather robe to your mother. In that case, I don't think you can fly around the school in the feather robe like you do now." Hannah immediately stood in front of Evilly obediently and nodded repeatedly. "I understand, Teacher Evilly." Evilly then turned her head and looked at Attilan and said, "I will be in Kingland Town in an hour. If I don't see the feast you mentioned, I will use the story you told me to tie you up with a chaos silk and then smash your head with a universe ring. Do you still have the universe ring?" Evilly smiled and threatened. "Not yet, but it will be soon." Attilan nodded obediently like Hannah. "Don't worry, Lady Evilly, you will be able to enjoy your favorite meal soon, but I am very curious, why do you like Nezha's weapons? In addition to the chaos ribbon, Evilly also wants to forge the universe ring. It is impossible for her to forge the fire spear, the wind hot wheels and the gold brick as well, right? And aren't you also a druid? How can you use metal weapons?" Evilly said with a smile. "Because I am indeed very similar to this Nezha. And we are both disliked by our father, and we both have 3 heads and 6 arms." Evilly suddenly revealed a strong aura of a predator. In a trance, Attilan seemed to see Evilly grow a face on each side of her cheek, and her white arms turned into 6. "And who said I'm a druid? I'm just a weak and helpless shaman with a subtle connection to druids. My weak fighting power depends entirely on the natural spirits in the forest." Attilan took a breath of cold air. He originally thought that Evilly only had a subtle connection with a powerful spider, but now it seems that Evilly herself has been distorted by this powerful spider. For ordinary people, Evilly's situation is indeed a bit scary. The meaning of spiders is not all bad, but the most famous existence related to spiders on this continent is the spider goddess Rose. Evilly's spider transformation must have nothing to do with Rose. With the cautious personality of the bear people, it is absolutely impossible to let Rose's chosen one stay in the forest for such a long time. Evilly looked around with a cold face. She originally thought that the terrifying figure she transformed into would scare these children, but she didn't expect that they all looked at her with admiration. Hannah's eyes were full of stars, and she waved her pink little fists excitedly. "Teacher, you are so amazing. You can actually transform into a 3-headed and 6-armed druid. This is a very powerful druid transformation. Teacher Sandri can't even transform into the ears and tail of a forest leopard alone." Attilan's mouth twitched. "Hannah, the disappointment in your tone, I am sure it is definitely not the disappointment of the leopard girl's lack of strength, but the disappointment that you can't touch the leopard's ears and tail. These children are very clever and very good at using nice words. From Tarzan and Leopard Girl, you can easily see various druid skills that you can't see at other times. Tarzan and Leopard Girl worked hard, and they just paid a few insignificant wows and slapped their red faces." Evilly was obviously a little confused. Her state today was a little wrong. Even she herself felt inexplicable. She actually exposed her hidden form in front of so many people. "I felt that I was really dizzy. I thought I would scare them, but I didn't expect to see Attilan, who was seriously thinking about her 3-headed and 6-armed fighting ability, and a group of admiring children." "Really?" "Yes," Hannah nodded seriously. A chubby little boy raised his hand excitedly and asked, "Teacher, can I learn this?" Then I can take 6 kinds of food at the same time and eat with 3 mouths. Attilan silently praised the little fat boy in his heart. If you can develop such a brilliant use of the 3 heads and 6 arms, Nezuko will definitely praise you with a Kyankan circle. Evilly shook her green jade fingers with a kind smile. No, although this skill can turn into 3 heads and 6 arms, you still have only 1 stomach. If you eat so much, your stomach will explode, then you will never be able to eat again. Attilan also smiled and said, but don't be sad. After you die, we will hold a banquet to commemorate you. Although you can't eat, everyone can get a sumptuous meal. Your death is also valuable. The little fat boy shook his head like a rattle, and it was almost leaving an afterimage. No. I still have a lot of delicious food to eat. I can't die. As he said this, the little fat man rubbed his round belly with lingering fear, as if doing so would prevent his belly from exploding. Okay, let's go play. Attilan flew to Kingland Town to prepare a big meal for Evilly. He also noticed that Evilly was in a bad mood, so he specially called the half-goat man. They joined forces to create a food illusion that could soothe people's hearts. After tasting it, Evilly wiped her bright red lips with a silk scarf. Actually, there is no need. The children's words have calmed my heart. I don't know what happened to me today, and why I suddenly showed my fighting form. It shouldn't be your problem. It should be that the big spider who blesses you behind the scenes has something wrong. The connection between you and the dark has also affected you. Evilly smiled and shrugged. It's okay. I'm very happy now. Thank you, Xia Long, we are all friends. There's no need to say so much. If you really want to thank me, why not drink this bottle of wine in one breath? Unexpectedly, Evilly directly picked up the bottle, raised her head and began to drink. With a bang, Evilly stomped the bottle on the wooden table. Why do I feel that the earth and the sky are spinning? Attilan gently caught the shaking Evilly. Have a good sleep. Tomorrow, it will be a brand new and beautiful day. With a new mental outlook, Evilly joined the costume design of the drama troupe. All the participating druids wore their favorite costumes, including the leopard girl. Wearing the black feathers of the Demon King, the leopard girl laughed wildly. From today on, the world is in my hands. Ho ho ho. After saying that, the leopard girl came to Attilan and asked curiously, why is there only this line? Where are the rest of the lines of the Demon King? Here, Attilan handed her a thin piece of paper. What's going on? Why do other people have lines that are like a thick book, but I only have 1 piece of paper? And I only wrote less than half of the lines on the paper. I didn't expect you to come to me. Now let me tell you what real fear is. Even if you defeat me, the new king will still be corrupted by power and fall like me. I'll wait for you in hell. Leopard woman threw the paper to Attilan in anger. Only 4 lines. What kind of big devil role is this? Attilan said as a matter of course. How can a devil have so many lines? That's so tasteless. Besides, your character only appears in 2 scenes, and the rest of the time you speak behind the scenes. I know, go down. Then why is there no line in my script? Because you don't show your face. The wine girl asked me to let other people who want to play the devil say 1 line each, so that the devil's unpredictable changes can be better shown. Attilan finally said coldly. If you don't want to play, I can give this role to someone else. The leopard girl could only clench her fists and grit her teeth and said, I'll play it. After only 3 rehearsals, the swordsman's solo could be officially performed. It was 3 days earlier than expected. There were children sitting in rows in the audience, and druids were singing and dancing on the stage. Attilan sat at the end and watched the big show he directed with satisfaction. Just when Apahia and the dancers came on stage to dance, Attilan suddenly found a thick black smoke rising from the southwest. He stood up alertly. This was definitely not his followers burning wheat straw. Such thick black smoke could be seen from such a long distance. It seemed that the wheat field was set on fire. Attilan's face changed and he immediately flew towards the direction of Tubayao town. When he arrived, he saw only 5,000 acres of wheat fields that were about to mature outside Tubayao town burnt to ashes, dozens of people and horses with miserable deaths, and scattered corpses of jackals. Chapter 159 Battle of Revenge. The gaps of the 2 mountain passes were blocked, and the last avenue was also blocked by the Huangsha Pass he arranged for people to build. Indeed, the internal defense was much looser. For example, Tubayao town still only retained the original 2-meter deep pit and 3-meter deep earth wall. As a result, it was broken by the Nulls today. The city was scattered with broken dog-headed corpses and rabbit remains and fur. It can be seen that the Nulls' raid ended in a hurry. They didn't even stop to let the hyenas devour the corpses and transform into gnolls. They just broke the walls of Tubao town, destroyed houses, killed residents in the city and took away captured rabbits. That's right, this group of damn gnolls actually moved away all the cages where he raised rabbits. Did that guy still want the stupid gnolls to raise rabbits? With the greedy personality of the gnolls, I'm afraid that the rabbits will be eaten up by them not long after they are brought back. Even when Attilan arranged for the dog-headed men to raise rabbits, the dog-headed men would steal rabbits from time to time at the beginning, not to mention the gnolls. The dog-headed men stopped stealing rabbits after they had 3 meals a day. For the gnolls, it was good enough to have 1 meal a day. Now is not the time to worry about the lost rabbits. The most important thing now is revenge. Even if they were too late to transform, these damn gnolls still did not forget to tear off 2 pieces of meat from the centaurs and dog-headed men to eat, which is why the corpses were miserable. Attilan must avenge them. Soon, more than 100 people and dozens of dog-headed men who escaped from the earthen fortress town came back in disgrace. Their expressions were all very depressed, and their eyes revealed a strong hatred for the gnolls. They did not think that the kingdom of Atlantis was not a match for the kingdom of the gnolls, but the troops stationed in the earthen fortress town were still too few, otherwise they would not necessarily lose. Since this place became a second-line defense position, half of the troops and all the minotaurs were transferred to Huangsha Pass. Since the construction of Huangsha Pass began, the gnolls have been constantly attacking Huangsha Pass. Obviously, since the last raid killed more than 1,000 gnolls, they also wanted to retaliate against Attilan's forces. With the 2 mountain passes blocked, only the last Huangsha Pass was left to invade. They certainly couldn't let Huangsha Pass, a symbol of civilization, be built. But in the past few months, the gnolls raided 5 times, each more powerful than the last. The number of people in the last raid even exceeded 3,000 gnolls. The result was naturally a miserable defeat. In total, more than 1,000 gnolls died in Huangsha Pass. Since the construction of Huangsha Pass, the gnolls have never appeared near Huangsha Pass again. Attilan mistakenly thought that the gnolls were seriously injured and needed to lick their wounds and prepare for the next attack. Unexpectedly, this group of damned gnolls actually wanted to make him relax his vigilance so that they could launch a sneak attack from the secret passage to the interior of the territory. The food lost in Tubao town alone is enough for the damned gnolls to eat for a year. Of course, they don't eat wheat, but the number of rabbits raised in Tubao town has exceeded 10,000, of which 4,000 are female rabbits. And the rest are meat rabbits that can be slaughtered in a month. But this group of damned gnolls don't know how to take care of the female rabbits at all, and they will only eat up all the meat rabbits in this farm that can slaughter 6,000 meat rabbits a month. Fortunately, the sand sheep were raised in the water cellar town in the north, otherwise they would have been wiped out by the gnolls. Attilan scolded coldly, "What you should do now is not to stand here stupidly, but to collect the bodies of your companions, count how many useful things are left in Tubao town, and finally, prepare for a revenge counterattack." Attilan originally thought that after nearly 10 wars of varying sizes, the gnolls should have realized that they could not be his opponent with the forest and druids behind them. Unexpectedly, the gnolls still resolutely launched a desperate sneak attack. Since the gnolls want to fight him to the death, he must first take the grassland of the Gnoll Kingdom and kill all the damn gnolls at a higher price. Attilan didn't attack the gnolls before because he would also suffer a relatively large loss if he attacked now. He believed that every dependent in the kingdom was important. It's better not to die or be injured for the gnolls. Moreover, compared with the wasteland occupied by the gnolls, the wetlands in the east of the river must have more development potential, otherwise he would not have not yet fully developed the wasteland in the west of the river. Tubao town is almost located in the middle of the wasteland. The land to the east of Tubao town has been fully developed. In addition to 50,000 acres of farmland, the surrounding hills are planted with various flowers, plants and trees. It only takes another year or 2 for the first half of the wasteland to become a green forest, and the second half will change from the original sparse grass to undulating grassland. The most important thing is that by that time, I believe the White Wolf King must have transformed the desert occupied by the gnolls into grassland. That's right, Attilan's idea is to develop the existing high-quality land first. After the White Wolf King turns the inferior desert into good grassland, he will lead his troops to destroy the Gnoll Kingdom and get a ready-made grassland without him having to spend energy to develop it. And by that time, the 100,000 acres of land in the wasteland must have been developed, and the breeding of rabbits, sheep, Pigs and fish will also be expanded and on the right track. The most important thing is that at that time, he can easily mobilize 1,000 troops, 1,000 minotaurs, 2,000 fishmen, 500 snakemen, and 500 lizardmen to attack the gnolls. Even the dog-headed slingers can join in the fun. But the quiet and peaceful development atmosphere was broken by the gnolls' raid today. After finding a man who could still move, Attilan ordered, "Let Fisher concentrate 80% of the troops in the wilderness. Except for the elite troops that need to be left to guard the Bighorn town, all other strongholds will be guarded by the dog-headed people. Tell him that I want to see at least 1,000 troops and 500 minotaurs. Yes, Dragon Lord, when you arrive at Bighorn town, let them arrange someone to notify Lista. Let Thrall bring 1,000 murlocs and 500 minotaurs to meet up in Bayou town. And notify the old murloc to let Kingland town transport military rations to Bayou town." The commander of Huangsha Pass, the blind old man's son Hu Fen, knew that something was wrong when he saw the black smoke in Bayou town, and quickly ordered the garrison to guard Huangsha Pass, while he rushed towards Bayou town with 200 men. Attilan looked at the blood on his body and asked curiously, "What's the blood on your body?" "On the way to support Bayou town, I found traces of the march of the gnolls, chased them and fought with the gnoll guards, and killed more than 300 gnolls. I also snatched back some cages containing rabbits. It should be the cages that slowed down their march, otherwise I wouldn't have caught them." Attilan asked coldly, "Take me to see, I want to see where they got in from, Dragon Lord. Judging from the direction they are marching, they should have taken a long detour and crossed the river from the east side of the Southwest River to raid Bayou town. It would take hundreds of kilometers to go around the territory occupied by the gnolls to the east side of the Southwest River to attack Bayou town." Attilan suddenly felt that blocking the Huangsha Pass was a bad move. They attacked Bayou town from such a long distance. It seems that the gnolls really want us dead. Attilan also knew that it was because he neglected the construction of the second half of the wasteland. If a waterside town was built between Huangsha Pass and Bayou town, on the southwest riverbank, the gnoll sneak attack would not be so silent. But the soil in the second half is more sandy, causing the terrain to be ups and downs by the impact of the water flow, and it is difficult to find a suitable place to build a town that can support the population. It is very costly to support a military stronghold like Huangsha Pass, and he would be crazy to support a second one. Because the water flow of the Southwest River is different every year, it will swing back and forth like a dragon's tail in the last section, and the risk of the town being flooded is very high. As for clearing the river, the cost and benefit are not proportional, and Attilan does not plan to advance for the time being. It only took one day for Fisher to appear with 1,000 troops and 500 minotaurs. Although Attilan said so, he was still a little worried that if so many troops were withdrawn, there would be enough troops in the wasteland to guard the remaining grain production areas. Facing the Dragon Lord's question, Fisher replied calmly, "Don't worry, Dragon Lord, because the gnolls are constantly harming the desert races, and the news that the kingdom has a large amount of food has spread far in the desert. Many tribes that survived the attacks by the gnolls will choose to join us. They also know the news that we raided the gnolls' territory and killed 2,000 gnolls, and in the northern mountainous areas where the dwarves are not controlled, there are actually quite a few minotaurs and centaurs living. I also recruited a werewolf unit. It's just that they have only been subdued for less than half a month, and they haven't received enough training yet, so I didn't take them with me on this operation and left them to look after the house. In addition to 100 werewolves, there are 200 minotaurs, and 300 centaurs guarding. There will be no problem with the grain-producing area of Bighorn Town." Attilan nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that Fisher could recruit so many people in the wasteland area where there was almost no source of manpower. The 1,000 troops and 500 minotaurs he mentioned were almost all the troops in the wasteland, including the 500 troops and 200 minotaurs in Huangsha Pass. But Fisher brought another 1,000 troops and 500 minotaurs, and left so many people at home. Attilan was very curious about how he did it. "Let's go see how the warriors you brought are doing first," Fisher patted his chest and assured. "Don't worry, Dragon Lord, they are all qualified warriors." Attilan looked over and saw that those bullheads with longer hair were minotaurs, but yaks. "Fisher, you are wrong, these are not minotaurs, they are yaks," Fisher said puzzledly. "That's right, they also call themselves minotaurs. It is said that after their ancestors went to the cold mountains in the north for several generations, they grew long hair and their minds became much clearer." Attilan blinked in confusion. "So the yaks were smart mountain minotaurs?" Chapter 160, All the Forces of Attilan. I see. Attilan remembered that he didn't seem to see any yak people in the mountains between Water Cellar Town and Halfling Forest Town, so how far did the messenger sent by Fisher run before he found this group of yak people? Well done. It was the right decision for me to hand over the Hexy area to you for management. In just 4 months, you have recruited so many people, Fisher said with a little shame. I still didn't do well enough. If I had realized in time that the defense of Tubayao Town was insufficient and transferred some of the people from Dajao Town to Tubayao Town, our losses would not have been so great. Attilan shook his head slowly and said, this is not your problem. Dajao Town now has 30,000 acres of farmland planted with wheat and black beans, 30,000 acres of forage, and nearly 100,000 acres of mountain land planted with various fruit trees. It takes experienced hands to take care of these crops. These newly recruited yaks, centaurs, and werewolves need time to learn to take care of farmland, orchards and farms. Compared to labor, I think they are better at fighting, right? Fisher nodded. He also discovered this problem. Compared with their mermen, centaurs learn labor slower, and tauren are much worse than centaurs. They are still more suitable for hard work, such as carrying buckets up a mountain to irrigate fruit trees. They can only be responsible for carrying, and irrigation can only be done by fishmen and dog-headed people. If the tauren do it, they will directly irrigate a tree with all the water in a whole wooden barrel. It takes a lot of time to observe and learn before the tauren can figure out how much water a fruit tree should be watered. As for pollination, fruit thinning and other more delicate work, the tauren forget it. In fact, in Fisher's mind, Tubayao Town still belongs to the front line. Compared with the development of Tubayao Town, Fisher pays more attention to Shujiao Town, even though the soil environment of Shujiao Town is much worse than that of Tubayao Town. But Shujiao Town has no defense pressure, and the crops grown do not have to worry about being destroyed by the enemy. When a grassland grows on the land of Shujiao Town, Fisher will move the rabbit farm in Tubayao Town to Shujiao Town. Integrate a relatively large-scale for processing factory, make clothes with rabbit skin and sheepskin, and make leather armor with pigskin. He has recruited several dwarf craftsmen who are good at making leather armor with beer. Wheat is such a precious grain, Attilan naturally couldn't use it to make wine. Did the goat people always say that a brand should be given to the minotaurs? Attilan was a harsh monarch. Later, Attilan really thought of a way to use the bran, making wine. Compared with brewing with whole wheat, the beer brewed with bran has a different flavor. Of course, the help of the wine girl is indispensable. Only then did he start to brew beer with the 500,000 kilograms of bran harvested in the past few months. These beers were sent to the dwarf kingdom for trading. Attilan didn't need to give out food to exchange for the dwarf's armor and weapons. With these beers, all the warriors had a set of armor that belonged to them. 1,000 sets of centaur armor, 1,000 sets of minotaur armor, and 1,000 sets of fish armor. Even these 3,000 sets of armor did not use up the consumption quota in exchange for beer. After the beer was delivered to the dwarf city, the dwarves immediately began to forge new armor. With beer in one hand and hammer in the other, the dwarves started to forge iron in full swing. There was no need to eat at all, as long as there was beer, it was enough. Even though the dwarves' faces were red from drinking, the equipment forged by drunken dwarves was actually of higher quality. Of course, the price of high-quality armor would naturally go up accordingly. Attilan originally thought that the dwarves could not meet his huge demand in a short period of time, but he did not expect that after a large amount of beer poured into the dwarf city, the dwarves' enthusiasm for ironwork immediately rose. Usually, the dwarves might forge iron slowly, but after drinking, the efficiency of the dwarves forging iron would at least double, and the first batch of armor would be delivered this month. Have the dwarves' armor arrived? The original plan of the dwarves was to build the first batch of 500 sets of armor for each tribe and ship them here in 3 days. Before I set off, I notified the dwarves and asked them to send the armor as quickly as possible. After Lister leads his men to march westward, they can complete the arming in Bighorn Town and then march to Earth Castle Town. Compared with my soldiers, the minotaurs under his command need those armors more. Lister likes to lead his army to directly attack the enemy's front line. The minotaurs under his command do need armored weapons, and rattan armor is not enough to support such high-intensity combat. Compared with the casting skills that the dwarves have studied for hundreds or thousands of years, Attilan has only studied rattan armor for 1 year, and its defense is not enough. The reason why it takes so long for the dwarves to forge armor is not that the dwarves are not strong enough, but that they need to integrate their secret magic into the armor, so that the ordinary armor can be made stronger. This is a process of transforming ordinary metal into magic metal. Even if it was just an ordinary piece of iron armor at first, if it could be continuously maintained and optimized by the secret skills of the dwarves, by the time the adventurer is old and passes the armor to his grandson, this set of armor is estimated to have become a good set of magic armor. Of course, this also requires the skills of the dwarves. It spans several decades, and the lifespan of the dwarves is not short for 400 years. The armor is repaired by integrating the materials obtained by the adventurers from the hunted magical beasts. In fact, just like replacing all the wooden boards of a ship one after another to get a magic ship, it is difficult for ordinary adventurers to get a better set of armor. It is more likely to upgrade the original armor with materials and gold coins at a familiar dwarf blacksmith. If it is only 10 barrels of beer, the dwarf will not bother to integrate the power of the earth into the iron block. It will only make the buyer increase the price, and then the dwarf will take out his treasured magic metal and add it to the armor. But the reward given by Attilan is too high, 100,000 kilograms of strong beer. The beer that allows all the dwarves in the dwarf kingdom to drink to their heart's content at once. In the past, the dwarves only regarded the kingdom of Atlantis as a good partner. Now it is different. The dwarf king is already planning a meeting with Attilan to discuss how the two kingdoms can carry out in-depth cooperation in the future. For the dwarf king, the easiest way to manage the dwarf kingdom is to give them enough beer, so that the dwarves will not make trouble, and stay in the mines to mine and forge iron in the city. Attilan did say that he could provide 100,000 kilograms of beer for this transaction, but his brewing workshop could only produce 1,000 kilograms of beer a day at full capacity. The main reason is that brewing is a delicate job, and brewing requires a lot of koji, and making koji is the most time-consuming step in the brewing process. It was not so exaggerated originally, but who made Attilan's consultant the best brewer in the forest, and the wine girl had quality requirements for the wine that came out of her hands. Although the dwarves seem to be able to drink as long as there is wine, they also have requirements for the quality of beer. The dwarf king values not only Attilan's ability to produce beer in large quantities and in a stable manner, but also the quality of the beer. In fact, the output of beer is not limited to 1,000 kilograms, but Attilan considers that the amount of bran is limited, and he believes that it is more important to be able to provide beer to the dwarves stably. Every 7 days, a team will transport beer from Bighorn Town to Water Cellar Town, and there has long been a dwarf team waiting to transport the beer back. Beer can be brewed into 1,000 kilograms a day, but the dwarf's armor needs a fixed time to be made, so there is an agreed delivery time. In addition to the 10,000 kilograms of beer that Fisher brought as a deposit when he first came to do business, in fact, the beer transported every 7 days is also a deposit. In a month, only 30,000 kilograms of beer were transported. Usually, half of the deposit is required to make armor. The dwarves can start work first and get paid later, which is already because of the face of beer. Fisher frowned slightly and asked, "Dragon Lord, I actually think we should wait another month for the dwarves to make the second batch of armor. The berries we planted are ripe, although it is troublesome to collect them, but it can be brewed into berry wine in a month. I asked my dwarf friends, and they can actually accept both beer and fruit wine, as long as the taste is not as soft as the elves' wine. Of course the purchase price will definitely be lower than beer, but it will definitely be enough to arm our remaining offensive forces." Attilan waved his hand and said, "You also know that dwarves have requirements for the strength of the wine, otherwise our wheat bran can be used to brew millions of pounds of beer, instead of only producing 100,000 pounds to sell to the dwarves like now. The beer that Attilan sells to the dwarves can be said to be a mixture of beer and liquor, which satisfies the taste of beer and the strength of liquor. This is why it is unanimously welcomed by the dwarves. I have 15,000 soldiers and 700 minotaurs here now. Lista can bring 1,000 murlocs and 500 minotaurs. With these troops, we will attack the Nulls. If we don't have armor, our losses may be relatively large, which will affect our future development. Dragon Lord, I don't think we can send troops now. You once taught me that I shouldn't lead troops impulsively because of anger. Have you forgotten now? I'm fine here. After so many troops were withdrawn from Hedon, Lista's remaining troops are not enough to defend a land twice the size of Hedon." Attilan looked at Fisher with a gloomy face, took a deep breath, and then smiled again. "Fisher, you are right. I was impulsive this time. Even if we forcefully send troops now, we cannot wipe out the jackals in one fell swoop. Instead, some of them will escape, especially the White Wolf King. I have a strong premonition that it is not easy to kill him. We must have a complete plan. Fisher, what do you think? Fisher was also very nervous. He also saw Attilan's anger at the burning of the Earth Castle town, but he had to persuade him. This was his responsibility as a minister. I brought these people here to make the jackals mistakenly estimate that we only have so many troops to retaliate. When we really attack with all our forces next time, the jackals who have been paralyzed will naturally be wiped out by us in one fell swoop, just like when they paralyzed us before. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Attilan also nodded. Not to mention that the jackals did not know how many troops he could dispatch. In fact, even Attilan himself did not know how many troops he could dispatch at one time if he did not care about local defense. The rainforest town used food to lure the tribes of the rainforest to join the kingdom. The fishmen and snakemen who were recruited continued to come, and even some lizardmen joined, but there was a lack of an excellent mayor to guard it. Attilan trained Thrall, wanting him to serve as the mayor of the rainforest town, manage the complex racial situation, and promote the planting of various grains and fish farming suitable for wetlands. For example, selecting the seeds suitable for the next season from the wheat and black beans of this season was done by the old fishmen with Thrall to the rainforest town. Although Lista ran back and forth between the rainforest town and the forward base, he was not a qualified agricultural chief. He could only prevent the grain fields of the rainforest town from being destroyed by the races of the rainforest. In fact, the wild tribes wanted to rob the food of the rainforest town more than joining the rainforest town to farm. Then Lista rushed into the rainforest with an axe, drew a semicircle around the rainforest town, and chopped all the tribes that robbed the food. This is the reason why people continue to join the rainforest town. The wild rainforest tribes are more inclined to join a tribe with strong military force. Lista only uses the snakemen, lizardmen, and minotaurs who joined later to farm. Even the fishmen must pass the review of the old fishmen before they can get the simplest obsidian spear. Iron weapons must wait until they have made certain achievements before they can be rewarded, such as leveling an acre of land alone and sowing black beans. Then they can get the second obsidian short spear and serrated sword. After they have stayed for a certain period of time, such as when the black beans are ripe, or they have agreed with the kingdom's concept of farming for food, they can get iron spears and rattan armor. Fisher disagreed with starting a war so quickly because the kingdom expanded too many troops in a short period of time, and these people have not yet formed a complete identity with the kingdom. It is impossible to put all their strength into the battle. They are more likely to observe the wind direction and run away immediately if the situation is not right. First, count the military strength of each town and give me a complete summary, and then we can discuss when to send troops. The work of counting the population is more complicated, because the mathematical knowledge of this group of followers is quite limited, which is why Attilan does not know the specific population number. Fisher was able to know how many people he brought, thanks to the 10 by 10 square formation promoted by Attilan. When the population data was seen 7 days later, the entire Attilan was shocked. There are actually 2,000 troops, 1,000 minotaurs, 800 dog-headed men, 500 fishmen, 200 snakemen, and 100 lizardmen in Hexi. Are there also 2,000 fishmen, 400 snakemen, 300 lizardmen, and 1,000 minotaurs in Hedon? Attilan frowned and asked, "Why are there 400 lizardmen, but I don't know anything about it? And why doesn't this report distinguish between those who can fight and the elderly, weak, women and children?" Chapter 161 3,000 dragon armors can swallow demons. Fisher shook his head and replied, "I don't know much either, but I heard that after I left, the old shaman has been in charge of the recruitment work in Rainforest Town, and Lista didn't intervene at all after taking over. Lista decided that he was better at using his fists than gentle recruitment. Anyway, it is very convenient for Kingland Town and Rainforest Town to communicate by water, and the old shaman doesn't have many things to take care of in Kingland Town. Let him take charge of Rainforest Town, which is convenient for Lista to expand to the south with all his strength." The lizardman leader that Attilan wanted to recruit had not surrendered yet, but he already had so many lizardmen under his command. Fortunately, compared with the notorious war lizardmen, the lizardmen can be said to be honest and simple. At least after they realize the benefits of joining Attilan, their sense of belonging to Rainforest Town will make them loyal and reliable. However, the power of the lizardmen can only be fully released if there is a suitable leader. The minotaurs in the east of the river led by Lista are far less well trained than the minotaurs in the west of the river. As long as Lista and he are in charge, he doesn't need to take action, just watch from behind, and the loose fighting power of the minotaurs in the east of the river will be higher than that in the west of the river. This is the leadership temperament. The minotaur Lesta, the black bull, the fishman Fisher, Thrall, the centaur chasing the wind, and the snakeman Apathia all have this unique lord temperament, which can stimulate the fighting potential of ordinary warriors. Attilan believes that Trina, who is also a snake princess, should have a leadership temperament, but the long-term wanderer training and mental control have suppressed her temperament. Only when she finds herself can she help Attilan train and command the elite assassination troops under his command. In theory, this assassination force should include all the dependent races under Attilan. But the races that show assassination talents after receiving wanderer training are currently only fishmen and snakemen, especially snakemen. It is possible that humanoid races really have corresponding animal traits. After receiving training from the wanderer secret manual obtained from Attilan, almost all of the snakemen warriors led by Ape have transformed from warriors proficient in ambushes to assassins good at stealth. Even Ape, who is a magic professional, has mastered many small tricks to reduce her presence by watching at the training ground, which is very helpful for her to cast spells. Yes, Ape is a general who is suitable to lead snakemen and lizardmen. In this way, reduce the number of minotaurs. Send 500 yaks to the swamp stronghold. Their hair is thicker and they probably can't adapt to the dry and hot environment of the desert. Let Lista send 800 minotaurs, and let Ape take 400 snakemen and 400 lizardmen to the town of Bighorn for intensive training. When the war officially starts, they will also go to the front line. Fisher began to calculate with difficulty. 5,000 centaurs, 1,000 minotaurs, 1,000 murlocs, 800 snakemen and lizardmen, and nearly 10,000 gnolls, but they use inferior iron and bone weapons. A few of them are equipped with leather armor and no iron armor, and all our warriors are equipped with fine iron weapons. It is easy to fight 1 against 2. I think we can divide them into 2 teams and encircle them from both sides like crab claws. The gnolls may even collapse without a fight. Attilan nodded in agreement and said, "You take the murlocs, snakemen, and lizardmen to ambush in the south. After I defeat the gnolls with the centaurs and minotaurs, I will drive them to the south. Your task is to kill them all." Fisher frowned. "Dragon Lord, if you want to limit the escape direction of the gnolls, you must have the cavalry shoot arrows from the left and right to deter them. Are 1,500 cavalry enough? Only 500 shock cavalry are needed. The rest of the cavalry will act as archers this time, and they won't even wear rattan armor. They will only carry 30 arrows. Let Zhufeng lead 1,000 cavalry to attack the gnoll hunting team according to this standard. Remember, Zhufeng is absolutely forbidden to fight with the gnolls. You tell him that if he rushes up with his men to chop the gnolls, he will not be allowed to lead the armored cavalry to attack the gnolls when the whole army attacks." Zhufeng was actually eavesdropping on the conversation between Attilan and Fisher. Hearing this, he finally couldn't help but rush up. "Don't, Dragon Lord, I've been guarding Huangsha Pass for several months and I'm dying of suffocation. Our cavalry are not good at defending the city. Taking the initiative to attack is what the cavalry should do. My swordsmanship is very powerful. I guarantee that I can kill a gnoll with one sword." Attilan just gave him a cold look. "You can't even shoot an arrow standing on the city wall. You are so good at swordsmanship. Do you want me to transfer you to Kinglan Town to kill pigs?" Zhufeng immediately shrank his neck like a chicken. "I can shoot an arrow, I can shoot an arrow. I can shoot an arrow very accurately. Since you said that you won't fight for the time being, you will be responsible for building a new stone fort town. The water of the southwest river will be directly diverted outside the city to serve as a moat. The gully will be widened and deepened, and the city wall will be raised to 5 meters. Let Yinji and his people use magic to turn the city wall into stone. It doesn't need to be all over, just a few centimeters thick on the surface. It's a shame that such a big gap was blasted out by the gnolls with magic." Yinji is the dwarf leader recruited by Attilan. It's no wonder that he took crooked ways. Other dwarves are called iron blocks, hammers, battle axes, shields, etc., but he is called Yinji. Don't say, it is indeed much more refined than other rough dwarves, but there is still one thing in common. Fisher smiled and said, "Then Dragon Lord, you should prepare more beer for them." After 4 months of hard work, they have just completed the construction of Huangsha Pass. I have transferred them to pave a stone road from Daijiao Town to Shujiao Town. Attilan smiled and raised his eyebrows. That road is used to transport beer. They work in Bighorn Town, so how can they be without their beer? Not really. Bighorn Town is managed by Black Bull, and he is stubborn. Since beer is used to trade for armor, it cannot be distributed to everyone. As a result, Yinji and the others can only drink defective products and fruit wine. Black Bull said that they have to wait until the production of 100,000 kilograms of beer for the trade is completed before the remaining beer can be distributed to everyone. Most of it still needs to be stored to facilitate the next transaction. Attilan praised with appreciation. Black Bull did a good job. You go and arrange for the Yak people to set off. I also have to go back to the forest to ask the druids for help and get a detailed population structure report of the kingdom as soon as possible. Yes, Dragon Lord. After Attilan flew back to Kingland Town, he found that leopard girl, Tarzan and others, even the Eagle King who was in seclusion, and the sloth who had been sleeping for a month were all there. Are you all gathering in Kingland Town today? The barmaid looked at him seriously and questioned, how dare you say that? When you suddenly flew away in the middle of the performance that day, we knew that something must have happened in the wasteland. But 7 days have passed and you still haven't informed us, or when the leopard girl went to the riverbank to plant trees and found that Tubao town was burned to the ground, you, a dragon, are sending energy rain to dispel the pollution of the devil. Do you regard us as friends? Attilan frowned slightly. Didn't you ask me to separate the affairs of the forest and the kingdom? Why are you questioning me like this now? Purifying the pollution is just a small matter. I have a big thing here that I need you to help me count, that is, how many soldiers, farmers and children are under my command? Tarzan blinked in confusion. I thought you would let us help you fight the Gnolls, but this is what happened. Attilan nodded and said seriously, this is to prepare for the fight against the Gnolls. In addition to counting the population, I would also like to ask you to help me ripen the wheat and black beans planted in Hedon. Leopard girl patted her chest and promised, leave it to us. How many acres in total? 20,000 acres of wheat and 40,000 acres of black beans. Leopard girl was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. How much did you say? I remember that you only planted 3,000 acres of wheat and 7,000 acres of black beans in Hexi, which was developed first. Attilan smiled proudly and said, that's old news from half a year ago. Now even Hexi has swelled 10,000 acres of wheat and 20,000 black beans, not to mention the relatively fertile soil in Hedon. Leopard girl's eyes were as big as copper bells. Then your goal of 100,000 acres of land will soon be achieved? What about your population of 50,000? Isn't that what I want you to count? And 100,000 acres is no longer our goal. Our goal now is 1 million acres of fertile land. The 30,000 square kilometers of Hexi land initially had only 100,000 acres of land suitable for planting, but Fisher believed that the terrain and soil improvement plan he promoted could expand the arable land to 200,000 acres and the fruit trees to 1 million acres. He even wanted to transform the entire wasteland into grasslands for grazing horses and sheep. This was naturally the credit of Attilan. The problem of the wasteland was the lack of water, and Attilan's recent practice was to extract water vapor from the wetlands in the east of the river to form rain clouds. Then he maintained the rain clouds to float to the driest water cellar town in the west of the river to bring rain. The rain, which was mixed with a little water of life, made the yellow soil covered with wind and sands grow green buds. The scattered tender grass symbolizing vitality made Fisher boldly propose the green grass plan. Starting from Kingland Town, please help count. The wine girl and the others were actually quite curious about how big a kingdom Attilan had become after a year of trouble. Leave it to us. After simply dealing with the druid's questioning, Attilan came to Shujiao town again without stopping. The dwarves brought the first batch of iron armor to deliver. The leading dwarf was a well-known casting master in the dwarf kingdom, and Yinhun had studied with a master for a period of time, but was finally expelled from the master's school for fraud. The master was also a powerful warrior. At least when facing Attilan, the master was not affected by Attilan's dragon power at all, but was attracted by a crystal stone he took out. Does the Dragon Lord want me to use this dragon crystal to make a set of armor for you? No, I hope to break this crystal stone with my magic power and integrate it into the iron armor you helped me make, so that my army can form a mutually connected dragon momentum. The master was silent for a moment after taking the dragon crystal. The Dragon Lord wants 3,000 sets of dragon armor. This is indeed a brilliant idea. Chapter 162 The kingdom's population shocks the dragon. Just one piece of dragon crystal may not be enough. I wonder if the Dragon Lord has shed scales, teeth, claws, or more dragon crystals. It's just to enchant the Dragon Lord's aura. One set of armor doesn't need too much, but there are 3,000 sets. Attilan smiled and said, I know one piece of dragon crystal is not enough. Master, enchant this batch of armor first. When the next batch of armor is delivered, the second piece of dragon crystal will naturally be delivered, and the enchantment will be in the meantime. Master, in every one, I will supply the best beer and bread. As long as it does not affect the work, you can eat as much as you want. The master stroked his beard and said with a smile, as long as there is beer, it's enough. Even if you, Dragon Lord, give them bread and pork legs, these kids don't know how to enjoy it. I'm an old man and can't drink too much. We can enjoy the delicacies of your country. I heard that there are finger-licking original chicken, golden crispy chicken, wheat-flavored pork leg burger, and storm axe lamb chops. I wonder if it's true. Attilan smiled and turned to the people next to him and said, go and arrange for the master. Serve one portion of everything the master mentioned just now, and make some side dishes. Just tell the fishman chef what I said. The centaurs have only one mind, and many complicated things are not suitable for them to execute. Fortunately, the chefs in Shujiao town have received some social skills training from Attilan. The dwarf master only mentioned 4 fast food dishes. The centaur chef will definitely only make these 4 dishes, while the fishman chef will make 1 portion of the whole series for the master. Or even 2. The master said that these dwarf bastards only drink and don't eat. How can they not have 1 or 2 side dishes to go with their wine? Salt-fried black beans, stewed offal, cold mixed pig ears, and husband and wife lung slices are all high-quality side dishes. Master, please go to the cafeteria and sit down. The enchantment of dragon armor is quite complicated and requires your attention. The houses in Shujiao town are rather simple. I hope you don't mind. The master waved his hand casually and said, the place to live is not a problem. When I was young, I could sleep in the dirty mines. The environment here is already very good. Flowers can be grown in such a dry environment. The Dragon Lord is indeed an excellent druid. As soon as a few barrels of beer were brought up, the group of dwarves who came to deliver the goods instantly became enthusiastic about making extra money. The black beans were fried with salt and roasted until golden brown. The rich smell of rabbit meat and spices spread. The dwarves immediately began to scramble for it. It's not that they don't like to eat, but they haven't eaten many delicious foods. Their tongues paralyzed by alcohol need stronger stimulation. Compared with the taste, the color and fragrance of the dishes are more attractive to the dwarves. The master held a rabbit leg and said cheerfully, Dragon Lord is too polite. There is no need to use so many spices to treat us to the roast meat. It is a complete waste to give them food. Apart from the aroma of wine, how can they distinguish other aromas? A fat dwarf like a barrel with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a big beard covered with spilled beer, his face was already red from drinking. Master, we are indeed not as good as you in tasting food, and beer is more suitable for us, but can you please tell us what spices are used in this roast rabbit meat? The master smiled proudly and took a bite of the rabbit meat. Such rich gravy, no worse than what I had in the royal court of the Northern Kingdom, and more kinds of spices are used. I only tasted 5, Dragon Lord, can you tell me how many spices are used in this rabbit meat? Attilan smiled and said, this is the 13 spices that I selected from the various plants in the forest. I dried and ground them into powder, and then mixed them in a specific proportion. Since master likes it, I will ask my chefs to pack a bag for you later. Sprinkle some on the meat when grilling, and the aroma of the grilled meat will be doubled and more colorful. In addition to the basic beer you are drinking now, we also plan to launch fruity and spice-flavored drinks for sale. I just don't know if the dwarves will like it. If the dwarves don't like it, then I can only consider selling it by water to the Northern Kingdom and the Water Elf Kingdom in exchange for materials needed for the development of the kingdom. Mediterranean held a barrel of beer that the centaurs had just brought in, opened the lid and drank it directly. We can make all the ironware that the Dragon Lord needs. It is enough to produce this kind of beer. There is no need to travel so far. The time it takes to trade with them once is enough for us to trade 3 times. Attilan smiled and shook his head and said, it is not enough to have ironware to develop a kingdom. It is hard to explain to the dwarf Jilmangzi. Mining, ironworking, and drinking have occupied the entire brain of the dwarves. For such a high-end topic as governing a country, the dwarf master knows a little bit at most. Dragon Lord, in addition to delivering these iron armors this time, I actually have a mission from my king. The dwarf king hopes to choose a suitable place in the mountains in the north. You 2 kings carefully discuss the possibility of in-depth cooperation between our 2 sides, and see if there are other directions for cooperation besides exchanging ironware for beer and food. Attilan immediately applauded. Of course, that's no problem. I do have a big project that I need to communicate with the Dwarf King about. The master raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, what big project is it? The melted snow from the high mountains in the west of the Black Iron Mountains brings vitality to this land, while the desert in the west and even the wasteland under our feet are short of water. If we can dig a river channel to inject the melted snow from the snow peaks into the desert, perhaps the desert can be transformed into beautiful grasslands and forests again. This is what I hope to see as a druid. The desert is the land I want to rule, so I naturally hope that this area can be more vibrant. Master, am I right? Attilan meant to tell the master that what he wanted was land that could be planted, a snowy plain with no grass, or a dwarf kingdom with low grain production. It was not his cup of tea. The two sides were in a cooperative relationship and would not become enemies. I've got your message. The old man can finally eat with peace of mind. A series of fried chicken dishes, mainly finger-licking original chicken and golden crispy chicken, were placed in front of the dwarf master, making him salivate. My grandson was in charge of the transaction last time. After he came back from eating, he kept praising me how delicious these fried chicken dishes were. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious. It's a pity that the dwarf kingdom can't raise chickens, so we can't eat this delicacy. In fact, it's not that they can't raise chickens, but the chickens they raise are all skin and bones, without enough meat and fat. How can chicken be delicious? Looking at the master who clearly wanted to chew big mouthfuls, but could only eat in small mouthfuls because Attilan was still there, Attilan smiled and said, Master, eat slowly. I have official business to deal with, so I'll leave first. I'll ask the master to do his best for the dragon armor. Since the fried chicken is so delicious, I will definitely lead them to use all my strength. The enchanted dragon armor will definitely satisfy you. Although Yinji is not doing his job, his skills are of high standard. As his teacher, Attilan naturally believes in the master's craftsmanship. The things in Water Cellar Town are not worth the dwarves to rob, but with this group of dwarves, Attilan doesn't have to worry about the jackals attacking Water Cellar Town. Don't think that these dwarves are all drunkards. They are all muscular after years of forging iron. Even the fat man Mediterranean has fat-wrapped muscles. It is completely easy to kill an owl with 3 punches. The next batch of armor will be delivered in a month. Attilan must condense the second piece of dragon crystal within a month. The composition of dragon crystal is actually similar to that of Dragon Ball. Attilan activates the magic power of dragon to crystallize life energy and water element crystal into a whole. The 3 energies converge to form dragon crystal similar to Dragon Ball. However, the quality and quantity of energy are far apart. Dragon crystal is actually the Dragon Ball strengthening material created by Attilan to exercise his energy control. He also had a sudden idea and found this unique enchantment method from the inherited memory, which makes the armor and weapons of the followers carry the breath of the dragon. When the number of these followers reaches a certain level, the momentum of the dragon will be formed. The effect is equivalent to the majestic aura of the dragon, which can make the enemy fall into fear and tension, unconsciously consume more physical and mental strength, and even the weak-willed wizard will fail to cast spells. The more dragon legions there are, the better the effect of this legion momentum. With the dragon momentum, this war with the jackals will be foolproof. Attilan returned to the underwater dragon nest in Kingland Town and began to mobilize energy to smelt a prototype of the second dragon crystal. When he condensed the dragon crystal to a diameter of 3 centimeters, he heard a knock on the door. The wine girl disturbed the water element on the water surface, which was a knock on the door. We spent 3 days running around all the towns under your command, and we finally managed to count the population. But you were sleeping in the dragon's nest. You've worked hard, but I'm also working. Condensing dragon crystals is much more complicated than counting the population. How are my family members doing? 300 murlocs are pregnant and cannot participate in the battle, and there are 500 children left. There are only 500 murlocs who can fight in Rhineforest Town. I have asked the old murloc to send the remaining 400 murlocs in Kingland Town there. Then the local snakemen and lizardmen were brought back by Opea for training. After the minotaurs and centaurs were transferred away, these snakemen and lizardmen began to become a little restless. Attilan frowned. There are already 1,800 murlocs here in total, and there are 12,000 murlocs on Lista's side. Shouldn't the result of the statistics be 2005? I know what you are thinking. The 2005 are because they think that the 500 little murlocs who are less than a year old are not yet able to fight, so they are excluded. and the pregnant murlocs are considered to have combat capability and are included in the calculation. According to our investigation, these 800 murlocs are more suitable to stay and farm, and are now in Kingland Town. There are indeed 2,000 minotaurs, but there is a big problem with the centaurs. It's not 2,000, but nearly 3,000. Attilan was shocked. How could there be such a big statistical loophole? 3,000 horses, yes, 500 in Huangsha Pass, 200 in Tubao Town, 400 in Shujiao Town, 600 in Dajiao Town, and 100 in Yulin Town, but the horses grazing near Dajiao Town and Yulin Town were missed. Originally, there were only more than 100 horses grazing sheep in these two areas, but the grazing horses have a larger activity area, so they recruited quite a lot of horses. More than 100 people were recruited in the wasteland, and more than 300 people were recruited in the wetland. These are all adult horses. Since you, the Dragon Lord who provides sufficient food, have been found, the horses have also started to give birth to foals, and nearly 300 foals have been born. Counting the underage ponies originally brought, that's 3,000 horses. Attilan frowned and asked, why didn't the quartermaster responsible for distributing food and grass find out about so many extra horses? That's all thanks to the sand rabbits that your kobolds let go. There are seeds for pasture that can be planted. You had the horses sprinkle them on the wasteland, and at the same time do running weight training with a leaky dripping pot. This allowed the grass to grow in the wilderness, and the sand rabbits to get enough food. The centaurs who were good at archery naturally harvested enough sand rabbits to eat. The centaurs who were assigned to graze in the wetlands naturally followed suit. It is said that their vegetable and meat soup attracted the migrating centaurs. At their invitation, the number of centaurs grazing increased. In the end, there were more centaurs than sheep, so they could only learn from the kobolds to catch some sand rabbits and bring them back for fixed-point breeding, which met the food needs of the tribe. Attilan's face was a little gloomy. Population increase was a good thing, but the centaurs did not report the situation. Obviously, they had their own little thoughts and wanted to play the vassal game with Attilan. Impossible. Attilan was a dragon of the Celestial Empire. What he advocated in his bones was the centralized system. All the population must be directly managed by him, and the vassal system could not appear in his kingdom. Compared with the starting emperor, he was the qualified ancestor dragon. I'll trouble you to help me spread the word. Only the regional governor and the mayor will have the power to recruit people in the future. Other small commanders can only bring people to the town. You can't intercept the flow privately, otherwise they will not have any credit, but only punishment will be waiting for them, especially the team in the rainforest. There are almost 500 people. When you have children and unite as a whole in 2 years, Attilan will have to give the team leader a mayor. It's good that Attilan didn't chop off his head for privately expanding the mountain. Considering that these people have no rules and regulations in their heads, Attilan doesn't intend to pursue it this time, but now it has been said that if they commit the same crime again, they must be beheaded. And the dog-headed man, congratulations, because of this group of dog-headed men, the population of your kingdom has officially exceeded 10,000, which is on par with your opponent, the Wolfman Kingdom, and will even soon surpass it. Attilan suddenly looked at the bar girl with some panic. What did the dog-headed man do? The bar girl smiled as a matter of course. What else can they do? Of course they are giving birth. After you lifted the ban on their giving birth, more than 300 kobolds have given birth to their third batch of children. The second batch was limited to 200 eggs, but the third batch was not limited to 900 eggs. Are you happy? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The Training Hell of the Bear Man. Attilan knew that kobolds could give birth, but he didn't expect that they could give birth so many times. More than 100 female kobolds could actually give birth to 900 eggs? Malfs only give birth to 2 or 3 eggs per litter, but kobolds can give birth to 7 or 8. The barmaid nodded seriously and said, according to our tests, the remaining kobold eggs are very healthy. When they grow up, they will become qualified farmers. Some kobolds hatched from eggs with strong vitality, maybe they can become warriors. The barmaid mentioned that some of these eggs have strong vitality and have the potential to become warriors. Attilan immediately thought of Shanna, and Attilan cooperated with her to cultivate poisonous fire dragons. The last time Attilan arranged for the red and green dragon blood kobolds, Xiangna's progress in cultivating them was not very ideal. After experiments, Xiangna found that although these kobolds were not yet adults, the kobolds who grew rapidly and had weak vitality could not withstand her fierce fire toxins. If she collected herbs and energy stones to refine the body of the kobolds little by little, by the time they were refined to the point where they could carry the fire poison, the kobolds would have completely stopped growing. Xiangna believed that she should start using the fire poison potion to cultivate the kobolds from the egg stage, so that after the kobolds hatched, she could try to inject them with the fire poison. 4 of the 12 kobolds sent by Attilan had died, but the remaining 8 were not afraid at all, because they did gain power beyond their parents. The height of an adult kobold is generally no more than 1 meter, and those who are more than 1 meter tall have the possibility of growing wings and transforming into a flying dragon. Of course, most winged kobolds only stop at growing wings. Only a very small number of lucky kobolds can activate the dragon bloodline and expand their body size to about 3 meters. Generally, only kobolds who have grown to the stage of a large flying dragon will have enough magic concentration to master the ability to spit dragon breath. Of course, there are also some lucky dog-headed people who have not transformed their wings. They unexpectedly mastered the ability to spit dragon's breath, but how powerful can the dragon's breath of a 70-80 centimeters tall person be? At most, they are worshipped by other dog-headed people as a symbol similar to a giant dragon. After Xiangna's catalysis, the remaining 8 dog-headed people not only expanded to 1 meter in size, but they often felt itchy in their throats and occasionally coughed up a ball of green flames. Even if they smelled the smell of flames, they would feel dizzy. This is because the fire poison potion caused their bodies to change, but they have not yet adapted to this change. The dog-headed people regarded the enlargement of their bodies and the ability to spit dragon's breath as a gift from the Dragon Lord. They were the lucky ones among the lucky ones, and the 4 who died were just unlucky. Dog-headed people generally imagine that after the hard training in this life, their souls will be in the kingdom of the dragon god and get the opportunity to reincarnate as giant dragons in the next life. If they can grow into a big flying dragon in this life, then the possibility of becoming a giant dragon in the next life will be greater. And they may even follow the Attilan Dragon Lord who can control life. In this life, they might have a chance to grow into a dragon that is bigger and stronger than the big flying dragon, and become the heroes passed down in the murals and poems of the kobolds. This group of kobolds thinks that Attilan can cultivate them into sub-dragons, but Attilan does not have this confidence. He has been stuck at the level of 6.5 for creatures and 7 for druids for the past few months without any progress. Fujian and Old Boy both said that this was the sequelae of his rapid level increase in the early stage, and he needed to accumulate a period of foundation, so he put most of his energy on cultivation. He ignored the attention to the development of the kingdom, so that the Earth Fort town was raided and destroyed. The 4 months of cultivation also made Attilan accumulate a lot of anger in his heart. The jackals came to his door, and Attilan just wanted to vent his anger. Although the life level did not improve, Attilan's body size was once again expanded in the process of his continuous tempering with Dragon Balls and familiarity with the dragon body. 10 meters. Attilan is now 10 meters long, weighs 1 ton, has a wingspan of 28 meters, and stands 5 meters tall. If he turns on the majestic aura unique to giant dragons, adventurers with weak wills will be so frightened that their brains go blank when they see him. Enlarging in size is a good thing. When fighting at the same level of life, most of the time the larger party wins. Because the same power can play a greater role in the hands of a larger body. However, the increase in size has caused Attilan's flexibility to decrease again. In order to get familiar with his current body to deal with melee units, Attilan needs to pay double the blood and sweat. In Attilan's own eyes, his body is sturdy, but in the eyes of the bear man, it is just puffy. When Attilan absorbed the thunder in the purple crystal mountain, he felt that the bear man's eyes were becoming more and more dangerous. When the bear man couldn't hold back, Attilan's day of suffering would come. Attilan only wanted to be a magic dragon, but the bear man hoped that Attilan could practice both magic and martial arts. The love from the master is so heavy. Every time Attilan receives training from the bear man, he feels that the magic power runs more smoothly in the dragon body. If he doesn't lie in bed for 2 days, Attilan will be so moved that he can't move at all. It hurts too much. After Attilan's strength stagnated, the bear man began to use his dignity and teachings as a master little by little to help him enrich the training content and let him accumulate more background and muscle memory before this bottleneck. Muscle memory may not be accurate, because in addition to the muscle reaction of Attilan's body, his magic power also runs more and more naturally during this training process. He only needs a simple outline to release the druid spell. Attilan once naively thought that the bear man tortured him. No, the training was already harsh enough, but the bear man's words broke his simple fantasy. Before, I saw that you were young, not strong enough, and not determined enough. I was afraid that you would not be able to bear the hard training, so I always restrained myself when training you. Fortunately, I was very careful. Not only did I not harm your physical growth and development, but I also honed your willpower. You are almost able to stand on your own. It's just the last battle. Then Attilan was ravaged horribly. How powerful was the bear man? Attilan felt that under the tempering of the bear man's thunder magic, he was like a soft shell crab that had just shed its shell. His bones and dragon scales were all soft. Attilan felt that his body grew so fast, which was inseparable from the tempering of the bear man's soft shell crab. Just like the crab will grow in size after molting, he will also grow after being ravaged. The bear man's thunder seems to have two kinds. One brings destruction, and the other brings vitality. The process of giving vitality is a test of the dragon's willpower. Since the last training, Attilan has not seen the bear man for almost a month. After the barmaid told Attilan about their statistics, they naturally went to Kingland Town to attend the celebration party. Everyone had been busy for Attilan for a whole week, and now they naturally wanted to make up for their hard work through this celebration party. The celebration party is about to start. Are you going? Attilan nodded and said, "Of course I will go, barmaid. Do you know where Shanna is now?" When Shanna was mentioned, the barmaid began to frown. She's been busy with experiments recently, so she didn't go to the population census this time, and she won't attend the celebration party. What experiments are you and her doing? Every time I pass by her house to collect materials for brewing, I always hear waves of creepy screams. Sometimes I hear them when I leave, and the screams haven't stopped when I come back. Some inhumane experiments are forbidden by the Natural Council for druids to try, such as crossbreeding owls and brown bears to create magical beasts like owl bears. Attilan immediately answered righteously, "Don't worry, the experiments we do will never create strange creatures like owl bears. They are just optimized based on the original bloodline of the creatures. What's their pain? Can I be as painful and tortured as I am when I am trained by my master?" After the celebration party, Attilan shuttled through the forest with a smell of alcohol on his body. He went to find Shanna and prepared to discuss that they would go to the kobold's nest tomorrow to select some suitable eggs to bring back to cultivate poisonous fire dragons. Unexpectedly, when he was halfway through the flight, he heard the stern voice of the bear man. "You're flying around in the forest reeking of alcohol. Did you train seriously today?" "I did." Attilan shuddered and immediately wanted to flap his wings to speed up. But the bear man didn't give him the chance. Vines thicker than a child's arm densely emerged from the bushes and entangled Attilan very flexibly. Even if Attilan straightened the vines and made a creaking sound, these vines emitting a faint green light continued to grow and dragged Attilan in front of the bear man little by little. "Look at how slow you were in dodging the vines just now. You still have the nerve to say that you trained. It seems that it has been a month since the last time I trained you. Time flies so fast. It's the day to train you again without me noticing. I almost forgot." Attilan was about to speak when a vine tied his mouth. "Woo. Woo." The bear man smiled and patted his body. "You've grown up so much? I remember that when we first met, I could still lift you in my hand. Now it's not easy to lift you up. It takes a lot of strength for me." At that time, the bear man was 2 meters tall and he was also 2 meters long. Now he is 10 meters long. If the bear man wants to lift him up, he must transform into Thunder Roar. It can be said that it is becoming more and more difficult to discipline Attilan, this apprentice. The bear man is quite troubled by his 2 apprentices. One tiger man is very stubborn and will not listen to anything you say. The other little dragon is very flexible in thinking. No matter what you say, he can only complete the necessary part according to his ideas. It's like you give him a piece of liu, and he just licks the sandwich and eats it. It is indeed difficult to discipline Attilan, but after a year of trial and observation, the bear man finally found a suitable method. The method is very simple and crude, that is, no matter what he says, you just need to achieve your teaching purpose. Attilan will understand his good intentions. For example, The bear man now just smiles kindly, but Attilan trembles and instantly understands what the bear man is going to do. Master, how about we train tomorrow? I really have something important to do today. No matter how important it is not as important as your training. You must understand that this is a world where strength is supreme. Now the Tauren and Centaurs obey you as the Dragon Lord, but when they learn the knowledge you have mastered, you will no longer be the irreplaceable Dragon Lord. Only your strength can keep you on the throne of the Dragon Lord. Instead of wasting time to strengthen your followers, you should focus on strengthening yourself. It's just that 5,000 acres of farmland were burned down, and any great druid can easily grow it. So, training is more important. Attilan wanted to cry but had no tears. Other masters charge for their training, but master, although your training is free, it will cost your life. Attilan, who was tied up tightly, was dragged to an open space by the bear man. Your teeth, claws, tail, and wings are all your weapons. Attack me as much as you want. The bear man stood calmly in the center of the venue, with a faint lightning in his fist. Attilan took a cautious attacking posture, circling back and forth around the bear man, trying to find the bear man's flaw. Stop swaying. If you don't attack me, I will. There is no time limit for our training. We will stop only when we achieve the effect I want. Attilan could only grit his teeth, stomp his feet, and pounce on the bear man. The waving claws were dodged by the bear man, and then his abdomen was hit by the bear man's punch. The dazzling lightning flashed for a moment, causing Attilan's magic power to subconsciously gather to dispel the alien energy. Attilan, who was pushed out by the bear man, widened his eyes in pain. Keep attacking. With a flash of green light, Attilan suppressed his injuries and rushed up again. Although the training was carried out in the form of melee, it was energy training. The bear man did not prohibit Attilan from using magic, provided that Attilan could use magic. Attilan must operate at the fastest speed and use magic power with the greatest efficiency, otherwise he would not achieve the training effect required by the bear man. Attilan claimed to be a magic dragon, so the bear man taught him a lesson. How should a magic dragon deal with a magic breaker who is proficient in combat skills? The tiger man should have used the wind and thunder wings that can break the law to wake up Attilan. You can do without hand-to-hand combat, but you can't do without it. But the tiger man was a little bit lacking, and Attilan improved too fast, so the bear man had to do it himself. He was not as gentle as the tiger man, and every punch was a thunderous blow. The life acorn is not an ordinary treasure. Attilan's rapid growth is inevitably related to the nourishment of the life acorn. In more than a year, the acorns stored in the forest have been almost eaten up by Attilan. Just because the bear man once said that as long as Attilan can eat it, he can keep eating it. Finally, he caught the bear man's tiny flaw, and a ball of acid mist was fired by Attilan, which successfully hit the bear man and corroded a small piece of his arm for very good. Now you finally look like a magic dragon. Chapter 164, Moon Shadow Lake in the Forest. As the bear man landed his last punch, Attilan lay drowsily on the ground, feeling the current flowing through his body, trying to concentrate on absorbing the natural magic and digesting and absorbing the current. Otherwise, the current would absorb his magic and grow stronger, and the longer it took, the more painful it would be. The bear man used a water ball to envelop Attilan, carrying him towards the center of the forest. In a daze, after Attilan absorbed enough natural magic to suppress the thunder near the dragon ball, he opened his eyes hazily, but found that the surrounding environment was not right. Master, this doesn't seem to be the direction to my home. Your training, won't there be a second round? Right. The big tree in the forest gently moved its branches to make way for the bear man and Attilan. Don't worry, it's not a training, it's a good place to help you polish your dragon body. Polishing the dragon body, isn't this training? Alice, he shouldn't have expected anything from the bear man. The bear man's pace was not fast, his steps were steady and slow, as if he was waiting for a certain time to come. Attilan closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Even if a second round of beatings was waiting for him, he had to adjust his condition as much as possible. If he was in a good condition, he might not be beaten less, but at least he would not be beaten more. The bear man had a unique skill of using life energy, which could stimulate the enemy's body and heal the injuries of the flesh. The more he was beaten, the more painful it was, but the more he was beaten, the more spirited he became. Until the spiritual line was completely broken, the person became mentally ill and crazy. This is a skill derived from life control, self-healing, and brain activation. The original purpose was to use life energy to invade the enemy's body, so as to achieve the effect of controlling the enemy's body. This kind of fighting method that destroys the spirit is an unexpected gain. If the bear man uses this trick during training, it means that he is not satisfied with the trainee's attitude, and he will take the initiative to help you improve your condition so that you can better digest and absorb the training content. The bear man's pace was gradually accelerating, which invisibly put great pressure on Attilan, who was refining the thunder in his body. As the bear man's pace paused, Attilan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "We're here, I've also finished refining." There was a smile on the corner of the bear man's mouth. The pace from slow to fast was also part of the training. Attilan opened his eyes and found that there was a lake in front of him, and the area was not small. The bear man directly threw the water ball wrapped around Attilan into it. "Didn't you say that you didn't like living in the forest all the time? Now there's this lake. I think you should be able to get used to it, right?" Attilan spread his wings and flew into the sky. Looking down at the lake from the air, he found that the lake was in the shape of a crescent, and he seemed to feel the moon from the light reflected from the lake. "Master, is there any relationship between this lake and the moon?" "The perception is good. This lake I specially created has the same ability as the Star Valley. Its lake water can receive moonlight and wash the body with a lake water containing moonlight energy. It has the effect of removing impurities, whitening the skin, and beautifying the skin." Attilan looked at the bear man with complicated eyes. "Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Of course these effects don't work on you, but they can also cleanse your dragon scales. The most important thing is that soaking in the water of the moon shadow lake at night has the effect of tempering the body, sort out the stagnant energy and let the body glow with new brilliance. Even if you are a great druid, you can live 2 more years if you insist on soaking in this moon shadow lake every full moon night." Attilan nodded with satisfaction. He understood that the bear man took great pains to create such a moon shadow lake because of the appearance of bloodstained, which made him feel a sense of crisis. Or in other words, the competition between the bear man and bloodstained has restarted. Bloodstained has a legendary wizard wife, and the bear man has the legendary druid fusion. The daughter of nature crushes the daughter of the devil. But bloodstained also has a daughter, and the bear man can't compare, because bloodstained can loudly declare, "My daughter Hannah has the talent of a quasi-god." "Master, is it because bloodstained often shows off his daughter that you want to have a child too?" A stream of water surged up, forming a blue big hand that slapped Attilan into the water. "What nonsense!" The bear man waved his right hand, and the hand of water flow grabbed Attilan and floated to the surface again. "This is because I, your teacher, am not good at combing the power of earth veins and water veins. I have always adopted a rough method to deal with the water vapor that eroded from the swamp dragon." Yes, I will listen to whatever you say. Just now you said that it is not easy for you to lift me up, and now you can hold me tightly in your hand with a hand of water flow." Attilan tried to control the water element to destroy the magic structure of the hand of water flow. But unfortunately, his spell counterattack failed without suspense, and the one holding him was the bear man, who was not good at dealing with water veins but could easily suppress the ocean dragon. "What is that method? Use trees to absorb water flow, and then drain the excess water to the dry desert?" Attilan suddenly realized that he finally understood why the thunder of Amethyst Mountain was fire thunder, water thunder and pure thunder. Because the thunder of Amethyst Mountain was produced by the collision of the fire element from the desert and the water element from the lake in the forest, and was finally attracted and restrained by the bear man who raised the Amethyst Mountain. "Master, you can raise a purple crystal mountain. Can you still be considered as not good at combing the earth veins?" The bear man waved his hand and said, "The purple crystal mountain can be raised thanks to the help of the old naughty boy. It was with his assistance and calculation that I correctly reconstructed the earth veins and avoided the fluctuations and conflicts in the energy system of the forest and the collapse." "You are an ocean dragon. What makes druids envy you most is your keenness to life energy and your ability to freely control the water elements to change the terrain while perfectly integrating the original natural environment. Swamp dragons are also good in this aspect. Otherwise, he would have created such a large lake in the center of the continent, which would have caused abnormal climate on the continent long ago. It forced the major kingdoms and forces on the continent to unite and kill him." Attilan nodded, not quite understanding. It is true that ocean dragons can create a water environment suitable for their own living, but that is an ability that only begins to appear in adulthood. Moreover, if Attilan wants to freely affect a range of thousands of kilometers, he must wait until his strength is improved to the same ancient dragon as the swamp dragon, or at least a very old dragon. Wait, the effect that the bear man wants seems to be similar to what he did in the wetland, just like a drainer, draining the excess water from the forest. As for combing the water veins, he doesn't think he has the qualifications. Not a top-level master of water elements, as a great druid, can you figure out the water demand, water storage and drainage of such a large forest? As the night slowly fell, Moon Shadow Lake began to echo the moon in the sky, which made Attilan think that this was a good place to hold a banquet. Recently, he was busy with training, especially after being trained by the Bear Man today. Attilan felt it necessary to hold a banquet to celebrate that he had lived another day. This bright moonlight reflected the hazy water vapor, making Moon Shadow Lake look like a dream. Attilan felt that he had found the most suitable place to perform the colorful feathered coat. Before the performance, all the dancers needed to be cast a spell to walk on water. That's right, the surface of Moon Shadow Lake is the best stage. This misty water vapor that absorbs the moonlight is not an exaggeration to describe it as fairy-like. Unfortunately, he is now weak all over, and must absorb moonlight and water elements to rest for 2 days. He can't move, but the druid and the dancer can come. My loyal Hedwig, it's time for you to go out again. Trying to absorb a mouthful of the moonlight spring water, Attilan felt instantly refreshed. Cool and sweet, this taste is absolutely amazing. This is indeed the best water quality Attilan has come into contact with since he was born. This lake water is amazing, it took me a whole year, how could it be bad? It's my birthday present to you, although it's a little late. Attilan shook his head quickly. He was so touched by the Bear Man that he actually gave him a birthday present, unlike those bad friends of Leopard Girl, who came empty-handed on their birthdays to eat and drink for free. It doesn't seem right. Although they didn't bring gifts, they all brought food, so everyone got together to have a happy birthday. Attilan also celebrated his birthday. He realized that almost all of these druids had never celebrated their birthdays. First of all, they had no concept of birthdays, and secondly, as orphans, they didn't know their birthdays. These days, even princesses only have a coming-of-age ceremony, and then they are snatched away by the dragon at the coming-of-age ceremony. There is no one like Attilan who has a birthday every year. So Attilan didn't invite the Bear Man and the Vine Girl, but just had a horseman deliver him and deliver a meal to them. In fact, they don't like the hustle and bustle. Even the Vine Girl insisted on holding a banquet, just to make everyone's life not too boring, and at the same time to connect the druids in the forest as much as possible. It is a tradition for the druid elders to hold regular gatherings, but each of them has a different form. In fact, the old naughty boy also has his gatherings. Wild boar rallies, canoe racing, rolling stones up the mountain, etc., which are held irregularly according to his mood, but there are very few people who respond. It's far worse than the Bear Man and the Vine Girl. Take your time, think carefully about combing the water veins, but don't rush to do it. The Bear Man turned and left. Attilan confirmed that he was really gone before he started writing the letter. Vine Girl, there is a Moon Shadow Lake in the center of the forest that is suitable for holding a banquet. Bring some wine, and I have prepared everything else. Flower Girl, forest. Moon Shadow Lake, bring some decorative flowers, and everything else is ready. Tooth Brother, crocodile meat. Tarzan, apples, nuts. After thinking about it and confirming that everything needed for the banquet was ready, Attilan finally wrote the last letter and asked the Goat Man to bring the feathered song and dance troupe to Moon Shadow Lake. When Hedwig appeared and saw another pile of letters, she felt dizzy. Hedwig, I swear, this must be the last time. After delivering the letter, I will treat you to your favorite dried fish, okay? Hedwig waved her wings and trusted you one last time. Chapter 165 Mother Moon Ball. Attilan handed the letter to Hedwig and continued to dive underwater to absorb moonlight energy and water elements. He didn't know how the bear people arranged this Moon Shadow Lake. He didn't feel any special arrangement, but the Moon Shadow Lake could very efficiently attract moonlight and integrate it into the lake water, nurturing a magical spring with purification and body-quenching effects. Attilan knew that the bear people asked him to be responsible for designing and maintaining the water veins of the forest because they didn't want him to go to war with the Wolf Kingdom, but the reason should not be to delay his practice. According to Attilan's estimation, it would only take 15 days to a month to surround and kill all the wolves, including the White Wolf King. There were 3 warriors in the front row, Minotaur Lista, Murloc Fisher, and Centaur Chaser. The 2 mages, Psionipaia and Shaman Thrall, assisted. Attilan only needed to be responsible for the key spell output. Even if the White Wolf King really got the power of the Demon Lord now, his ending would only be death. Attilan's thoughts suddenly flashed. Yes, the bear people's target was the White Wolf King. No, the White Wolf King should not be the target of the bear man. The bear man just can't let the White Wolf King die in his hands now. Attilan can feel the bear man's rejection of using demonic power. Once the creatures in the material world are contaminated with demonic power, the best outcome is to rely on this demonic power to go to hell and become a small captain. Even after the holy and beautiful angels kill countless demons, they are inevitably contaminated by the breath of demons and transformed into ugly demons. Therefore, the best outcome for material creatures contaminated with demonic power is to transform themselves into lawful demons, otherwise their souls will fall into the bottomless abyss after death. In the endless fighting in the abyss, the chaotic demonic power completely confuses the mind and turns into a madman and fool who only knows how to kill. No one can endure endless killing, except for chaotic demons, not to mention how much sanity can be left after the soul is transformed into an abyss worm. Death is the main theme of the abyss. After death, resurrection as an abyss worm continues to kill and devour until it grows into a Balar flame demon. Maybe this demon will not die easily. But the soul of Balar Flame Demon is probably completely beyond saving. In the past, Attilan did not understand why the White Wolf King, a demon creature, could master so much druid knowledge and spells, and even create such a large grassland in the desert. Moreover, the White Wolf King did not use the traditional druid spells that relied on the power of nature or the power of gods. Attilan felt that the grassland below had a strange breath of life several times when he was scouting. Now think about it carefully. The White Wolf King is probably using the natural magic transformed from the power of demons. No wonder the bear man said that he should practice more seriously. If Attilan's realm is high enough, he can tell how the grassland created by the White Wolf King grows, instead of relying on brain reasoning like now. But Attilan still doesn't understand why the Natural Council wants to guide a werewolf druid to absorb the power of the demon lord. Doing so is undoubtedly against the natural way of druids. Although the bear man repeatedly said that the Natural Council is a group of old immortals, they always focus on internal struggles and ignore the problems encountered when the natural magic network of the world as a whole is established. But the bear people only said that they were old and immortal, but they didn't say that they were old and confused. The old men deliberately cultivated a werewolf druid who combined the power of the devil. There must be some inside information that Attilan was not authorized to understand, and it must be related to the druid's great cause. The bear people must know the inside information, but they can't tell Attilan. Attilan really has the strength to kill the White Wolf King, so the bear people use this method of house arrest. The more the bear people imprisoned him, the more interested Attilan was in the demon werewolf druid. The gnolls under the White Wolf King have been taken care of by Zhufang with his horse archers and shifts, and even He led 500 elite vine armor and long axe minotaur warriors to launch a night attack on the gnoll camp. But the White Wolf King received a little less care. Ordinary gnolls, even under the command of the demon warlock, can only be regarded as a mob, but the gnolls commanded by the White Wolf King himself are incomparable in combat effectiveness. The essence of the influence of the demonic power is that it can make the infected fearless. The gnolls are controlled by the White Wolf King and will no longer have the emotion of fear. This is why Attilan needs to wait until the 3,000 sets of iron armor are in place before launching a war to destroy the Gnoll Kingdom, just to reduce casualties. No matter how fearless the gnolls are, the White Wolf King boils the meager demonic power in their bodies, and their strength will not be enhanced too much, and the iron armor cast by the dwarves will not be easily pierced by them. Attilan asked a dwarf master to enchant the iron armor with the dragon's momentum. The majestic aura formed is also effective for the gnolls who are caught in chaos and killing. Of course, the dragon's momentum is not specially prepared for the gnolls. Any creature with weak willpower will be frightened by the dragon's momentum. The White Wolf King cannot live too comfortably. Attilan wants to trouble him early, such as creating an air raid. The last Starlight Purification Potion is very good, but it can only purify. Attilan needs more lethal props. For example, Starlight Bombs. Attilan believed that Alun could definitely make the power he wanted. For a legendary Starlight Mage, he only needed to find materials of about level 10 in the forest to make a Starlight Bomb that could kill the White Wolf King. The premise was that Alun was willing to help him. Moonshadow Lake was a very suitable place for him to get closer to Alun, and Attilan also thought of a design that fit the theme very well. It just required a goatman to prepare more materials and bring them, but it would trouble Hedwig again. Fortunately, when he was conditioning his body, He found that there were fish in Moonshadow Lake. Although the kitchen utensils were a bit simple, the fish nourished by the water of Moonshadow Lake were unique. Now the Moonshadow Lake was still formed a short time ago, but in 10 or 100 years, Attilan could be sure that the fish in Moonshadow Lake would become the top ingredients in the forest. The effect was not much inferior to that of the acorn of life. He just caught one and cut it into sashimi with a nice knife. The taste was surprisingly good. The snow-white fish fillet was very soft, and the fat was so rich that it melted in the mouth. The fish meat on the back is smooth and chewy with skin, and the rich juice brings a strong sense of satisfaction, which is much better than the sashimi raised in Attilan's lake. When Attilan caught a big fish in Moonshadow Lake and started to roast the fish with branches, Hedwig, who finally delivered Attilan's letter, returned to her nest full of flowers and crystals in the oak treetops in the center of Kingland Town and rested for less than half a day. When Hedwig felt Attilan's call again, her feathers all stood up because of anger, and she spread her wings wide at the same time. If Attilan couldn't give her a reasonable explanation, even if she was facing a dragon, Hedwig would let him know what the anger of an owl is. Hedwig, look what I found, it's your favorite fish. This kind of fish is not available in Kingland Town. It's the latest variety. I call them moonlight fish. Try it. Hearing that it was to eat fish, Hedwig happily fluttered in front of Attilan and began to peck at the moonlight roasted fish. Comfortable. Hedwig squinted her eyes happily, shook her neck, and flapped her wings. This time, she didn't have to deliver a letter. This master still had some conscience. Who knew that when she finished eating the fish, Attilan handed her a letter with a smile. Anyway, you have to go back to Kingland Town, so you can take the letter to the goat man. This time, it's just one letter, and it's on the way. After eating such delicious fish, you can help me deliver a letter, right? Hedwig tilted her head and thought about it, but her little brain couldn't figure out such a complicated thing. It was indeed just a letter. Hedwig took the letter and went back happily and satisfied. But she didn't know that if Attilan didn't summon her, she wouldn't have to fly back to Kingland Town from Moonshadow Lake. Attilan soaked in the water of Moonshadow Lake for 3 days and 3 nights. His body finally recovered from the injuries caused by the bear man's hell training, but Attilan was a little surprised that his body didn't feel swollen after the last recovery. Instead, it became a little tight. It seems that the effect of the bear man's training this time is to condense the muscles, so that the dragon body has better energy flow and magic resistance. Dragons are born with strong magic resistance. Through special training, this talent can be made stronger, but few dragons know this knowledge. The most famous one is naturally the carved skin dragon. Of course, in addition to the carved skin dragon, some dragons have also developed many secrets to harmonize the dragon body. Unfortunately, Attilan's inheritance memory only mentioned the secret of tempering the dragon body to improve magic resistance, but there is no record. Because it is difficult to develop this secret, even for a dragon, it will become miserable to randomly conduct magic experiments on itself, and as for capturing other dragons for magic experiments. This kind of thing that is infuriating to the dragon god is known by other dragons, and only the destruction of the dragon path is waiting for him. This secret is difficult to develop, but there is a water shield in the inheritance of the ocean dragon. This is a new content that appeared in the inheritance memory after Attilan's body size exceeded 10 meters. The training was very difficult. Compared to the 2 or 3 meter long magic shield of ordinary humans, it needed to cover the dragon's body of 10 meters, or even dozens of meters or hundreds of meters. The magic power and control required to build the shield were difficult for the dragon. Even the legendary druid who specialized in the field of life, the bear man, spent more than a year carefully studying the dragon's body and magic changes of Attilan, and only then did he have some experience. But the skills were too difficult, and Attilan would definitely not be able to learn them. The bear man directly used the secret technique of improving magic resistance on Attilan through training. At the same time, he collected another set of experimental data. The bear man was not the kind of mage who used his apprentices as experiments. Before using Attilan for experiments, the bear man had tried this secret technique of improving physical magic resistance on himself. Attilan began to recall the training 3 days ago. Along with the memory, the feeling of pain made his face distorted again. The number of times the bear man's fist hit and the trajectory of the thunder magic flowing in the dragon's body, under the repeated recollection, really allowed Attilan to find the pattern. This should be the secret method of practicing magic that can improve magic resistance. Attilan was lying in the lake thinking about the secrets, when he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the east. The goats have arrived. The war horses raised by the centaurs are great, but Attilan does not need war horses. He only needs riding horses, which are convenient for the fishmen, snakemen, and lizardmen to move quickly in the desert. In addition to the centaurs riding horses, the moose abandoned by Big Horn was also bought by Attilan. You asked Hedwig to bring the message and let me bring the magic wheat in advance. We spent a lot of resources to ask the druids to nourish it. With only 1 acre of land, what kind of magic dishes are you going to make? The goats are real magic chefs. For the sake of his girlfriend's illness, the cooking skills of the goats have improved by leaps and bounds. You see, I said that the love brain is useful. Even the illusionists of the goats are much more solid in illusion. This is a magical dish that I created. After seeing this lake and tasting the effect of the lake water, I came up with a recipe for this dish. Did you bring the ingredients I asked for? I don't understand why you asked me to bring the ingredients for making the 4 gods mountain and sea soul calming buns, and 2 semicircular iron pots that can be combined together. Is this a variant of the soul calming buns? Attilan nodded with a smile. In a sense, these 2 dishes are indeed somewhat related. If they use the same filings, they will be more similar, but they are actually 2 completely different dishes. Attilan's words made the half-god dizzy. I don't understand what you are saying at all. You can go and have fun with your girlfriend, and leave the cooking to me alone. Attilan began to prepare the ingredients. After he got ashore, he found that the Moon Shadow Lake had changed a little from when he was thrown in 3 days ago. The water in the lake seemed to have increased. No matter what, making the dish is more important. In order to understand the compatibility between the magic wheat flour, the 8 kinds of mountain and sea delicacies and the water of the Moon Shadow Lake, Attilan used these ingredients to make the ordinary version of the fresh meat mooncake. The flames rose, and the charming aroma gradually came out of the oven he built. There was a rustling sound in the forest, and the leopard girl jumped down from the treetop first. First place. I knew that the first one to arrive would have good food. Attilan, what delicious food are you making? Mooncake. What is a mooncake? Mooncake is a delicacy that families enjoy together under the full moon when they reunite. The leopard girl nodded repeatedly. Oh, I don't understand. The goat man also came over holding Trina's hand and watched Attilan take the mooncake out of the oven. The golden mooncake did look a bit like a full moon. No wonder it's called mooncake. It's so similar, but isn't it a bit too simple for your new dish? This is just a trial work. The real Mother Moon ball has not yet been made. We need to wait until the moon rises before the corresponding magic ceremony can be held. That's right, Zyodajia can make a Mother Sun ball with egg fried rice, and he can also make a Mother Moon ball with mooncakes. Compared to the sun, Attilan thinks that the mother is more like the moon. The Mother Moon ball dish is a perfect match for Laloon. Chapter 166. Why did you cry while eating? Before night fell, the druids invited by Attilan gathered from all directions to the Moon Shadow Lake. They were all surprised that such a large lake suddenly appeared in the forest. The wine girl came over and patted Attilan's thick dragon claws. Okay, Attilan, you have created such a large lake in the forest without knowing it, and specially shaped it into a crescent shape. I'm just curious, how did you learn to draw the energy of moonlight? Lulu also appeared from the air and sat on Attilan's back. I just went back to the fairyland. I haven't seen you for a month. Attilan, how come your body has become so big? Tell me, did you eat some special fruit? Lulu is a small fairy. Her body size is only 56 centimeters. Compared with those big fairies who are as tall as ordinary people, Lulu is a little different. Even the current height is the result of Lulu's hard work after becoming a druid. The height of ordinary fairies is generally about 30 centimeters. It seems that short people are obsessed with height, and try various methods to increase their height and size. Little goblins are the same, and so are halflings. Speaking of halflings, the halflings are here. Today, Brother Yer is particularly different, because he has transformed into a tall and handsome man of 1.8 meters, with strong muscles, carrying a 4 to 5 meter long crocodile, and walking towards Attilan and his friends confidently and sunny. Brother Yer is riding a mastiff, gritting his teeth and looking at Brother Yaz's back. Hello, my friends, he waved to everyone enthusiastically and sunny. For the first time, Brother Ya felt that the world was so small when he looked at the world from the perspective of 1.8 meters. No wonder Tarzan subconsciously despised their melee ability when he saw the halflings. Damn, I want to be that handsome too. Brother Ya shrugged and smiled, saying, I asked them to teach you the secrets of Bighorn and Tarzan. But you didn't practice seriously. You should practice seriously after this party. Wait for the next party. You can make a shining debut like me." When he thought of sitting from day to night like his brother, he just wanted to experience the stimulation of the life force flowing in his body and seek the combined secrets that can maintain the Titan transformation for a long time. Brother Yer can show his godliness in front of people like now, thanks to Alun who helped Tarzan optimize his Titan transformation. When Tarzan asked Alun how to practice Titan transformation later, he also brought some knowledge points of life cycle and life fusion. Alun's high-level answer benefited Bighorn and Brother Ya as well. With a great strength, don't say it, a 4 or 5 meter long crocodile weighs 400 kilograms, but Brother Ya easily carried him for such a long distance. Attilan can be sure that he did not use spells such as giant strength. He didn't turn on the Titan transformation amplification either, he really just relied on physical strength. Brother Ya, you have combined the two secret arts of life cycle and Titan transformation to fundamentally enhance your strength. I didn't expect you to be such a genius. Although Brother Ya wanted to admit it, he was not as shameless as Attilan. Actually it was Alun. Without our guidance, our secret arts fusion would not have been so easy to achieve results, and we would not have practiced the secret arts to the point where they could be put into practice. Attilan nodded. Although Alun had her own ideas about helping Tarzan, through the experience of Tarzan's life angel power being absorbed by Hannah, Alun should have regarded Tarzan as a limiter for Hannah. Tarzan's life angel power and Hannah's death angel power restrain each other, but they can also transform into each other. Once Hannah is really affected and turns to the devil, then the life angel power in Tarzan's body is the most likely force to restore Hannah's consciousness. So Alun wanted Tarzan to grow up as soon as possible more than anyone else, but Tarzan was not a gifted druid. Rather than becoming stronger through thinking and experimentation, fighting and practice could help Tarzan grow. Helping Tarzan was helping Hannah, which made it easier for Alun to agree to serve as his magic consultant and help him solve the problems brought by the White Wolf King. The night fell, and a full moon gradually rose into the sky. Attilan realized that tonight was actually a full moon night. The water in Moon Shadow Lake was also filled up unknowingly with a gurgling sound, turning into a full moon shape reflecting white light. Moon Shadow Lake, it turns out that this lake is like the shadow of the moon. The shape of the lake is the shape of the moon. The master is so powerful, the wine girl suddenly realized, so this is the work of Master Gauge. No wonder it exudes an incomprehensible natural mysterious atmosphere. It is very different from your work. If you want to praise the master, just praise him, and don't drag me down, okay? Attilan asked unhappily, when did I have similar works? The fish pond in Kingland Town is your work. The method is very crude to draw water elements from the center of the lake to nourish the fish in the pond. This kind of fish that lacks time accumulation does taste a little less flavor. Now you say the fish is not delicious, but I saw you eat less of various fish dishes at the banquet. Although the fish pond in Kingland Town is indeed a little inappropriate, he has been observing the energy veins of Moon Shadow Lake for the past 3 days, and plans to fine-tune the fish pond after returning to Kingland Town. Attilan's fish pond aims to cultivate a large number of meat fish in a short period of time, which is completely different from the Moon Shadow Lake. He always feels that there is something wrong with the wine girl. Recently, the wine girl seems to be targeting him intentionally or unintentionally. There is a problem. The moon is up. I will start to make the finale of tonight, and I guarantee that you will be shocked. Seeing Attilan controlling the magician's hand to start kneading the dough, the leopard girl curiously came forward and asked, "Are you going to make soul-calming buns?" It's a mooncake, but it's completely different from the mooncake you just ate. After making the skin to wrap the mooncake and mixing 4 kinds of fillings, Attilan began a performance that was not inferior to the colorful feather dress today, making the mother moon ball. Put the prepared round mooncake into the iron ball, and a ball of moon energy will ignite the moon fire to wrap the connected iron ball. As the iron ball rotates in the moon fire, the heat evenly penetrates into the mooncake inside the iron ball. Moon? It seems that no one stipulates that round pastries can't be called cakes. Forget it. It's more appropriate to call it moon fruit. The moon fire stimulated the Moon Shadow Lake water added when mixing the dough and meat filling. When the energy of various materials was coordinated into a hole in the rotation, Attilan suddenly threw the iron ball into the sky. The connection of the iron ball was untied in midair, and a round golden ball flew out of the iron ball, emitting a faint light. Under the moonlight, it looked like a second moon. Hannah clapped her hands excitedly. "Mom, look, it's the moon. The iron ball steadily caught a Mother Moon ball whose light was gradually restrained. Mother Moon ball, please enjoy it slowly. This Mother Moon ball was so beautiful that everyone had no heart to touch it, and it was a little too big, so everyone had no idea how to eat it. Since you are all unwilling to do it, let me divide it. Attilan accurately divided the moon ball into half-moon shapes according to the number of people. As the moon ball was cut, a strong fragrance emanated, which made people look regretful, but unconsciously wanted to take a few more sips. It smells so good. The ingredients are similar to the soul-suppressing buns, so why is the smell so different? The ingredients are the same, but the cooking methods are different, so the dishes made will naturally be very different. The main reason is that the dough this time is different from the soul-suppressing buns. This mooncake skin firmly locks the fragrance of the filling, so the moment I cut it, the aroma bomb release will make you intoxicated. Try it and see how it tastes. Although they were eating sweet mooncakes, tears fell from everyone's eyes unconsciously. After Hannah ate the mooncake, she hugged Attilan tightly. Mom, we must be together forever. Forever. Leopard Girl wiped away her tears, took her mooncake and chewed it in big mouthfuls. Soon, tears blurred her vision again. With a wow, Leopard Girl burst into tears. She hugged the wine girl next to her and shouted, "What kind of broken moon ball is this? Why does it make me miss my mom?" Attilan silently stroked Hannah's little head. Mom will always be with you until the day you grow up. In fact, after eating the mooncake, Attilan also remembered her cold mother. This moonball made her feel that the moonlight treated her children as gently as a mother. Although her mother was more like the cold and untouchable moonlight, Attilan could still feel the concern for her hidden under the coldness. Attilan could travel in the astral world and even get married and have children. She knew that it was all because her mother was tirelessly looking for trouble with her cheat father. Hiss. Watching everyone silently miss their mother, Attilan felt that something was wrong. This was not the effect he wanted to see. Tomorrow when the sun rises, he will make another mother-son ball to wash away the sadness in everyone's hearts. No mother. And he didn't seem to have the rice necessary for making fried rice. Cough cough. Many of us have never seen our parents, but we have been together for such a long time that we are already family. We will unite together in the future. On this day every year, everyone sits together to eat mooncakes. This is the original intention of my making this dish. In the future, we will eat mooncakes instead of Mother Moon balls. There are still some ingredients. I will make you a brand new dish. Don't. The wine girl hugged the leopard girl and scolded. Just use the ingredients we brought and make some ordinary and lively dishes. You, the half-goat man, come and let the dragon master who is good at innovation rest for a while. Attilan was a little ashamed and shrunk his huge body into the corner as much as possible. The leopard girl sobbed and asked, "You said I had no impression of my mother, how come I suddenly remembered her?" It just so happened that I seemed to see a vague voice, and finally hugged me and turned away without looking back. The mother's gentle hug was indeed the theme he wanted to express, but why did it go off track? Attilan swallowed his portion in one gulp in frustration. Yes, it was a mooncake. Mooncakes symbolize reunion, and he used the concepts of mother and reunion to create a dish with exactly this effect. You know what? He himself missed his mom a little after eating his mother's moon ball. Chapter 167, Trial of the Ancient Tree of Life. Attilan was determined to seal up the recipe that he had carefully thought about for 3 days. He even didn't plan to eat too much mooncakes to avoid homesickness. A time traveler can't return to his hometown, so the lake where he was born and the forest where he grew up will be his second hometown. And the lovely druids like Leopard Girl are his beloved family. Attilan looked at the iron ball on the ground and sighed and said, "It's a pity that there is no white rice, otherwise I can use these 2 semicircular iron pans to make a golden egg fried rice for everyone." Leopard Girl quickly wiped the tears from her face and asked excitedly, "Golden egg fried rice, is it made of gold? How delicious is it?" Compared with the golden egg fried rice, the keenness of the grain girl on food crops made her more concerned about the white rice mentioned by Attilan. What kind of food is white rice? Is it also cultivated from dogtail grass? Because she once heard Attilan call millet, so thinking about it, white rice should have a deep relationship with millet. I can't be sure whether it was cultivated from foxtail grass, but foxtail grass grows in different terrains, and naturally it will develop corresponding characteristics as it is domesticated by local people. I only know that white rice was domesticated from a wild grass that grows in water. If we start selecting foxtail grass in wetlands for targeted cultivation, maybe we can cultivate rice, of course, instead of taking the time and effort to domesticate wild grasses from generation to generation. I think we can buy food similar to white rice from races. Isn't it better to directly plant ready-made white rice? Finding a race that grows white rice may take less time than cultivating rice ourselves. The valley girl frowned slightly, but didn't say anything else. Prepare a paddy field suitable for growing rice near Kingland town. Once the paddy field is ready, I will start growing the white rice you mentioned. I prefer the varieties I grow myself to those grown by others. Maybe it will take me more than 10 years, or even decades, to develop rice with the same yield as the ready-made white rice, but I believe that the subsequent increase in rice yield will be faster than their natural domestication of white rice. Attilan blinked. He had unknowingly fallen into the wrong idea that it was better to buy than to make. What the valley girl said makes sense, but do you have enough energy to domesticate dogtail grass into millet and white rice at the same time? I think if you can get ready-made white rice, it should be of reference value to your rice experiment. Having more samples means more possibilities. The next generation of hybridized samples will have better traits, and there is a high probability that more valuable rice seeds can be obtained. Attilan, who had been holding Hannah to coax the child, suddenly spoke. Actually, I passed through the water elf kingdom with Zuran 10 years ago and visited an elf druid. He said that he found that the lizardmen in the wetlands were eating a kind of water grass more than 100 years ago. She was also very curious about why the lizardmen would eat this kind of water grass, so she tried it herself and found that it was indeed edible. Later, she saw the lizardmen scattering the seeds of water grass in shallow water. Curiosity drove her to collect the seeds of water grass and try to cultivate them. After hundreds of years, she really cultivated a kind of food that looked like small pearls after peeling the shells. The elves called her masterpiece pearl fragrance. Zuran and I have eaten it. It is indeed a food with a very strange taste, but the elves only regard pearl fragrance as a toy. The conditions required to grow pearl fragrance are very harsh, otherwise I would like to take some home to plant. It is not a food crop that you plan to cultivate and promote on a large scale. Attilan nodded in agreement. The pearl fragrance mentioned by Laloon is more like a magical plant material carefully cultivated with magic than food. This pearl fragrance cannot grow normally when it leaves the elf's laboratory. This is the disadvantage mentioned by the valley girl. If the elves have an idea to plant this kind of limited food, they can easily block Attilan's neck. After all, Atlantis will soon border the water elf kingdom. Whether they can live in peace at that time depends on the attitude of the water elf kingdom. Elves, in their bones, have a kind of arrogance towards other races. They will look down on civilized and intelligent races such as dwarves and humans, not to mention the kingdom composed of monster races ruled by dragons. Everyone knows that the appetite of creatures such as dragons will only continue to expand with their age and strength. No dragon that has established a kingdom has ever been able to restrain the desire for expansion. Even the kind metal dragon is the same. Therefore, the water elf kingdom will naturally be highly vigilant about the kingdom established by the ocean dragon, and will not take the initiative to set traps. It would be good to eliminate Attilan, a big trouble, in advance. The reason is that the possibility of this happening is actually very low, because the forces on this continent are facing a problem. That is, there are too many people on the land, and there is no value in blindly pursuing a larger area of land. Because you can't convert the occupied land into resources. Just like the reason why ancient China fought for the Central Plains, saying that whoever controls the Central Plains controls the world, because there are the largest population here, and at the same time, there are the most mature farmlands, which can stably produce a large amount of food. The bear man's words actually make sense. If the manpower and material resources wasted on attacking the jackals were used to develop the wetlands, Attilan estimated that within a year, the wetlands could be initially transformed into an environment suitable for growing wheat and black beans. He only needs to be patient for 2 years, at most 3 years, and he can use the food grown in the wetlands to recruit the population of the rainforest and form a large and powerful dragon army. With a dragon army, the water elf kingdom will honestly be neighbors with Atlantis. The White Wolf King cannot be killed for the time being, but Attilan doesn't want him to be too happy. So he still has to ask Laloon to help make some starlight bombs to add a little brilliance to the White Wolf King's peaceful life. Although he wanted to flatter with his mother's moon ball, but ended up hitting the horse's leg, Attilan still shamelessly made his request to Laloon. Madam, due to the restrictions of my master, I can only stop my revenge on the White Wolf King, but I don't want to swallow my anger, so I want the enhanced energy bomb of the starlight purification potion last time. If Madam doesn't have time to make it by herself, could you please teach me the method? Making it by myself will also make me feel more relieved. Laloon smiled slightly. Maybe I can't give you this opportunity. Hannah is studying at the druid school now. I have a lot of free time every day. The starlight bomb you need sounds interesting. I will try to help you develop an energy bomb that only kills demons, but I can't guarantee the specific time. No problem, as long as it can be made, I don't mind even if it's a semi-finished product. My followers can also restrain the demon warlocks from casting spells and reduce the risk of their actions. I will produce results as soon as possible, Attilan said with an excited smile. Thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay the lady. Alone shook her head and said, no need, the Mother Moon Ball is already great. It reminds me of the days when my mother took me to observe the starry sky on the top of the wizard tower when I was a child. Although the top of the tower was very cold, I felt so stable and comfortable with my mother. I didn't expect Alun to feel the beauty of the Mother Moon Ball. Sure enough, mature adults are different from little brats like Leopard Girl. Wait a minute, he seems to have been affected by the Mother Moon Ball. Did he scold himself just now? But it doesn't matter. He is just a little dragon over 1 year old. He's really a little brat. Tarzan waved his arms excitedly and said, don't talk about this. The moon has risen to the center of the sky. The performance of the colorful feathered coat can begin. You asked us to come here so that we can enjoy the water dance, right? Tarzan looked anxious. He was indeed a druid who was mixed with gibbons. Okay, let's start now. The druids gave Apatia and the dancers the water walking skill, while Attilan stirred the moonlight water of the moon shadow lake to form mist, and followed Apatia and the others into the stage. The silver-white mist was like a layer of veil draped over them, adding a sense of the sacredness of the moon, and the sound of instruments such as the long flute sounded. Apatia began to dance on the water, and the shadow of the moon emitted layers of light with the ripples of the water, like a dream. This wonderful scene made everyone hold their breath. After appreciating the colorful feathered dress music that suddenly rose to a higher level on the moon shadow lake, everyone was immersed in it and could not forget it for a long time. Leopard Girl even said directly, today I finally understand why Attilan said that the colorful feathered dress music is the dance of the goddess. Do you think I can also dance so beautifully? Leopard Girl shook the arm of the barmaid next to her. No, it's late. You should go to bed. I think you can still dance like this in your dreams, even more beautiful than Apatia. It was too late today, so everyone simply went to bed in the wilderness. Fortunately, Attilan's letter to Tarzan asked him to bring some equipment for camping. As everyone went to bed, Moon Shadow Lake became quiet. Attilan also lay in the water and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, he seemed to hear someone calling him. Attilan, have you forgotten your promise to me? Who, promise? Attilan didn't remember who he had made a promise with. You've eaten so many of my fruits, but you've completely forgotten me. Hearing this, Attilan's eyes widened. He remembered that almost a year ago. After being trained by the bear men, he lay on the oak guard and ate the life acorn to recover his strength. He once told the oak guard that he would definitely use his lightning breath to help the oak guard temper his body and then break through to the realm of the ancient tree of life. Since you've forgotten me, you'll have to pay the price. Wait. I didn't. Before Attilan could finish his words, his eyes suddenly went dark, and he felt like he was thrown into a washing machine and kept spinning. Chapter 168, The Polluted Emerald Dream. With a crashing sound, Attilan fell from the air and broke several trees that could be hugged by one person before stopping. Attilan lay in the broken branches and took a deep breath, trying to regain his consciousness. He was finally released from the washing machine. He was almost crazy. But does the oak guard have such a strong ability? He was actually able to take him from the Moon Shadow Lake to the forest. What kind of magic made his eyes go black and spin like a drum washing machine? Old tree, come out and talk to me. What makes you say that I forgot about you? The old face of the oak guard slowly grew on the trunk of a tree not far in front of Attilan, and said in a muffled voice, you promised to use the lightning breath and the water of life to help me temper my body, but you haven't come to see me for half a year. But in the past 6 months, you have eaten every green acorn. You ate my food but did nothing. Do you think this is right? The oak guard's tone became more and more unfriendly. Attilan was not panicked at all. He stared at the old face of the oak guard and pointed at his nose and cursed righteously. Old tree man, I was just a little busy in the past 6 months and didn't pay attention to you. Did you drag me here in the middle of the night? You are a tree man, and you have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. You still care about a mere 6 months. Are you sure you are not deliberately torturing me? When you are in the wrong, don't panic in your eyes, and your tone must be firm. Once you show your cowardice, you will lose this confrontation. The oak guard roared angrily, and the leaves above his head rustled. You are very busy. What you call busy, is it just hiring people to have a picnic, singing and dancing at Moonshadow Lake, the holy place for cultivation that we built with great difficulty? What are you talking about? I organized the druids to go to Moonshadow Lake for team building. This is to improve the cohesion of the organization and enable everyone to build a better home with greater enthusiasm. Just think about it carefully. Every time after I hold a large banquet, everyone's enthusiasm for training is particularly high, and the natural network of the forest runs faster. The operation of natural magic is faster. As the core processor of the natural network, tell me whether you have benefited from it. Is this evidence that I helped you become an ancient tree of life? At first glance, it seems that what Attilan said makes sense. Although the oak guards are simple and innocent, the bear people know Attilan's temperament very well. The oak guards have been influenced by Attilan and have a deep understanding of Attilan. What nonsense. You forgot your promise. What I need is lightning breath and water of life. The natural magic you extracted and moved has no effect on me. If you had apologized to me sincerely just now, maybe I could have forgiven you. In the end, you are as shameless as George said. I still had a little hope in you. Now it seems that I am still too naive. Attilan, you need to pay the price for your lies. After saying that, the face of the oak guard disappeared from the tree trunk. Don't, old tree, I haven't finished talking yet. In fact, I am going to find you tomorrow. I was beaten by my master on the way, training once. I have been lying in Moonshadow Lake for 3 days. This banquet can only be held in time. I promise to help you become a sacred tree at the same level as the ginseng fruit tree. I didn't lie to you at all. Come out. What is this place? How can I get back? During the time of chatting with the oak guard, Attilan was also observing the surrounding environment. This is not the forest of the bear people, otherwise the oak guard would not have dropped him from the sky. Let him break and damage so many flowers, plants and trees. Ouch! The sudden sound aroused Attilan's vigilance. Wolf howl? And it's an attack command. Are these wolves targeting me? Attilan flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Soon he saw the monster that made the wolf howl. A very strange creature that looked like a hyena and a wolf and exuded evil black air came out of the forest in groups. Its scarlet eyes stared at Attilan and drooled. They dared to hunt dragons. Attilan had to admire their courage. Now, it was time to let these damn things know what real fear is. This group of monsters with evil breath reminded him of jackals. Attilan immediately used the spell of summoning lightning. A series of silver-white thunders hit the magic wolves accurately, but the summoned lightning did not kill them. What's going on? Attilan instantly realized that these were not ordinary wild wolves. The evil black air lingering around their bodies not only helped them resist lightning attacks, but also repaired their wounds. In short, these demon wolves are very difficult to kill. The black air lingering around their bodies is very similar to the power of demons. Attilan even suspected that this was a demon power he had never seen before. Moreover, after staying here for a longer time and mobilizing the natural magic around to use the summoning lightning spell, Attilan found that he was actually pulled into the Emerald Dream by the Oak Guard. The Oak Guard is a tree man cultivated by the Bear Man. He cannot be in collusion with the devil. The only possibility is that these demon wolves are related to the pollution of the Emerald Dream that the old naughty boy once mentioned to him. The demon wolves are the original natural spirits of the Emerald Dream that have been polluted. They used to be wild souls summoned to the Emerald Dream after death. Their existence made the Emerald Dream more prosperous. Now they are polluted by demonic power. Not only can they not provide assistance to the growth of the Emerald Dream, but they will pollute the Emerald Dream, causing the green natural environment to gradually corrupt and breed more deformed monsters. Attilan seems to understand the purpose of the Oak Guard pulling him into the Emerald Dream. His lightning breath can purify evil forces. Oak Guard needs him to use the innate power of the ocean dragon to eliminate these bugs that pollute the Emerald Dream. Attilan swooped down and hit 4 or 5 magic wolves with a lightning breath. As expected, all the black air lingering around their bodies was annihilated, and the magic wolves were completely killed. Seeing that the magic wolves did not get up again, Attilan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Quack! Quack! Damn it! There are still crows. Attilan quickly spit out another breath and killed several more magic wolves. The black red-eyed crows were entangled with dirty and corrupt green air and pounced on him. Attilan could only flap his wings and start to run away. At the same time, He saw the opportunity to spit the lightning breath that had finished charging to the area where the crows were most concentrated. Compared with the magic wolves, the bodies of sick crows were much more fragile. A lightning breath turned more than a dozen sick crows into ashes. Awoo! The howling of the demon wolf came from afar. Apparently, more demon wolves were attracted by the noise made by Attilan and rushed over to hunt Attilan. This was not an ordinary wild wolf in the material world. The demon wolf could spit out more black gas to pollute the creatures they came into contact with, and they could also run into the air for a short time to attack. Attilan ran not because he could not beat the demon wolf and the sick crow, but because the old naughty boy once told him that if he accidentally entered the Emerald Dream while practicing, and was unlucky enough to encounter the polluted creatures in the Emerald Dream, he should never have physical contact with these polluted creatures, especially if they were injured by them. Once polluted, it would be very troublesome to treat them. Because this is a pollution that can penetrate the mind and soul, any problem involving the soul is very troublesome to solve. The old naughty boy has a deep understanding of this. If the Emerald Dream is facing an invasion, this is the holy land of the druids. Logically, there should be soldiers fighting against polluted creatures. Looking at the surrounding environment, it doesn't seem like an area that can be abandoned at will. Attilan looked up to the sky and let out a loud dragon roar. Where are the guards? Come out and help me when you hear my voice. However, there was nothing. There were no friendly units around except for the increasing number of magic wolves and sick crows. As the number of polluted creatures increased, they began to form a polluted aura. It seriously affected Attilan's ability to mobilize the natural magic around him. The dragon had a time interval when it spewed out its breath. Attilan used the druid technique to shorten the time interval. Without enough natural magic, the interval between Attilan's spewing of dragon breath became longer and longer, and he was almost surrounded by magic wolves and sick crows. Fortunately, there was always a way out. There was a blue lake in front of him, and it was connected to a fairly wide river, so Attilan could have a hiding place. The lake contained a lot of natural magic and should not have been polluted. He immediately plunged into the lake, intending to use the lake to fight a guerrilla war with the magic wolves and sick crows. The magic wolves surrounded the edge of the lake, and the sick crows circled over the lake. After a long time, Attilan did not show up, and they finally turned around and left. Damn it! If the oak guard could tell him in advance what kind of opponent he was facing, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. With the arrangements in advance and the full use of the magic power of the forest just now, he might not be able to eliminate all these damn monsters. Attilan cannot ensure that there are no polluting creatures in the water. Since he intends to use this place as a base to fight against monsters, Attilan must start making arrangements as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this is the Emerald Dream, and the water elements and natural magic crystals he condensed in the outside world were not brought in together. He must condense the crystals for setting up the magic array as soon as possible. Just after condensing the 6 basic crystals, a dark swordfish appeared in Attilan's perception along the river. With a magic array to help maintain the stability of the natural energy in the lake, he doesn't have to worry about encountering the dilemma of having no energy to use before. It's not a problem to eliminate all these swordfish. Attilan confidently pounced on the swarming swordfish, first spitting dragon breath at the most densely packed position of the swordfish, and then casting magic to roll up the waves to disperse the densely packed swordfish rushing up. It doesn't matter how many swordfish he kills at one time. What matters is that he can't be contaminated by the demonic power carried by the swordfish. Anyway, before the crystal is broken, he can fully mobilize the water elements of the lake to fight against the swordfish. Why should he let the danger get close to him? If the oak guard retaliates against him, then he is not the natural guardian who received the mission. His first goal is to save his own life, and then to protect the environment. The correct druid concept is to protect yourself first, and then protect the environment. Because after the environment is destroyed, the druid can be restored. If the druid is gone, it will take longer to train an excellent druid than to restore a forest. It's really abnormal. Since the Emerald Dream is a holy place for druids, the power of the guards should be greater than that of the polluted creatures. He is fighting for his life and death here. How can there be no druids or natural spirits to come to support him? Unless this is not an area controlled by druids, but a highly polluted area affected by demons. This can also explain why he mobilized the local natural magic to cast spells, and the effect on polluted creatures is so poor. Damn it, why did the old tree head throw him to such a place? This is not the simple and honest old tree head style of doing things. It feels more like a bear man. He just finished 2 training sessions, and the newly built practice Holy Land of Moonshadow Lake was handed over to him for management. As a result, he held a party at Moonshadow Lake just after he recovered from his injuries. How could the bear man not be angry? Attilan thought it was normal to want to teach him a lesson. But he shouldn't be thrown into the dangerous area of the Emerald Dream, right? Compared with the Emerald Dream, Attilan still hoped that the bear man would beat him up again, which would not only relieve the master's feeling of being disappointed in him, but also increase his strength. After fighting against the 3 swordfish warriors with difficulty, the swordfish seemed to have regained some reason. After realizing that Attilan was not easy to deal with, they slowly retreated like the tide. Attilan was finally relieved. But he knew very well that the swordfish's departure was only temporary. This kind of creature would not let Attilan stay in their territory. Leaving was just to gather more companions to launch an attack. Next time, it would be impossible for Attilan to repel the swordfish so easily. Taking advantage of the gaps between the attacks of the polluted creatures, he had to quickly strengthen the energy crystal that served as the core of the formation, so that the magic formation could last as long as possible. Attilan returned to the magic formation and saw that the crystal that he had condensed in just 2 hours had cracks. It took him an hour to repair the cracks. He spent another 2 hours strengthening the crystal, so that it could last from 1 hour to 2 hours. At the same time, he also prepared a set of spare crystals, but this set of crystals could only last for 1 hour, if 3 hours could not deal with all the swordfish. No. 2.5 hours. Attilan had to prepare to run away in advance, and detonating the magic formation to cover his retreat was the best way. The situation in the second round was even worse than Attilan wanted. The number of swordfish was more than 10 times that of the first round. Attilan's scalp was numb. With so many monsters, he wanted to run away now. He decided to hold on for an hour. If there was still no support, he would directly detonate the spare crystals and use the first set of magic formations to wash away all the swordfish. An hour passed, Attilan sighed, and he quickly detonated the crystal to create a huge wave that washed away all the swordfish. As a result, as soon as he got ashore, he saw the sick crows hiding in the forest rushing towards him. Fuck, the sick crows are still chasing me. Chapter 169 Detective Attilan. There is still a little energy in the magic circle. Attilan can only control the water element to create a large group of water arrows to shoot at the sick crow, and at the same time create a white mist that blocks the sight and conceals the breath. Fortunately, when the bear man taught him how to use life to control the skills of hiding the breath, he listened very carefully and practiced this every day. After fighting monsters for such a long time, he has a good understanding of the life breath of these monsters, and can barely imitate 50% of the similar life breath. At least it can deceive these stupid low-level monsters. Sure enough, Attilan, who created dense weeds and vines to hide himself in the woods, attracted the sick crow with his substitute made of crystal stones and natural crystal stones. It's just that the substitute made of crystal stones can only last for too short a time, and the flying speed is not fast enough. It will be destroyed soon after being caught up by the sick crow. In such a short time, it's good enough for him to create a substitute, and the quality requirements of the substitute cannot be too high. Fortunately, he had learned how to make puppets with vines and energy crystals, otherwise he would have to fight on his own, and he would not be able to lie comfortably in the grass to absorb natural magic to recover. He checked the natural magic of the forest and confirmed that it was not polluted by the power of the devil. Even so, he still filtered it with the purification power in his lightning breath before absorbing it into his body to replenish his magic. Attilan didn't know whether it was better to fight a positional war with the polluted creatures or a guerrilla war. In a positional war, he could make full use of the magic in the environment. In a guerrilla war, he didn't have to worry about being surrounded by monsters. Old tree, you must bring me another 100 life acorns after you go back this time to make up for my damaged heart. Attilan found that after he started to mobilize natural magic, the number of monsters wandering around began to increase. After he stopped mobilizing magic, these monsters did not leave immediately. In short, this group of monsters has a very strong ability to sense the fluctuations of natural magic, just like a kind of magic beast soldiers specially designed for druids. Attilan knew that there must be a huge conspiracy behind the pollution of the Emerald Dream, although the bear man and the old naughty boy did not explain clearly how the Emerald Dream came from. But Attilan was sure that the Emerald Dream must be the crystallization of wisdom carefully created by a druid with great ambitions, and the purpose was to cultivate more outstanding druids. At the same time, The Emerald Dream can connect the druids of the whole world into whole through this platform, instead of being scattered into large and small druid gatherings as before. Attilan can't always maintain this distorted life form. Even a dragon will feel a strong pressure. He decided to maintain the disguise and find a suitable place first. Copy the operation in the lake just now. Maybe it's just too far away from the druid's defense line. As long as he moves in the direction where the distribution of monsters is reduced, he will definitely find the druid's camp. In order to lower the target, Attilan can only give up flying in the sky. Low-level monsters will be deceived by his simple disguise. But high-level polluted creatures will definitely not. The old naughty boy said that there are many monsters transformed by druids in the Emerald Dream. They were just twisted by the power of the devil, but that didn't mean they had become fools. Suddenly, a sea dragon appeared. Attilan believed that these pollution druids would be happy to pollute him as well. Even if he was running on the ground, Attilan's speed was not slow. At this moment, he seemed to understand why the bear man didn't let him be just a magic dragon. Using spells would only attract more monsters to surround him, but it was not easy to kill these monsters with physical attacks. If you don't master advanced melee skills, it would be easy to be polluted by monsters. Something was wrong. Attilan ran for an hour and ran at least dozens of kilometers. Not to mention the druids, he didn't even see an ordinary natural spirit. This was not the Emerald Dream he had been to before. Did he enter a false Emerald Dream? Master, come out. I already know that this is your arrangement. Attilan stood there confidently, holding his head high, and the whole dragon was so confident. I was a little panicked when I was pulled into the Emerald Dream just now. Of course, it was not because I was pulled in, but because of the Oak Guard's questioning of me for not helping. It was because of his questioning that I overlooked the means of pulling people into the Emerald Dream. The Oak Guard simply could not do it. Attilan sneered and continued, it's good that the Oak Guard can learn some simple spells related to plants. I think even the ancient tree of life can't necessarily do the spell of bringing people into the Emerald Dream, not to mention a mere Oak Guard, so there's only one truth, that is, Master, you are behind everything. You pulled me into the Emerald Dream, pretended to be the Oak Guard, and directed and acted in this play yourself. However, the bear man did not appear, but the magic wolves and sick crows appeared one by one and surrounded Attilan in the center. Master, I was still in disguise, and suddenly so many monsters appeared and prepared to attack me. Didn't you expose yourself? A man in black walked out of the forest. Who is your master? Did you recognize the wrong person? But it seems quite good to have an ocean dragon as an apprentice. I have decided that after you are transformed, I will personally accept you as my apprentice. I originally thought that some highly skilled druid dared to go deep into my place, but I didn't expect that I would find a rare ocean dragon. It looks like it is not yet an adult, which is really tempting. You killed so many of my pets, so you should compensate me with yourself. Come on. As the man in black waved his hand, densely packed demon wolves and sick crows pounced on Attilan. Attilan frowned. Did he really guess wrong? No, he just didn't help the Oak Guard to upgrade. He wouldn't lose his mind and send himself to the dangerous Emerald Dream pollution area, right? Now is not the time to think about the problem. Since the polluted druid still came to the door, he must take off. Spewing out a mouthful of acid mist, Attilan took advantage of the polluted druid's blocked view and threw out his second disguised substitute. He quickly took off into the air, creating heavy rain and fog to cover up the whereabouts of him and his substitute. It's just that he hid his aura, while the devil didn't. Attilan rose straight up. And he planned to compete with a pollution druid to see who had a stronger physique. He didn't believe that he couldn't get rid of these monsters and the pollution druid while flying in the turbulence at high altitude. If he could get back by chance, he would chop the Oak Guard into firewood and burn it. The pollution druid turned into a huge owl and quickly tore the devil into pieces. Attilan, who watched all this, stopped running. The owl pounced towards him, but Attilan said calmly, Master, are you tired after such a big show? Are you planning to be my apprentice so soon? Attilan sneered, Master, you may have forgotten that you are not good at aerial combat. Just now, the owl tore my substitute to pieces with its claws, but your attack movements were a bit awkward. This is because you don't use the druid transformation often, especially flying animals. You may be a little familiar with tigers and brown bears, but forget about owls. In fact, with the Eagle King's talent, if there is a suitable teacher to guide him, his storm eagle form must have developed to the next stage, and your proficiency in the power of winds and thunder wisdom naturally makes you an excellent instructor for the Eagle King. But you didn't give the Eagle King too much guidance on the development of his form, you only taught him how to use the power of winds and thunder. At that time, I knew that you were not good at the owl form. So the Eagle King can only explore on his own, and you had a bigger flaw just now. If you had seen through the devil's disguise, then you shouldn't have broken the double. If you hadn't seen through it, your expression just now shouldn't have been so calm. You should have acted a little more exasperated. Attilan waved his hand confidently. Don't pretend. You are my master, the bear man Gauge. Legendary druid. Guardian of nature. The black-clothed man in front of him trembled. I didn't expect you to see through it. You are really a very smart little dragon. Seeing the black-clothed man turned into a bear man, Attilan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been gambling just now, but fortunately he won the bet. How could he have suspected that everything was arranged by the bear man just now, and just then a pollution druid ran over with a large group of monsters? It was obviously a bear man's disguise. But Attilan was still not sure, so he could only continue the show and look for more flaws in the bear man. He was also afraid that this was really a pollution druid. But the action of the owl destroying the substitute with its claws just now was the same clumsy as when the bear man showed the Eagle King how the owl used the power of winds and thunder to attack with its claws. Exactly the same action. Who else could it be but the bear man? Master, why did you do this? You don't know how much psychological pressure I have been under for half a day. The whole dragon is about to collapse. I thought the oak guard really wanted to kill me. My fragile little heart can't stand such a terrible scene. The bear man didn't say anything, just coldly watching Attilan's performance. Master, you have to compensate for my injured little heart, the bear man sneered and said. Your heart is very injured. It seems that the training I usually do for you is not effective. I haven't tempered your willpower. It seems that the training needs to be more intense. Attilan immediately smiled awkwardly. It's not that exaggerated actually. My heart was probably broken into several pieces just now due to nervousness, but now they have stuck together again. I'm fine, Master, let's go back first. This place always gives me an uncomfortable feeling. Where exactly is this place? The bear man looked at the ground under his feet with a firm gaze and said, This is the Emerald Dream, the polluted Emerald Dream. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Druid God System. Attilan was always a straightforward person who would ask questions whenever he had them. He wanted to know why the bear man wanted to do this. He was really scared. Master, what is the purpose of this test? To test my combat ability, the bear man released lightning to clean up all the polluting creatures around him. You can say that, but my main purpose this time is to hope that you can understand how critical it is to master melee combat skills in actual combat, and I want to see how effective your purifying thunder can be against these polluted creatures. Attilan looked at the thunder released by the bear man with destructive and purifying power, and asked puzzledly, Master, compared to my lightning breath, your speed in destroying these polluted creatures is 10 or 100 times faster than mine. I don't understand why you want to test my lightning breath. The bear man shook his head and explained, because I understand the body structure of these polluted creatures, and they are under my control, so I can destroy them so quickly and conveniently, but it only destroys their physical form. It is difficult for me to save their polluted souls at once. It is more likely that their souls are in the purification of the druid and the pollution of the demon, because they collapsed because they could not withstand the force of pulling back and forth. Most of the few souls that did not collapse were transformed into pure and powerful demons. Only a tiny number of souls will be completely purified and gain the ability to resist the pollution of demonic power, and because they have been polluted too much by demonic power, it is much easier for the demonic power to contaminate them than imagined. Looking at the bear man who was sighing repeatedly, Attilan asked back, So what does this have to do with my lightning breath? It can't be that the soul purified by the lightning breath can enhance resistance. The bear man nodded firmly. That's right. After I discovered that your lightning breath carries a special purifying power, I naturally analyzed and imitated it, and after initially mastering it, I invested in the purification of the Emerald Dream. As a result, I found that the efficiency of purification with sporadic purification of thunder energy has doubled. This is just my clumsy imitation. If you purify it yourself, the Emerald Dream may be able to return to its original peace and tranquility, and you, the ocean dragon Attilan, will become the savior of the druids of the 5 worlds. Isn't this exactly the result you want to see? With the title of Emerald Dream Purifier and Druid Savior, you can quickly expand your influence to these 5 material realms, even establish a druid group centered on you outside the natural council. With your talent and ability, I think this is not difficult to do. On the contrary, if the Emerald Dream is completely polluted, these 5 material realms will usher in a reshuffle, with druids dominating the material realm and the natural magic network almost completely covering all life areas in the material realm. They will all be cleansed by the hidden enemies. The reason why the druids can become the dominant ones is because they have the protection of the Emerald Dream. You are also a druid. Once the druid's power collapses, you will not be able to escape either. They will destroy all the powerful and potential druids in our group. Do you think you can escape? The bear man's extremely skillful coercion and inducement made Attilan swallow his saliva. He was asked to choose between 2 choices and endings, one good and one bad. Even a fool would know which one to choose. Master, what do you need me to do? Looking at Attilan with a firm look in his eyes, the bear man nodded with satisfaction and said, I know you hate that white wolf and want to destroy him, but I think after this experiment and what I said just now, you also understand why I don't let you kill him. It's not that you can't kill him, but you can't kill him now, and you can only destroy his body, not his soul. Instead, you have to purify his soul, the kind of complete purification. Attilan nodded thoughtfully. Master, regarding how to save the Emerald Dream, I think the Council of Nature should have 2 completely different attitudes. Right, yes, you are as smart as I think. One faction advocates control first and then purification to minimize the losses, and the other faction advocates direct purification, even if the losses will be relatively large. In the end, the control faction evolved into controlling the demonic power and polluting creatures, and the second faction traveled to various worlds, trying to find a strong and effective way to purify the demonic power. It is obvious that the control faction has occupied a dominant position, and the White Wolf King is the result of their experiments, a product of the fusion of the druid's natural power and the demonic power. They can already transform the demonic power into natural power to a certain extent. And it seems that they have achieved remarkable results. Attilan continued what the bear man said. At the same time, they also helped the demon spread the power of chaos and evil to more places, such as the grasslands in the desert, which indeed showed abnormal vitality, but it always makes me feel uncomfortable. The reason I asked Attilan to help make the Starlight Bomb may be because my keen sixth sense detected that the expansion of the grassland area would have an adverse impact on the world. The bear man glared at Attilan unhappily. I don't know you yet. You just want to retaliate against the White Wolf King. Let's talk about it after we go back. The control faction is coming and stole so many of their polluted creatures, and they purified them all. They will definitely cause trouble for us if they find out. Attilan's eyes widened. He originally thought that these were polluted creatures that the bear man captured and controlled in the Emerald Dream. He didn't expect that a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes would actually steal things. The bear man grabbed Attilan, and with another round of rotation like the inside of a drum washing machine, Attilan finally returned to his loyal Moonshadow Lake. Lying in the lake water with soft moonlight, Attilan breathed a long sigh of relief. You think Attilan hasn't tried to run back directly from the Emerald Dream? Obviously, he can't do it at all. He even needs a long time to enter and exit the normal area of the Emerald Dream. He tried several times in the special area just now, but the demonic power in the environment disrupted the energy channel and affected his lock on the location of Moonshadow Lake. He couldn't come back, so he could only fight with the polluted creatures. Attilan finally understood why the bear man asked him not to touch the White Wolf King for the time being, and at the same time strengthened his training content and intensity. The bear man hoped that Attilan could use his purification power to purify the masterpiece pushed out by the control faction, and to make it perfect, so that the control faction and the neutral faction could see the power of the purification faction. Attilan finally understood why the legendary druids such as the bear man, the vine girl, and the old naughty boy were so powerful, but they were sent to this desolate land to preside over such a small project. Because they are the purification faction, and they are in a weak and suppressed situation. The role of the Emerald Dream is even greater than Attilan imagined. He did not expect that the bear man who casually captured him and accepted him as a disciple was just an ordinary druid. Later, he found out that the bear man was actually a legendary druid. It's okay that there is a natural council behind him. He also thought that the natural council was just a druid force that encompassed this material world, But he didn't expect it to be a superpower spanning several worlds. He finally understood why the Bear Man, a legendary druid, was suppressed by the Natural Council, because this Natural Council used the Emerald Dream as a barrier. The goal should be to cultivate a group of natural demigods, or even true gods, and build a druid pantheon. Just when Attilan wanted to find the Bear Man to confirm whether this was what he thought, the Bear Man had already arrived. Master, how should I train next? Don't worry, your training needs to be gradually advanced as the blood of the ocean dragon grows. It is already quite amazing that you have the current strength. Even I didn't expect your growth rate to be so fast. If you don't want your future growth limit to be affected, it's best not to force your potential. What you have to do now is to grow naturally. Although I played the oak guard just now, he does have a lot of resentment towards you. You promised to help him reach the realm of the ancient tree of life, but you just said it and didn't do it. If you delay it for another year or two, I think you really won't be able to eat his acorns. Attilan chuckled. I will go to help him tomorrow. With my current strength, I believe I can help him advance a lot. The Bear Man smiled and took out a few emerald green acorns and handed them to Attilan. You consumed a lot of energy in the Emerald Dream just now. Eat these acorns and go to the lake to recuperate. Rather than quickly ascending to the ancient tree of life, I hope you can help him master the power to purify the earth and nature. Hiss. Attilan took a breath of cold air. If he wanted to help the old tree head master the power of purification, he could only passively master this ability through a long period of purification thunder tempering. This requires him to temper the old tree head's oak body frequently and intensively. One sentence can let you know how difficult this matter is. It is even harder than a middle-aged man paying public rain every day. But Attilan is young and has a strong firepower. He thinks he can give it a try. He ate the life acorns in 3 or 2 bites, and looked at the direction of the oak hall with a firm look. I'll try hard, Master. I have another question. Does the Natural Council want to create a druid pantheon? The Bear Man didn't speak, but his expression had already told Attilan the answer. It's true. The next day, Attilan, refreshed, found the old tree head. Old tree, I'm here to find you. Long, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Did you eat all the acorns? But I don't have any acorns now. All my energy is used to temper my body. Attilan smiled and shook his head. How could that be? We are friends. I have made great progress in my practice recently. I finally have the strength to help you temper your body. Let's climb to a higher level of nature together. Chapter 171 Territorial Expansion. The oak guard was still very innocent. Attilan's arrival made the old tree very happy. It shook its branches in a muffled voice. Thank you, little dragon. You are really a good dragon. I almost thought that you said you would help me before just to trick me into giving you more life acorns. Anyway, my acorns are for you druids to eat after they are ripe. It doesn't matter who I give them to. Besides, Geoj agreed to my giving you the life acorns. After your strength has increased, you are indeed the most likely to help me among the forest druids. Are we still training according to the training we did half a year ago today? Attilan smiled and took out a pile of life crystals and piled them on the roots of the old tree. Today we are trying out something new. Do you remember that I said I would help you improve the quality of life acorns? The old tree shook its crown slightly to indicate a nod. Remember, you also mentioned a very powerful tree. You said that the fruit it bears can make ordinary people with no power eat it and become as powerful as legendary druids. Even if you only smell the fragrance of the fruit, you can become a druid who can control the power of nature. Although I really envy this level, I don't think I can reach this level. I am just an ordinary oak, not the first oak at the beginning of the world you mentioned. Even if the first oak became a tree man, I am afraid it would not be so powerful. Right, the old tree head was obviously not confident. The ancient tree of life was the limit that ordinary tree men could reach, or becoming a tree man was the limit of ordinary trees. The oak guards were out of reach, let alone the ancient tree of life. The old tree head could become an oak guard. He knew it was because he met the Bear Man. Now he met a new nobleman. Attilan could help him become the ancient tree of life. He was already very excited. Looking at the dejected old tree, Attilan smiled and said, Old tree, people should have dreams. Maybe one day I will become a natural god, and I can promote you to be my subordinate god. At that time, the life acorns you produce may really cultivate a legendary druid. The old tree just glanced at him indifferently. Then I thank you, but if you want life acorns, I really don't have them here. It's just right that you don't have life acorns here. I think you should extend the time of nurturing life acorns to enhance the effect of acorns. Ordinary acorns are not helpful for the growth of druids after level 10. The old tree looked at Attilan indifferently. Is it because my life acorns are not helpful for you to improve your strength now? You need stronger materials to help you improve your magic power, right? If you know it, you know it. It's not good to destroy the beauty by saying it out loud. What are you talking about? We are good friends. Naturally, I will do my best to help you. You should try my method first to see if it works or not, whether the old tree believes it or not. Attilan believes it himself. Isn't that right? Well, George said that you have the most ideas. Maybe you can really help me break through the limitations of the ancient tree of life. Attilan scratched his chin with his sharp claws. The bear man asked Attilan to help the old tree master the power of purification. The ancient tree of life plus the power of purification, this is definitely a power that can break through the realm of the ancient tree of life. In fact, just like the creeping spirit, the life energy of the ocean dragon can be used to dragonize the oak guard. If the old tree can be transformed into an ancient dragon tree, then the fruit it bears will naturally grow accordingly. For the ocean dragon, using the powerful control of life energy and the powerful erosion effect of the magic of the ocean dragon on life, Attilan is sure to perfectly transform the old tree. The bear man asked the old tree to master the power of purification. Attilan felt that using the power of the ocean dragon to erode the old tree was the fastest way to master the power of purification. Attilan used his lightning breath to inject the crystallized energy into the body of the old tree head, causing the old tree head to feel a strong pain. He shook his branches and said, "Although I don't know how effective it is, I do feel that this training is more effective than before. It seems that your training method is better than mine." Sure enough, to break through the ancient tree of life, you need your lightning breath. Attilan's eyes widened. In fact, he could probably judge how much pain it would bring to the body of the oak guard by using thunder. I didn't expect the old tree head to be able to speak. He is really a tough guy. He knew that oak was very hard, but he didn't expect the old tree head to be so hard. Old tree head, don't you feel pain? Of course it hurts. We tree people are different from ordinary trees. We also have the ability to feel pain, especially when burned by fire. That kind of intense pain still makes me feel like it just happened yesterday. Attilan knew that when he just became a tree man, he was attacked on the back by the flame dragon with fire breath. This incident made the old tree head have a strong fear of fire. At that time, the old tree was injured not only on his back, but also on his back. The other parts of his body were basically burned out. Otherwise, he would not have been handed over to the bear man who was suppressed at that time. They are brothers in distress. They have supported each other to this day. The bear man really hopes that the old tree can reach a higher level. There is a strong brotherhood between them. But that incident at the beginning also made me develop a very high tolerance for pain. Just like the bear man has been using thunder to train his body for 100 years, the bear man now will not be affected by pain at all. I think you can learn from your master, Attilan. Attilan's mouth twitched. He really didn't know whether they had honed their willpower or were numb to the pain. What was there to be proud of in this ability? He didn't want to master it at all. In this way, Attilan accompanied the old tree for a whole year. His familiarity with the purifying power of lightning breath has risen to the point where it can't be improved. He thinks now is the best time to send troops. During this year, he used lightning breath to help Laloon refine starlight bombs with stronger purification effects. Through practical feedback, the effect of starlight bombs is very good. The White Wolf King has opened up a grassland of more than 10,000 square kilometers, and even anchored the water element plane to shape a lot of springs. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a large area and such rich land? Anyway, Attilan was tempted. After a year of growth, Attilan has trained a completely iron army. Not only are all members equipped with iron armor, but also dragon armor with dragon momentum, 10,000 fully armed iron-armored warriors, and he has achieved the achievement of 10,000 helmets at a young age. The starlight bomb with the purification power of lightning breath has indeed further purified the grasslands cultivated by the White Wolf King. At least a feeling that makes Attilan subconsciously disgusted is no longer felt. Of course, this purification is limited to the area where Attilan has dropped starlight bombs. With the mobilization order of Attilan, 10,000 well-trained elite warriors gathered in Huangsha Pass in just 7 days, ready to set off at any time. Attilan fell heavily on the walls of Huangsha Pass. Fortunately, this year, because of the release of starlight bombs, the jackals launched more and more fierce attacks. The walls of Huangsha Pass were damaged in almost every war. The dwarves were complained more than once that the walls they built were a bit too fragile. The dwarves also got angry, took out their best posture and all their treasures, and tried to mobilize the power of the earth element plane to nourish the walls of Huangsha Pass with earth elements, gradually forming the current unbreakable state. The dwarf engineers received unanimous praise from everyone. So the walls remained unmoved as Attilan fell heavier and heavier on them. My soldiers, I won't say any more nonsense. Our goal this time is to annex the territory of the Gnolls and kill all the Gnolls active on the grassland. Do you have a confidence? Kill all the Gnolls. Kill all the Gnolls. Everyone waved their weapons, and the sharp iron blades reflected layers of golden light under the dazzling sunlight. During this year, with the battle with the Gnolls, Attilan's followers have accumulated deep hatred for the Gnolls. They roared with red eyes. We must kill all the Gnolls. Let's go. Although a year has passed, the plan to attack the Gnolls this time is still based on the one he and the fisher made a year ago. The soldiers are divided into two groups, and they must not let a single Gnoll escape. The Gnolls have changed. They are no longer the ignorant ones they used to be. They have begun to imitate the appearance of Huangsha Pass and built their own cities and walls. Of course, the skills of the jackals are definitely not up to par, but with the help of the demon warlock and the power of the devil, the strength of these city walls is not inferior to that of the Yellow Sand Pass. This is naturally because of the White Wolf King. Dust was flying outside the city. The White Wolf King knew that the dragon could not help but launch a full-scale attack on him, but he was not unprepared for a year. After being bombed for a whole year, he could not find a suitable means to retaliate. Today he finally had a chance. Attilan's 6,000 troops stopped outside the Jackal city and had no intention of attacking the city. Attilan was not stupid. He did not need a city full of demonic power. The best way was to destroy the city and the jackals inside. White Wolf King, are you going to hide in the city wall like a turtle? The White Wolf King appeared on the city wall. You are here. I knew there would be such a day. But I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Are all dragons so impatient? Attilan walked forward and smiled cruelly. Wash your neck? Are you ready to die? The White Wolf King opened his sharp-fanged wolf mouth. Do you want to have a king-to-king duel with me? Why not? King against king, soldier against soldier, pull all your people out. The White Wolf King jumped down from the city wall, the gate behind him opened, and the jackals rushed out quickly and in an orderly manner. As you wish, woo. Chapter 172 Bear Man, my apprentice has the appearance of a god. Attilan promised the Bear Man that he would be sure to completely purify the White Wolf King before going out of the mountain. In order to achieve this goal, do you know how Attilan spent this year? He played with greed every day. He was serious about using the oak guard to exercise his purification power. He even had people capture more than 100 jackals with a lasso pole and bring them back. He used lightning breath to purify the souls of the jackals one by one. The first dozen or so jackals were unlucky. Either the firepower released by Attilan was too small and they were not cooked, or the firepower was too large and they were burned directly. In the end, the result of these souls was naturally to be reincarnated as hyenas, hoping to make up for the soul trauma in the previous life through the short and wonderful life of hyenas. Of course, this is probably difficult, because after being treated by Dr. Attilan, these hyenas reincarnated from souls are all congenitally mentally retarded. There is no way. The damage to the soul prevents the minds of these hyenas from developing soundly, but as they age, the life experiences of hyenas will become the nourishment for the growth of their souls. The souls of animals can actually provide the power of faith, just like hyenas can be transformed into gnolls through demonic rituals, and all kinds of animals can also be transformed into orcs. Generally, this transformation is carried out in the wildlife park in the outer plane, but Attilan discovered that the Natural Council should also have mastered this secret technique of transforming animals into orcs through observing the gnolls who were captured to cooperate with his purification experiments during the year. In the past, he just brought his followers to kill all the gnolls he encountered, but after using the power of purification on the gnolls, he found that these gnolls who looked the same on the outside were actually very different inside. They can be roughly divided into three categories of gnolls. One is the gnolls that are completely transformed by the power of demons. This kind is the stupidest, but it is the easiest to produce the profession of demon warlock. The second is the gnolls that are shaped by the mixture of demonic power and natural power. This kind of gnoll may be because the fusion of the two energies is poorly adapted, chaotic and cruel, but the ability of close combat is the strongest. The difficulty of purification is the highest. The last one is the jackal, that the White Wolf King completely transformed the demonic power into natural power, through the druid's secret technique. It seems that the soul of this jackal seems to be clean. In fact, it is the most troublesome to deal with. Attilan practiced by purifying a large number of these jackals, and at the same time got a little help from the bear people, so he turned the thunder of purification into a unique spell-like ability. Of course, the thunder of purification can be formed, and Attilan can proudly say that he has come to this day entirely by his own efforts. Otherwise, how could he achieve the level of perfect purification of the White Wolf King in just 1 year? If Attilan didn't work hard, even the bear people couldn't leave him, so how could it not be counted as Attilan's own efforts? You seem much stronger than when you fled in panic the last time we met, but compared to the pain I've experienced and the gains I've gained, even a dragon. You have to crawl at my feet. Off facing the arrogant words of the White Wolf King, Attilan only thought that he had lost his mind due to the power of the devil. There might be creatures in this world that are fatter and more powerful than dragons. But it's definitely not the White Wolf. Attilan narrowed his eyes slightly, accompanied by a breeze blowing in the direction of the jackal. The air began to become humid, and a group of dark clouds quickly condensed in the sky that covered the sky. The sky darkened in an instant. A layer of dark green light flowed on the surface of the White Wolf King. Compared with the vibrant green of traditional druids, the natural power of the White Wolf King was lifeless. It was more like the power of death. Attilan seemed to know who had calculated the bloody stain. It was difficult to prevent thieves at home even if you were on guard day and night. The backstab of one's own people was the most deadly and the most defenseless attack. Otherwise, why are traitors so disgusting? The energy of the White Wolf King became darker and darker, and a pair of wide-black bat wings grew out from his back. Last time, I let you escape by relying on your flying ability, but this time, you can't run away. Attilan just smiled, not caring about the White Wolf King who was barking in front of him. Is it so funny for a wolf to compare the ability of air combat with a dragon? Then fight with me in the sky, let's see who is more powerful. Attilan flapped his wings and took off first, landing accurately under the dark clouds. The White Wolf King followed closely behind. Looking at his skillful flying posture, it can be seen that he has done a lot of fight training for today's air battle with Attilan. But he knew nothing about the power of the dragon. Attilan did not start with a spell like before, but quickly pounced on the White Wolf King. When passing by the White Wolf King, his tail whipped the White Wolf King's abdomen like a whip, causing a sonic boom in the air. So fast. The tail whipped the White Wolf King's abdomen, making him feel the tearing of his internal organs. He only felt a green figure brushing past him. At the moment of crossing, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and a huge force knocked him hundreds of meters away. Trying to spread his wings and adjust his posture, the White Wolf King screamed madly, "Impossible, how can you be so fast?" Attilan ignored him and silently launched a second attack. The claws with afterimages passed by, leaving a terrible wound on the body of the White Wolf King. The blood rain of the White Wolf King fell, and Lista excitedly raised the battle axe in his hand. "Dragon Legion, follow me, obey the order of the Dragon Lord, and kill all these damn gnolls, kill." The gnolls were also unwilling to be outdone, raising the bone spears in their hands and bravely attacking the dragon army in iron armor. But the bone spears were too fragile compared to the fine iron weapons carefully crafted by the dwarves. Lista swung his battle axe and easily cut off 7 or 8 bone spears, and 3 or 4 bone spears pierced his iron armor, only bringing a string of sparks. Lista twisted his waist with a grin, swung his battle axe, and a jackal had slid off his neck in an instant. Attilan condensed a bowl of clear water and washed his claws elegantly. Too weak, really too weak. If you, White Wolf King, only have this little strength, then I can't enjoy this battle. Show some real skills, or I will cut off your head in the next move. The White Wolf King opened his mouth wildly, and Attilan was afraid that he would dislocate his jaw. Damn it. I will show you what the power of the Demon Lord is. Damn sea dragon. The dark energy surged in the White Wolf King's body, his muscles and body began to swell, and the originally white fur became dark and lost all its luster. His eyes turned scarlet, and the light green saliva at the corners of his mouth kept falling, corroding holes on the grass, and the green grass withered instantly when it came into contact with the smoke emitted. Looking at the irrational White Wolf King, Attilan shook his head disdainfully. If this was his trump card, then he would be easier to deal with than the White Wolf King just now. Compared with strength, what should be possessed in battle is the brain. The current White Wolf King, no, he should be called the Wolf Demon, may not be as smart as the advanced constructs. It is too easy for Attilan, who has been calm for a year, to deal with him. Of course, Attilan will not underestimate the enemy. He will use all his strength and wisdom to deal with the Wolf Demon. The dark clouds in the sky finally began to rain. The special vitality contained in the rain fell on the fur of the Wolf Demon, just like human skin touched by concentrated sulfuric acid, and was purified into scars. But the dark natural energy of the grasslands was attracted by the Wolf Demon, and his body was healed and quickly restored to the appearance before the battle. Attilan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Just a fake immortal body. Does it make you feel that you will never die?" The Wolf Demon's scarlet eyes actually regained some consciousness. "Even if I still die in this form, you will definitely die before me with your strong recovery ability." For the Druids, the home advantage brought by the grassland created by the White Wolf King has a huge impact on the battle, but if Attilan wants to conquer the Sand Sea grassland, he must take the initiative to attack. Attilan is also a Druid, so he naturally knows how to cut off the connection between the White Wolf King and the grassland. Attilan flexibly flies in the air at a high speed. A series of silver, white, golden, or purple starlight bombs are dropped to specific locations on the grassland, exploding into clusters of brilliant light. As the starlight bombs exploded on the surface, the energy penetrated into the ground, and the magic net roughly constructed by the White Wolf King was easily cut off. "How do you know?" Before he finished speaking, Attilan passed by him again, and the White Wolf King fell to the ground powerlessly. His head and torso slowly separated, showing the end of a generation of kings to the two warring parties in a posture of separate actions. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Attilan's mouth. His claws carried a dazzling purifying thunder. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to cut off the Wolf Demon's neck and prevent the head and torso from connecting again. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth with his tongue, Attilan smiled confidently and said, "I said I would kill you in the next move, but you are still so careless. Are you worthy of my hard training for this year? If you die so easily, it will make my efforts look very locomotive." Of course, killing the White Wolf King is only the first step of the plan. It is not a difficult point for the whole plan. The real difficulty lies in how to purify his soul. Although the White Wolf King seems to be using the power of death and natural energy, he can be regarded as the most difficult to deal with among the three types of jackals that Attilan has dealt with, the one with the mixed power of demons and natural forces. That is the body of the demon lord, Yanogu, the king of jackals, which contains huge and chaotic demonic power. How can a little white wolf who has not even reached a legendary realm have the ability to completely transform the demonic power? The green light circulated on Attilan's body. His body could fly at a speed far exceeding that of the White Wolf King. This was the actual application of life control. The body was squeezed to burst out twice, 5 times, and 10 times the normal strength. Attilan could only do 5 times now. 1 year was still too short. It was not that he could not use 10 times the strength, but because he was still in the young dragon stage, 10 times the strength would oppress his body and affect his growth. In order to practice this amplification secret technique, he only grew from 10 meters to 12 meters in 1 year, but his weight increased from 1 ton to 3 tons. The increase in muscle density caused his weight to expand rapidly. The White Wolf King was just a pawn. He did not receive the careful teaching of the legendary druids of the Natural Council. It can be seen that the Natural Council was still very worried. The White Wolf King, a test subject, was beyond their control. The druid knowledge and secrets arranged for him had limitations. He still relied more on the demon knowledge carried in Yanogu's corpse to fight. The druid knowledge he mastered mainly focused on how to purify demon power, create jackals, and transform the surrounding environment. Attilan landed on the ground, grabbed the head of the White Wolf King and was about to put his soul into it, and then slowly purified after bringing it back. Who knew that the head of the White Wolf King, which had closed its eyes, suddenly opened its eyes, flew out of Attilan's claws, and bit Attilan's neck. Fortunately, Attilan reacted quickly and slapped the wolf head away. In fact, even if he was bitten, the White Wolf King might not be able to bite through his dragon scales. Even if he broke through the dragon scales, he still had his muscles that were as hard as a rock in the past year. The White Wolf King couldn't tear his throat apart at all. But Attilan was worried about rabies. The White Wolf King was infected by the power of the devil, but Attilan didn't want to be infected with such a disgusting thing as the power of the devil. He was a sacred and noble sea dragon druid. not a lowly white wolf. Why don't you just stay here and wait for the chance to be a wolf again? Why do you still want to stand up and continue to resist? A ball of lightning shot out from Attilan's hand and hit the head of the White Wolf King accurately. As a wisp of green smoke rose, his scarlet eyes gradually dimmed with reluctance. If you want to fight me, wait for the next life. Don't worry, you still have a chance. I will make you a good dog in the next life. Picking up the wolf head, he saw that the soul of the White Wolf King inside was injured. Fortunately, it did not affect the overall purification work. It was a necessary damage when killing. After he is reincarnated as a white wolf, he can be repaired by feeding him a few soul-soothing buns. It is indeed a bit of a waste to feed meat buns to dogs. Everything is to regain the right to speak of the purification faction in the natural parliament. For the natural empire. Attilan walked up again to pick up the wolf head, and his eyes widened suddenly. Where is the soul of the White Wolf King? How could such a large, dark soul disappear? Attilan can only use the most powerful skill in the world. Great summoning. Master, it's bad. The White Wolf King's soul has escaped. The bear man's voice rang in Attilan's ears. He can't escape. The second after you caused his soul to escape because of your carelessness, I had already caught him. Attilan, I am very satisfied with your previous performance, but after the final victory, you completely relaxed and made mistakes one after another. It seems that 1 year of training is not enough for you. You need more and stronger training, Attilan suddenly cried. No, Master, it's been a year. Now I just want to complete the task of purifying the soul of the White Wolf King and have a good rest for a while. The bear man was far away, looking at the crystal ball containing the dark soul in his hand and said, You have already put in a year of hard work. If you can't surprise other legendary druids at the nature conference later, how many more years do you think you need to wait for your nature empire? Attilan hesitated for a moment. He had already invested a year. If he gave up halfway now, wouldn't this year's time be wasted? Not to mention the bear man. In fact, Attilan was not very satisfied with his reaction just now. It was not perfect and not elegant enough. How could he have reacted in time just now? He should have used the water shield to deflect the wolf head instead of using his claws. He had been training for so long. If he was attacked by the Dragon Slayer one day, he could open the shield at the first time instead of using his claws to resist. But he didn't have time to open the water shield just now, because casting a spell requires concentration and not panicking at all. He didn't have the confidence to open the shield before the wolf head bit him. Okay, go back and continue training. Then, Master, how long do you think I need to train for at most? The bear man smiled with a successful plan and comforted Attilan. Don't worry, plus the past year, it will only take 3 years at most for me to train you into an outstanding druid rising star. If you want the Natural Council to recognize you, you need strength in the druid aspect. The talent of the ocean dragon can be a help to you, but it will also be a loophole for attack. Just a few words, your druid level is just the power brought by the talent of the ocean dragon, and you can eliminate your efforts for so long. Attilan frowned. Then Master, how do you know that after your training, they won't think that my hard work is the result of the talent of the ocean dragon? The bear man answered confidently, the talent of the ocean dragon is not omnipotent. Your talent cannot help with many druid secrets. You only need to master one of them. At the same time, you need to show your enthusiasm and sweat in the druid way. Let the council know that you recognize your identity as a druid, and you will be listed as a key training target of the Nature Council. At that time, you will feel the true power hidden in the Nature Council. Attilan was refreshed, and released the thunder of purification to burn the remaining body of the White Wolf King to ashes. Master, have you also experienced the treatment of the Nature Council in cultivating sea druids? The bear man sighed and said, Don't talk about me. Even Jaina and Bloodstained, who are more talented than me, have not enjoyed the complete knowledge of mythical druids. I only know that the druids who have obtained these mythical knowledge have all broken through to the realm of natural demigods, although most of them have sacrificed for various reasons in the expansion of the Nature Council and the construction of the Emerald Dream, but it is undeniable that they who are at the forefront of the storm are the real objects of care of the Nature Council, and they can easily gain the right to speak in the Nature Council. Attilan asked in surprise. The Nature Council actually mastered the inherited knowledge of the natural demigods. The bear man smiled and said, as a huge force spanning several worlds, if the Nature Council does not master the top power of the material world, do you think the Nature Council can still exist? It seems to be true. Although Attilan does not know how the Nature Council developed, There is no doubt that this force has threatened the gods in the sky. Although the Nature Council did not touch the cake of the power of faith of the gods, they already have the potential and strength to go to the table to share the cake, even if they can only lick a little cake crumbs. The gods will not allow it. Master, do you want me to inherit the legacy of the natural demigod? Yes, but I already have the legacy of the dragon's divine dragon. As long as I meet the prerequisites for cultivation, I can gradually become a quasi-god dragon with level 0 divine power. The bear man clenched a crystal ball and shook his head. It's not enough. When the gods begin to fear that the natural council will cultivate a god belonging to the druids had better really cultivate a druid god. Why do you think the control faction can dominate the discourse? Is it really because they can control the pollution of demonic power? No, because they let the elders of the council see the possibility of relying on demonic power to cultivate quasi-god power that is not inferior to gods. The powerful demon lords themselves are quasi-god power. It's not a problem to fight against the gods, but that's not the power the natural council wants to see. So there's the transformation and fusion of demonic power, trying to give birth to a better level of power. Essentially, it's not much different from the god-killing weapon that the madman in the desert dungeon wants to create by fusion of the power of life and death. The key is to master the power to kill the gods. Druids live, demons die. Attilan took a breath. So, the goal of our purification sect is to cultivate a pure-blooded god of druids. Yes, you are the potential stock of value. With the dragon of the gods and the natural demigod, you may become a natural dragon god. Hiss, once again contributing to the warming of this material world. It's normal for a master to plan the life path for his apprentice, but it's really surprising for a bear man to plan a road with no end in sight for his apprentice. You are growing very fast. Maybe you can really become a god under the blockade of the gods. The Natural Council also has the corresponding resources. Although not much. According to my estimation, there will be no problem in cultivating a true god. This pie is too big and too high. Attilan feels that he can't eat it at all, but he really wants to eat a few more bites. So, you want to double your efforts to improve the druid realm from today? I do, I swear. The bear man knew that Attilan's mind, which had not been trained much, could not withstand the temptation of deification. He also saw that this was a giant dragon full of ambition since birth. Deification has always been his goal, or to become a man above a man. A dragon above a dragon is Attilan's ambition, and gods are the most noble and powerful group of existences in all planes. Attilan's goal is naturally to deify, and it seems to be a god above gods. Of course, Attilan's ambition has not expanded to that extent. Now he just wants to be able to deify stably. Starting tomorrow, I will personally teach you how to purify the white wolf's soul. Your fine manipulation is not detailed enough. If you make full use of your purification power, the white wolf's soul should be able to rise in strength. This is the goal you need to accomplish. Do you have confidence? Yes, in this situation, Attilan knew that he must have confidence. Chapter 173, Damn, I'm surrounded by dragons. After ending the call with the bear man, Attilan looked at the battlefield carelessly. He knew very well that these jackals would not pose much of a threat to the 10,000 soldiers he had carefully selected. Besides, the White Wolf King was already dead. Without him to unite the jackals on the battlefield were all looking at each other, trying to find a chance to escape while leaving the others behind to die. Attilan watched from above as the jackals' formation changed from being fairly neat to being in disarray. How could he not see through the jackals' thoughts? A loose formation just wanted to run away. Attilan sent a loud dragon roar to Lista, who immediately swung his axe and slapped the jackals around him away. Everyone, gather around me. The trumpeter blows the assembly order. If they continue to fight the jackals, there would be no chance for them to survive. The last burst of fire from them would definitely take away a lot of unlucky people. Now they should be given a chance to escape. The task of exhausting their physical strength, chasing them, and completely eliminating the remaining jackals was given to the second team led by the Fishman Fisher. Attilan hovered over the battlefield and shouted in a joking tone, "Jackals, I killed your king. Now I am in a good mood. I decided to give you 10 minutes to escape. Run to the desert. As long as you can escape the pursuit of my dragon army, you can survive. I hope you can escape more excitingly so that I won't feel bored. Only 10 minutes, my army will adjust its posture and attack again. Run away." Attilan is not a pervert, so he is naturally not interested in this kind of battle royal plot. He adopted this rhetoric just to completely eliminate the fighting will of the Jackwalls and plant the seeds of escape deeply in their hearts. Sure enough, after hearing Attilan's words, the Jackwalls decisively turned around and fled, and even grabbed the bone spear to whip their former companions in order to have someone to take the blame. Gnolls are gnolls, and they are always mean in their bones. It's just that these gnolls give Attilan the feeling of devils. Compared with demons, although the devils are also full of betrayal and calculation, the devils are at least in the lawful camp. They cultivate orcs similar to devils, so the parliament can naturally rule the orcs with high pressure similar to the devil's duke. It's just that Attilan feels that this kind of warcraft will be easily stolen by the devil. It is necessary to add more unique things belonging to druids, and add an independent password to prevent the warcraft from being out of control. Wait? He seems to be a druid of the purification faction. How can he think about how to manage the warcraft of the control faction? Ahem, except for a small number of elite Tauren wearing iron armor who can catch up with the gnolls, most people are panting and hanging at the end of the team. It's the centaurs. If Attilan hadn't repeatedly suppressed Zhufiang before the battle, he can still lead the centaurs into the group of gnolls and kill them. Now the gnolls have been scattered over a large area. The mission of the centaurs is not to hunt the gnolls, but to restrain them and prevent them from escaping outside the designed route. The subsequent plot is no different from what Attilan imagined, except that some of the gnolls escaped the encirclement and fled into the mountains in the north. It seems that they had prepared a tunnel long ago. The tunnel should be used to attack the halflings or dwarves, but now it is used by the gnolls to escape. Life is sometimes so unpredictable. Attilan does not intend to pursue this small number of gnolls who escaped. They should be helpful to Attilan's next plan. Further north is the rich halfling town. Even though Attilan's territory is self-sufficient, he still uses nuts and honey that are scarce but very popular with the halflings in exchange for wheat and black beans grown by the halflings. Soy sauce and silky silk are especially popular among the hedonistic halflings. In the past, a halfling family would only plant 50 acres of land. Now the average halfling family has cultivated more than 100 mu of land, and they work hard to grow all kinds of food, fruits and vegetables. Halflings do this just to enjoy delicious food. Now they only need to cultivate twice as much land, and halflings can enjoy food that used to be only on festivals once a week, or even gradually on a daily basis. For example, white bread. The halfling town used to lack the processing power of the mill, and the flour they enjoyed was not fine enough. Since the Tauren came to open the mill, 10 Tauren can provide snow-white flour that meets the needs of half of the town's population. Now, the forest town can no longer do without the Black Bull mill, and the combat skills taught by the Snakemen instructors are much better than those of the crappy wanderers who boast that they have gone out on adventures and achieved certain achievements. After all, Snakemen are elite warriors and wanderers who have survived hundreds of battles, and their handsome faces are very popular among halflings. Of course, there have been no female halflings who want to give birth to snakemen. Watching the thick smoke rising in the distance, Attilan knew that this was Fisher burning the remaining bodies of the Jackwalls. Although most of the Jackwalls did not carry germs due to the transformation of natural forces, there were a few Jackwalls whose mutated demonic powers, under the catalysis of natural forces, made the Jackwalls carry more powerful germs. Fire and thunder were the best ways to purify germs. Tens of thousands of Jackwall corpses stretched over a distance of more than 20 to 30 kilometers. Attilan would not go to the places where the corpses were piled up to purify them. The dependents would be burned first, and Attilan would do deep purification. Now he was more troubled by how to purify such a large area of grassland. Behind the White Wolf King, there was the corpse of the demon lord Yinogu to provide energy to transform the grassland, but who would provide Attilan with energy to purify the grassland? No one. Purifying the grassland could only rely on Attilan's own power. If he wanted to connect the forest's magic net with the grassland, it would in turn pollute the forest's magic net. Although the White Wolf King was dead, there was a unique vitality in the grassland magic net. If Jorge did not capture his soul, Attilan was sure that he would absorb the natural magic of the grassland and transform into a powerful natural spirit. There was even a chance to be resurrected. Of course, the resurrected White Wolf King would definitely not be the original him. Attilan planned to purify the White Wolf King and reincarnate him into a white wolf. The White Wolf King was resurrected as a natural spirit, and it was definitely impossible for him to turn back into a human. It was more likely that he would still be a white wolf. Lista, Fisher, and Zhufang were covered in blood and dust. They returned to the White Wolf's Demon City to report the battle situation to Attilan. Dragon Lord, according to statistics, we killed a total of 10,358 jackals this time, and our own losses were less than 100 people. It can be said that we won a great victory. This armor played a big role. Lista patted the armor on his body excitedly. As a barbarian, he didn't want to wear armor. He believed that barbarians should move forward bravely, not caring about injuries and death, and only attacking in their eyes. But after fighting with ordinary minotaurs wearing iron armor and carrying iron shields, he found that without the defense of iron armor, it would be very difficult for him to defeat these minotaurs that he had once completely ignored. He used to be able to rely on his powerful steps to avoid the enemy's attack and kill the opponent with an axe, but now he can't even break the opponent's iron shield. On the contrary, the opponent can withstand his attack without worrying about getting hurt, just swing the axe to chop him. After actual combat, Lista realized the excellent effect of protective props and soon became an avid fan of iron armor. Now he's a tin can wielding an axe crazily. Don't say. Lista successfully turned into a jackal killing machine in today's battle, and killed more than 300 jackals by himself, the most in the whole field. Zhufeng was so envious, but he also knew that if he was given the opportunity to fight in close combat on the battlefield, he would not be able to achieve the same record as the Minotaur Lista. The difference is that the Minotaurs and Centaurs have completely different body structures. Lista can hold the axe and launch a whirlwind slash, but Zhufeng can't. He relies more on high-speed impact to kill as many enemies as possible in a line. Zhufeng's attack surface is narrower, and it is not suitable for centaurs to stop in close combat. Impact and archery are their choices because the horse's legs are very fragile. Compared with other two-legged races, centaurs can hardly take care of their hind legs. Besides, speed is the advantage of centaurs. There is no need to give up the advantage and fight the enemy in their disadvantageous range. Zhufeng, send a few people to the halfling town to inform the mayor that although we have eliminated most of the gnolls, some gnolls still escaped. The gnolls are now in the mountains in the north and may launch a sneak attack on the halfling town. Let them be more careful. It is best to arrange people to search for the traces of the gnolls in the nearby mountains and forests. Zhufeng nodded and asked, I know, Dragon Lord, but those gnolls who escaped, don't we arrange some people to find them and kill them? Attilan glared at him unhappily. How many people do you think are appropriate? How much resources will it take to arrange a pursuit? Can they threaten our towns and farmland? How much value will the pursuers create if they are put into production? Zhufeng scratched his mohawk in confusion. Fisher patted his arm. Go and get busy. There may still be remnants of gnolls lurking in the grassland. We need people and horses as the main force to clean them up. In short, you only need to understand one thing. It's good for us to let those gnolls be active in the northern mountains. After hearing this, Zhufeng was even more stunned. How could there be benefits for gnolls to be alive? I told you not to just wield a gun and a stick. I arranged a military academy. After a year of study, Lista has been able to calculate the results of the battles in both zero and whole numbers. The captains below can accurately calculate the number of jackals killed, but you still only know how to do it in front of me? Learn more from your grandfather when you have time. The old blind man has been fighting for many years. His vitality is like a candle in the wind. He doesn't know when it will go out, but he and the old fishman, one horse and one fishman, are simply two treasures of the kingdom of Atlantis. The people in charge of the kingdom are the Minotaur Lista, the Black Bull, the Fishman Fisher, Thrall, the Snake Minapaya, the Centaur Chaser, the Dwarf Silver Ring, and other large and small supervisors and stewards. Stewards are responsible for specific agricultural, commercial, animal husbandry and other matters. The half-goat man is the prime minister, but his experience is not mature enough. Many times, the old blind man and the old fishman help him decide on the specific handling methods. The half-goat man often gets good results after adopting their suggestions. Instead, he made his own decision, which was either very brilliant or full of loopholes, and Attilan had to come out to deal with the beginning and the end. During this period, in addition to cleaning up the gnolls, you have to demarcate the boundaries of the grassland and absorb as many remaining races in the desert as possible to join the kingdom, but you can't let them stay in the grassland. Let them go to the wasteland to develop the hills in the back half, level the land and reclaim farmland, and plant all kinds of trees, shrubs, berries, and pasture. More manpower is needed. Fisher frowned. Dragon Lord, we already have enough manpower now, and there is no need to recruit people from the desert. Compared with the White Wolf King, I think the blue dragon entrenched in the desert is more difficult to deal with. Now we should continue to accumulate strength and should not alert the blue dragon in advance. The desert can't recruit many people, but it will let the blue dragon know if it spreads the word. I think we have taken down all the rainforests in the east. Even if the rainforests still need to maintain their original appearance, the population inside can help us quickly develop dark land that can be planted. Attilan grabbed a wildflower and sniffed it. Do you know that the rainforest provides soldiers for the swamp dragon? You told me not to provoke the blue dragon, but asked me to provoke Cetus instead, Fisher said with a firm look in his eyes. Dragon Lord, according to the intelligence I have collected, the last time the swamp dragon recruited soldiers from the rainforest was 5 years ago. In these 5 years, his envoys have only been to the rainforest once. The envoy even just walked around the outer layer of the rainforest and went back. It should be that he did not fancy the quality of the rainforest's soldiers, or the swamp dragon does not need the rainforest's soldiers. Although I don't know the whole picture, the swamp dragon seems to have achieved unprecedented victory in the battle against the human and dwarf coalition in the east, and did not lose too many troops because of the battle, and I think the gap in strength between us and the swamp dragon is too big. He will not take us seriously, but the blue dragon, because our strength is similar to his, he is very likely to send troops to attack us, or at least burn this grassland. Attilan nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect that in just 1 year. Fisher, you have found out so much information from east to west. I must reward you when I go back. Fisher bowed his head humbly and said respectfully, it is because of the cultivation of the Dragon Lord, otherwise the two little fishmen would not have become excellent assassins. My son Fitz and the Fishmananes are honored to serve the Dragon Lord. During this year, the two little fishmen often followed a goatman and Trina. The goatman tried to awaken Trina's more memories of the training camp by training them. It did awaken a lot of skills, but they were all the combat and training skills of the wanderers. The two little fishmen became the biggest winners and are now level 4 wanderers. The two cooperated in the action and found out a lot of information about the rainforest in the east. As for the desert in the west, it was handed over to the Snake Man. Although they have lived in the humid rainforest for hundreds of years, the Snake Man returned to the dry desert where their ancestors lived and quickly adapted to the environment. Attilan squinted his eyes and looked at the desert. Is there a specific analysis report on the strength of the blue dragon? No, the blue dragon did not gather his followers around him. He only had elite warriors selected from various tribes and excellent servants around him. Because the blue dragon is in the center of the desert, a single oasis there cannot support too many people, and the tribes must be scattered. Many tribes exclude outsiders from entering their tribes. It is difficult for the snake people to succeed in reconnaissance, but according to rough estimates, the blue dragon can mobilize more than 5,000 warriors, including a core blue dragon tribe that cultivates a unique lightning warrior. It is said that this blue dragon tribe came to this desert with a blue dragon. The adult blue dragon brought the blue dragon tribe, and it was obvious that he came with a mission. There must be an organization behind this blue dragon, and it is worthy of being the most orderly blue dragon among the color dragons. This adult blue dragon is just a vanguard. Attilan is worried that killing the blue dragon and occupying the center of the desert will cause hostility from the forces behind the blue dragon. He must get the support of the Natural Council. Otherwise, relying only on the power of the Bear Forest, there is no way to fight against a blue dragon social group. When a dragon appears, the most elite professionals of various professions can be assembled to slay the dragon, but when the dragon appears in the form of a group, who can stop their cooperation? Originally, Attilan was not completely sure that the treasure in the desert dungeon was the purgatory dragon's soul. Now it is certain that the blue dragon is also a dragon, and what they are looking for must be helpful to the dragon. But that is a fire treasure, a fire dragon. Based on the analysis of the inherited memory of the ocean dragon, the most likely one is the purgatory dragon's soul. Although the colored dragons do not know how to condense and enhance the dragon ball, they certainly know that heating the dragon ball will help their growth. Attilan knew that he had to purify the soul of the Prairie Song White Wolf King as soon as possible, so that the Natural Council would see his potential, choose to invest in him, and invest in the future of druids. Leave the grassland to you. I'm going back to the forest to do something big. Yes, Dragon Lord, what about recruiting people from the rainforest? We have been doing this, but we haven't made much progress. It's the same now. We can do things, but don't be too high profile. The right way is to make a fortune quietly. Originally, I thought that after dealing with the White Wolf King who had the power of the Demon Lord behind him, his life would be a little quieter in the future, but look at the three forces that formed the triangle and sandwiched him in the middle. The ancient dragon stage swamp dragon, the adult blue dragons with a blue dragon assembly behind them, and the water elf kingdom with a systematic magic academy and magic industry. Attilan can't beat any of them. It seems that developing eastward has become Attilan's only choice. But the wetland is already a muddy land, and the water content in the east will only be more, which will be more troublesome to manage. But on the other hand, the area with a large water content is the territory where the ocean dragon should show its ability. Attilan, you have to cheer up. I remember that from the mouth of a minotaur, he seemed to have heard the news that there was a black dragon in the muddy land in the east. Although the black dragon is not ambitious, it still controls a large area and can summon a lot of manpower. Attilan did not take this black dragon with no background seriously. With Attilan's current strength, it would be a bit difficult to kill this black dragon that is suspected to be an adult or at least a teenager, but it is not impossible. It just needs to lead the black dragon out of the waters he corrupted. That's right, although black dragons cannot form life fields like ocean dragons, their magic power can still erode the living environment into a shape suitable for them to live in, and provide some convenience for black dragons in battle. The older the black dragon, the stronger this ability is. This ability is not mainly used for fighting. He can corrode the already civilized land and cause a serious reduction in food production. This is what makes black dragons annoying. They are as disgusting and dirty as the swamps they live in, hiding a large number of germs and toxins. Blue dragon, swamp dragon, black dragon, oh no, he seems to be surrounded by dragons. This is not a world dominated by druids. How come there are so many dragons? When Attilan returned to the forest, he immediately asked the bear man this question. The bear man looked at him like a fool. If this is really a world suitable for druids to live and develop, do you think it will be my turn to be assigned here to perform tasks? Ahem, I thought the problem was too simple. Master, if we can get rid of the blue dragons in the west and the black dragons in the east, then our natural magic network can form a very large and complete network? The bear man just glanced at him lightly. So, you want me to help you get rid of the blue dragon and the black dragon? Of course not, I just hope that Master can provide me with a little help. Attilan said. He used his claws to make a fingertip universe. What help? I want to purify the grassland first. Compared with purifying the soul of the White Wolf King, the grassland is easier to deal with. Even if there is a problem, it can be quickly adjusted and repaired. But once the soul of the White Wolf King is damaged, there is no way to repair it. At the same time, the complete purification of the grassland can also prove my potential and value to the Natural Council. With their first investment, I can develop stronger power. This can also be regarded as the start of a positive cycle. To sum up, managing the grassland is actually the most cost-effective solution at present. What do you think, Master? The bear man just injected natural magic into the crystal ball lightly. I don't think so. I asked you to govern the White Wolf King first because I think your current strength is not suitable for showing up in front of the Natural Council. You must accumulate strength for a while. If you are exposed now, you may not be able to achieve the highest goal you want. Is your natural empire only this level? Just 2 dragons have made you feel like retreating. Don't say you are my apprentice, George. Attilan approached the bear man with a smug look on his face and said with a smile, Master, you seem to have said a long time ago that I should not mention your name when I go out on the future, so as not to make your reputation bad. Besides, there are dragons on 3 sides and the water elf kingdom on 1 side. How can I develop? The bear man just said lightly, it's not 3 sides, it's 4 sides. The water elf kingdom has reached an alliance contract with a bronze dragon. Chapter 174 Kingdom Strength and Strategic Direction. Fuck. Why is life so difficult? Young people want to make their own careers, but they find that all the territories have been occupied by the old predecessors. It's either a strong alliance or a family power. Think about it carefully. Among the 4 dragons that surrounded Attilan, only the black dragon is a real mud-legged man. If Attilan doesn't fight him, who should he fight? The swamp dragon is not the offspring of 2 swamp dragons. He is the child of a mountain dragon and an ocean dragon, and he is also the only child. He inherited his mother's territory. Or to say, he took back his mother's territory. These are all historical materials collected by the druids that the bear people opened to Attilan after he worked hard. Among them, The origin story of the swamp dragon Cestus was recorded, including his mother, an ocean dragon who was killed by a team of brave warriors who were born in the Eastern Humans and the Dwarf Kingdom. The specific events were not recorded in the bark paper, but there is still a rough assessment of the strength of the swamp dragon mother, with a challenge level of at least level 15. Moreover, he has a certain druid level and is considered to be one of the druid camp's own people. Seeing this, Attilan understood that the death of the ocean dragon must not be simple. Conspiracy and calculation are indispensable. As the bear man said, this world is not a good place. It seems that the druids have established a large natural magic network structure on the continent, but the gods in the sky, the demons and devils underground will not sit still and watch the druids grow. The god of nature, Abehe, and the goddess of the forest, Alona, are the only two gods in the natural camp, but they have a bad relationship in order to compete for the divine power in the natural field. The two gods who should have stood on the side of the druids, but because the druids tried to create more gods to share the cake, they ignored the druids making the cake bigger. Instead, they stood on the side of the gods. The appearance of the elemental dragon god and the emerald dream proved that there was more than one traverser in this universe. It is obvious that the druid pantheon was a plan proposed by a senior traverser. Attilan didn't know whether this senior was hiding behind the scenes, waiting for the day of deification, or had fallen on the road of struggle, but he had decided to be more cautious. In order to avoid his death before he could build the natural empire in his mind and ascend to the supreme position of the dragon god. He knew that he was very lucky since he was born. Although he did not get any golden fingers, he was able to reincarnate as a powerful ocean dragon. Compared with his predecessors who were reincarnated as humans, he had already got golden fingers. When ordinary ocean dragons grow to the ancient dragon stage, their challenge level is about 24 or 25, and Attilan is the elemental dragon king among ocean dragons. When he grows to the ancient dragon stage, his challenge level should be more than 30. Of course, it is very difficult to guide the potential of the elemental dragon king. It requires the guidance of excellent predecessors and masters, and the provision of a large amount of materials with abundant magic power to supplement the nutrients needed for the growth of the dragon body. Here we must specifically mention the guidance and teaching of the bear man Gauge. If there is no Gauge, he is likely to embark on the path of a wild dragon without the guidance of his parents. In 2 years, he was able to pull up a team with the wisdom of the Traverser and build a kingdom full of miscellaneous soldiers, but it is definitely not as good as the current kingdom of Atlantis. The land area of Atlantis exceeds 200,000 square kilometers, although most of it is uncultivated desert, wasteland, wetland swamp. But Attilan now has 30,000 subjects, 1 million acres of farmland, and an annual grain output of 30,000 tons of wheat, 60,000 tons of black beans, 180,000 tons of forage, 50,000 tons of fruit, and 50,000 tons of nuts, 20,000 tons of mutton, 30,000 tons of fish, 50,000 tons of pork, and 50,000 tons of rabbit meat, 6,000 centaurs, 4,000 minotaurs, 10,000 fishmen, 1,500 snakemen, 1,500 lizardmen, 7,000 dog-headed men, and a small number of wild boars, ratmen, werewolves, tigers, bearmen and other beastmen joined the kingdom. The food consumed by the 30,000 population in a year squeezes out 70% of the kingdom's production capacity. Minotaur and centaurs are born with a strong biological challenge level, which also leads to their large appetite. In the past, they always controlled the population below the amount of food produced by the land by competing for food. Now Attilan has come, and this 200,000 square kilometers of land has just ushered in the end of the last war. Without war, the best means of controlling population, the population of the kingdom increased from 10,000 to 30,000 within a year. This was not because Attilan recruited many people from other regions. It was just the internal reproduction behavior brought by the vigorous life of the kingdom's dependents. Of course, the environment of the wasteland is improving. Nearly 40,000 square kilometers of land have been greatly improved by planting trees and digging rivers to guide the water flow of the Southwest River. 2 years ago, Attilan assessed that the wasteland could be reclaimed into 100,000 acres of farmland through transformation, and now the greatest potential is 500,000 acres. The former 100,000 acres of farmland have basically been realized. Although 50,000 acres of them are planted with alfalfa and other forage grasses, they can also be classified as farmland. The main reason for the improvement of the wasteland is not the water of the Southwest River, but Attilan dug a ditch from east to west to guide the water of 3 rivers in the Rhine forest into the Southwest River. Digging ditches from the Southwest River, most areas of the wasteland will have water. Attilan will also exercise his water control ability through rainfall. It is expected that in 3 years, the wasteland will be completely transformed into mountains, forests and farmland. But Attilan didn't understand why the bear people didn't take action to improve the situation in the wasteland. Obviously, as long as he was willing to help, he could do the same as what Attilan was doing now. Attilan used 30,000 people to transform the wetlands and wastelands, but the bear people only needed 3 people, himself, the vine girl, and the old naughty boy. Attilan used tens of thousands of people to dig ditches. And these things, in fact, the old naughty boy could do it alone. Just as Attilan could send the water vapor of the wetlands to the wasteland, the old naughty boy could also control the earth element to change the terrain and shape a ditch from east to west. But they didn't do this, which actually caused the natural magic net between the bear forest and the Rhine forest to not form a hole. Compared with the forest, the Rhine forest seemed to have no archdruid to preside over it. There was a natural magic net, but the paths were of different sizes and crooked, like a very shoddy work, even rougher than the natural magic net transformation of the Huxley land guided by Attilan. Just as Attilan called the wasteland the Huxley land and the wetland the Hedden land, the newly occupied wolf grassland was also renamed and called the Hebrei land. The reason is naturally because of the water from the 3 rivers. At the same time, Attilan arranged for people to comb the river channel of the Southwest River, plant trees and reinforce the river bank, so that the Southwest River could withstand the fire element environment attracted by the purgatory dragon soul. It officially rushed into the desert. The grassland is just in the north of this section of the Liuli River covered with stone slabs, so it is called Hebrei land. In order to turn the sand back into soil that can allow plants to grow, a large amount of life source, water, is naturally needed. Attilan cannot let the precious water resources penetrate into the ground. Therefore, he personally took action and melted the sand channel dug by his followers into crystals with high-temperature lightning breath, and then let the dwarf silver ring be responsible for adding a cover to the water channel to prevent water evaporation. Only specific water intakes are left to facilitate irrigation of plants planted in the desert. It is not that there are no plants in the desert. The centaurs found a shrub similar to sea buckthorn that grows yellow berries. It tastes very sour, but it is already a very rare food in the desert. There is another plant that Attilan was ecstatic when he saw it. That is wild watermelon. This is a hydrating product carried by desert races. Wild watermelons certainly don't have the red flesh of watermelons, and they are not even big, with dense watermelon seeds inside. But Attilan still regards wild watermelons as treasures. Before crossing, Attilan's favorite thing was to watch TV with a fan and eat watermelons just taken out of the refrigerator, childhood memories and tastes. After being a dragon for 2 years, Attilan felt that he was becoming more and more like a dragon, and no longer the human he used to be. He could accept himself becoming a dragon. But he didn't allow himself to be just a dragon. Maybe the greed of the dragon had penetrated into his soul. He wanted to maintain his own personality instead of being influenced by the body of this dragon. The higher his druid level, the longer he spent with the young druids in the forest. Attilan felt that his humanity before crossing was still retained in his body, so he would not become an indifferent dragon. Do you feel proud to have established a kingdom with a population of 30,000? You want me to promise you to adjust the training, first the grassland and then the White Wolf King. You just want to purify the grassland, so that you can use the grassland land to grow forage, raise more sheep, pigs, horses, rabbits, moose and other meat, and then it will be convenient for you to continue to expand the population and combat power of the kingdom. Really? The bear man's sudden truth caught Attilan off guard. How is this possible? The drainage project of the wetland is still going on. There are 150,000 square kilometers of land there, and nearly half of the land is suitable for reclamation into farmland. As long as there are enough people, I can even reclaim 100 million acres of farmland from this land. Faced with Attilan's boast, the bear man did not want to puncture it. 10,000 square kilometers of land is 15 million acres of farmland. In theory, 100 million acres can be reclaimed, but in practice, the soil environment that needs to be transformed to reach 100 million acres of farmland is very complex. Attilan was able to reclaim 900,000 mu of farmland in the wetlands, which is basically all the farmland that can be reclaimed at present, and the yield of wheat and black beans grown is not as good as that of Hexity. It is because the environment here is too humid that wheat and black beans cannot adapt to the environment here, and it takes a lot of time to select suitable varieties. Even if Attilan asked the druid to help with a rough selection, compared with the seeds brought a year ago, the yield of the selected seeds now only increased by 2 or 3 pounds per mu. Screening and breeding is a very tedious and complicated process, and it also requires a little luck. You can use the slogan of 100 million mu to deceive your subjects. If you really don't feel the pressure of food, would you be so eager to develop the Jackwall grassland? The natural magic net there is very fragile. If you raise a large number of herbivores on it, it will only cause the grassland to quickly degenerate into the original desert. The current problem should be that without the energy provided by the White Wolf King, how long can this grassland last before it degenerates back into a desert? You stay in the forest and purify the soul of the White Wolf King honestly. As for the task of maintaining the grassland ecology and purification, I plan to give it to the Eagle King and others to carry out. Attilan frowned, but it was not that he looked down on the Eagle King and others. If this task is given to them, can they really do it? The bear man looked at Attilan with a slightly sarcastic smile. Is it because you easily defeated the White Wolf King with a restrained purification thunder that you have the illusion that only you are the son of destiny, and that only you have mastered the ability to purify the demon pollution? Attilan raised his eyebrows and looked at the bear man with a strange look. It seemed like the bear man had always been praising him, using the godhood as a carrot to keep him moving forward, so why was he suppressing him now? Your purification thunder is a very efficient and convenient purification method, but it doesn't mean that the purification sect has studied it for so many years and still has no results. Weren't you confused before? Why didn't we do anything when I could obviously deal with the imbalance of water and drought in the desert and wetlands? Attilan nodded repeatedly and praised, yes, if the three masters, Master, Jaina, and Old Boy, take action, I think even the southwest desert can be transformed back into an environment with green trees and flowing green waters. The bear man looked towards the southwest with deep eyes. The natural aura of the forest will cover up the aura of the treasures underground in the desert. This is something that those forces that are eager to obtain treasures will never allow. If we cover the desert again, they will only think that the druids want to monopolize the treasures, so the desert cannot be moved. Your forces have crossed that line by involving the grasslands. Let them think that the druids want to join the fight for treasures. I don't want treasures, so I don't plan to let you go deep into the desert, but each generation has its own stories to go through. After so many years of growth and practice, they have also reached the stage of going out to experience some experience. Governing the grasslands is their test. You can't help them. I want to see if they can build the magic net of the grasslands in a proper way. Attilan suddenly widened his eyes. So, the magic net of the Rhine Forest is actually formed by some druids trained by you, Jaina, and the old naughty boy. It's just that their graduation papers are a bit too bad. The bear man shook his head slowly. It can operate normally under the water pulse of the swamp dragon. Even though the magic net is crooked, it is already a very good result. I know you plan to sort out the magic net structure of the Rhine Forest, so that the Rhine Forest can maintain its current ability to resist water pulses, reduce the area of the Rhine Forest, and expand the farmland of the kingdom. Your idea is very good, but I advise you not to touch the Rhine Forest magic net casually. Once it is damaged, I am afraid you can't restore it. Attilan's mouth twitched. Is this just like the code? No matter how it runs, don't change it as long as it can move. Maybe after the change, it will not work? If you want to try, you can also regard the transformation of the Rhine Forest magic net as your graduation answer sheet. The magic contained in the magic net needs to involve the ground veins, water veins, plants and animals of the Rhine Forest. Do you have a confidence? No. To integrate a magic net involving the above concepts, it is necessary to upgrade the druid knowledge of the 3 schools of animals, plants, and elements to the top level. Attilan, an 8th level druid, is not qualified. The knowledge of a level 8 life druid is roughly equivalent to that of a level 5 animal and level 5 plant druid. Even if Attilan is given 10 years, he still cannot do it. Less, a top level and specialized druid who enters the top level of level 16 will need more than 50 years, and this is already a talent among druids. Those who become legends in 20 years are not included in the statistics. Using the correlation of life, Attilan felt that he should be able to complete this test within 50 years. After all, It involves a rainforest of nearly 150,000 square kilometers. In fact, Attilan has occupied part of the land outside the rainforest, but he did not replace the rainforest with farmland, but transformed it into an orchard. Although the natural magic provided by fruit trees is not as good as that of trees, but compared with farmland, it certainly provides more natural magic. Since the grassland was handed over to the druids by the bear people, the main direction of the kingdom's attack is the rainforest and the black dragon swamp. The fishman Fisher is right. When it comes to transforming the environment, everyone will definitely prefer the rainforest and swamp with relatively abundant products. Although the White Wolf King gave birth to a grassland, there were not many insects in the grassland, let alone a complete ecological chain. Moreover, once the fragile grass was eaten by horses and sheep, it was unknown when it would grow again, unlike the wetland, which could grow again after being eaten. Why did Attilan want to develop towards the desert, rather than towards the east where there was more water vapor, even though the desert was barren? Because the further east Attilan went, the farther away from the bear people Attilan was, and the closer to the swamp dragon Attilan did not want to run into this dragon that was the most popular on the entire continent. The holder of the Dragon Ball can sense the Dragon Ball in other dragons, which is a resonance from the Dragon Ball, but the Dragon Ball can become the upgrade material of other Dragon Balls, and even the dragon is the best upgrade material for the Dragon Ball. Are you afraid? If the swamp dragon caught Attilan and killed the Dragon Ball that upgraded him, Attilan would die before the Emperor's entrepreneurship was halfway through. He believed that the most important thing to live long and achieve the set goals was to be cautious. Attilan, what are you worried about? The bear man seemed to see through Attilan's inner fear. He placed a crystal ball filled with green natural magic on the table, took out an apple and took a bite before asking. Of course it's the swamp dragon. I don't want him to use it to upgrade the Dragon Ball. Have you forgotten that the Dragon Balls made by this method will carry the resentment and curse of the kill dragons, and may not be affected at ordinary times, but when you are in crisis, these resentment and curses will become the last apple to crush you. Cetus is a very wise dragon. Although he is not a druid, he is also influenced by his mother's druidic philosophy. Without sufficient natural knowledge, his lake could not have been shaped so perfectly to help him raise a large number of followers and stand on the continent for hundreds of years. In fact, in the past 100 years or so, through the changes in the lake water, I can see that he has less and less desire to expand, except for the resentment towards the Eastern Kingdom that killed his mother, so much so that the war between them has never stopped. The borders in the other three directions have not changed for nearly 100 years, so you don't have to worry about being killed by him to take the pearl. With his strength, he doesn't even look down on the dragon pearls you cultivate. Maybe they are not as good as the water pearls cultivated by the river clams in his dragon palace. Like the river clam you cultivated, you seem to call it a mirage. Although the river clams raised in the dragon palace of Cetus do not have strange hallucination abilities, their ability to control the water is also excellent, and they can even transform into beautiful water spirits. Those pearls are the materials he uses to upgrade the Dragon Balls. Seeing the bear man's description so clearly, Attilan asked with wide eyes, Master, have you been to his dragon palace? I went there once. We barely have some friendship. Cetus is a relatively kingly and upright dragon king, and he has a unique feeling for the ocean dragons. If I hadn't discovered you first, you might have had the opportunity to grow up in his dragon palace and learn from him how to become an excellent elemental master. Attilan gritted his teeth. The bear man is like this. He obviously has a lot of good things, but he just hides them. It's like a reward program. Only when you meet the requirements can the corresponding rewards be conveyed to you. So I can safely develop the territory in the east? Don't worry about the black dragon. The bear man threw the apple core into the trash can and said with a smile, whether you need to worry about the black dragon or not, you need to wait until you finish purifying the soul of the White Wolf King first. I think you are qualified to know the news in this regard. What do you think? After that, the bear man handed the fully charged crystal ball to Attilan. See, it really looks like a reward program. Got it, I'll start now. Looking at the wolf-shaped soul in the crystal ball that was grinning at him, as if it wanted to jump out and bite him, Attilan just smiled and started the electrotherapy of the White Wolf King. It's time for you to see how powerful the King of Thunder is. Attilan felt that the career path he planned for himself was indeed a little similar to that of the King of Thunder. If his thunder was used more widely, it could actually be integrated with vitality to achieve thunder healing abilities similar to those of the bear man. The bear man used 5 kinds of thunder to temper his body. This was a process of destruction and creation, and this process was achieved through thunder. It can be said that the bear man's mastery of thunder has risen to a very terrifying level. Attilan's lightning breath can prevent the healing of life. Similarly, this thunder energy can also be trained to achieve the effect of catalytic treatment. The control of the 5 thunders practiced by the bear man is the secret technique created by the ancestor of the ocean dragon, and it is naturally inseparable from the lightning breath of the ocean dragon. The bear man did not teach him how to control the 5 thunderbolts, but only asked him to work harder on the ability of lightning breath to influence vitality. Once he reached the standard, he would naturally teach him the next step of practice. Therefore, he only gave him some information on the practice of lightning breath combined with life control, and let him figure it out on his own. Even if it wasted time, this thinking process could also bring accumulation and growth to Attilan. Chapter 175 The Bear Man's Confession. The road of the King of Thunder and Lightning is not easy to walk. Attilan is like Tang Sanzong, who just walked out of Chang'an City. He still has a long way to go to obtain the true scriptures. Attilan grabbed the crystal ball containing the soul of the White Wolf King and began to observe the pollution of the wolf's soul, so as to formulate a suitable purification plan. Master, from the surface, his soul is not much different from the druid of the school of withering who is obsessed with the power of death, but if you taste it carefully, you can still find something wrong. The bear man glanced at Attilan indifferently, took out another apple and started eating. I don't want to hear nonsense. Attilan's fingernails touched the crystal ball, and a strand of silver-white lightning, as fine as a hair, entered the crystal ball and drilled into the heart of the wolf soul from the back of the wolf soul. A dark energy actually came from the heart. In fact, the soul no longer has a heart. The position of the heart is occupied by the thick demonic power that serves as the energy core. It penetrated into Attilan along the thunder. Attilan raised his eyebrows and increased the output of the purifying thunder. He didn't expect that the demonic power entrenched in the wolf soul was actually entrenched in the body, and the purity was a bit scary. Attilan seemed to see Yanogu. Master, Yanogu seems to be still alive. Is he trying to use the energy and remnants of his corpse to seduce the White Wolf King and transform him into his incarnation in the world? This ball of energy is more Yanogu than the White Wolf King. It has quietly eroded the wolf soul to this extent. I think if I don't take action, I will see the joke of the control faction in 2 years. The bear man glanced at the wolf soul exploration port opened by Attilan, threw the apple core he had eaten into the trash can, and said lightly, "It's not that simple. Take a look at the wolf soul's brain." Attilan maintained the confrontation with the demon energy with his right hand, and released the same hair-like thunder with his left hand to penetrate into the wolf soul's brain. Sure enough, rich natural energy was found in it. The purity of these natural energies is not as good as Yanogu's demon power. The White Wolf King is afraid that he will be eroded and transformed sooner or later. This can only alleviate the problem, not cure it. Attilan frowned and explored the thunder from the brain gradually downwards. Logically, the White Wolf King's soul should have an energy core that truly belongs to him, but his brain and heart have been occupied by external energy. Did he really not notice the problem at all? He was so willing to be a test subject for the control faction. The bear man looked deeply at the lifeless wolf soul in the crystal ball. Not everyone has the same opportunity to choose as you. Their lives are even hopeless. The control faction's experiment has actually given the White Wolf 2 choices. Attilan nodded thoughtfully. If the White Wolf King really survives, he can become a druid hero admired by everyone. If he can't survive, he can go to hell to be a small lord. Attilan's mouth curled up with a smug smile. Unfortunately, I gave him a third choice, to be a carefree white wolf, although the forest white wolf seems to be too ordinary compared to the druid hero and the devil lord. The ordinary is the truth. With the strength of the wolf soul and Attilan's research on the thunder of life during this period, after reincarnating as a white wolf, he can live happily for at least 100 years. Moreover, after reincarnating as a white wolf, he can follow the orthodox druid path. With the strength of the White Wolf King, who is a level 10 druid and a level 8 demon warlock, Wolf Soul will be an excellent animal druid. Sprawling dragon spirit, blue fish spirit, mirage dragon, white wolf. Attilan didn't expect that he would have a 4th pet so soon. Soon he will be able to become a battle pet master. No, there is also Hedwig. Although Hedwig is just an owl messenger without any special abilities, she can also be regarded as a pet raised by Attilan. Attilan suddenly had a bright idea. He believed that this idea would definitely win the favor of the old naughty boy. compared with the old naughty boy's previous speed race. This idea is more suitable as the content of his gathering, which can make up for the effect of promoting the level and combat effectiveness of the druids that the old naughty boy's gathering has always lacked. Druids have more or less cultivated some animals, using natural magic to shape ordinary animals into magical beasts to make up for their own combat power deficiencies or increase the number of companions they can communicate with. In fact, Hedwig can also be considered a magical beast. Her ability is to find people, which allows her to find the person to send a letter to. Of course, this ability is not strong. It is not reasonable for such an ability that is related to fate to appear on an ordinary owl, so it is naturally not very strong. Because Hedwig lives on the oak in the center of Kingland Town, she often meets with Lalun and Hannah, mother and daughter, and is very fond of this owl with snow-white feathers all over her body and looks very handsome. Hannah likes the big white bird very much, and Hedwig also likes to make friends with little girls like Hannah, especially this little guy carries all kinds of high-qualityness with him. Hannah gave too much? If Hedwig's body was not big enough, she would want to carry Hannah in the sky to show her gratitude. What are you thinking about? Concentrate on finding the third energy core of the wolf's soul. Attilan was immediately refreshed. He saw the apple core thrown into the trash can woven with vines from the corner of his eyes, and instantly thought of something. Master, why haven't I seen any new apple trees appear in the forest recently? Hearing this, the bear man's face suddenly darkened. How dare you say that? I have planted tens of thousands of apple trees in the forest. How many are left now? Attilan smiled awkwardly. The bear man had been planting apple trees in the forest for the vine girl for 100 years. That was the bear man's silent love. As a result, most of the apple trees have been moved to the wasteland west of the river by Attilan. Although I moved away 7,000 apple trees, I watered the remaining apple trees with the water of life that I carefully refined. Now, do the apples they bear taste better? Strictly speaking, Master, you didn't lose anything. When giving gifts to Master's wife, you should naturally give the best quality apples. The apple trees that Attilan moved away were all varieties cultivated in large areas of the forest. Although the bear man planted 13 different apple varieties of different sizes, shapes, colors, and tastes around the residence of the Fujian girl in order to show his love to her, in fact, you might as well carry a basket of apples to Aunt Gina's house and say that you want to eat apples with her in the future. Eating apples for a long time will infect Gina's mood. An oak stick suddenly appeared in the bear man's hand, and the next second it hit Attilan's head accurately. Focus on your work, don't interfere in the affairs of adults. Attilan shook his head helplessly. With his left hand, he guided the natural energy in his brain to fight against a demonic power in his chest, allowing him to free his right hand again and start looking for the third energy core from the tail of the wolf's soul. Finally, he found the core in the abdomen. This energy core was very much in the style of a demon druid, and it also carried the regret of the White Wolf King. Once it sensed Attilan's energy, it launched a fierce attack. After a lot of effort, Attilan was able to suppress this energy. In fact, Attilan's estimation of the White Wolf King's profession was not accurate enough. In addition to the two prerequisite professions of druid and demon warlock, the White Wolf King should have an advanced profession that integrates these two professions. It is a demon druid, and the level is probably 1. The White Wolf King can only be considered a beginner, otherwise Attilan might not be able to kill him so easily. He just felt a little tricky. The demon power seemed to have absorbed the advantages of natural energy and had a resistance effect on his purification power. Attilan frowned. Master, is the control faction's plan really not going to be used by the demons? Their plan is not to create a druid who is not afraid of demon power, but a perfect demon who is not afraid of purification and has reason. The bear man took out another apple. Since this profession is called demon druid, then it is dominated by druids. If this profession is a natural demon, then we should start to worry. Although the Natural Council does not have demigods and true gods, there are still several quasi-gods of level 0 divine power in the Natural Council who are still alive. Demon druid will not become the main advanced profession for druids. Only a part of druids will be selected to advance to purify the demon pollution in the Emerald Dream and the material world. As long as the number is strictly controlled, there will be no problem. Attilan always felt that the Natural Council was playing with fire, and sooner or later they would burn themselves to death. He did not want to just act as a fire extinguisher. Master, I want to use this fused power to devour the two basic energies to see if I can develop targeted skills to restrain demon druids. As long as we have this killer weapon, we don't have to worry about demon druids betraying the natural council and joining the demons and devils." The bear man smiled mysteriously. "Then try as much as you can. This wolf soul is prepared for you to exercise your power of purification. As long as you can grow from it, any attempt is allowed." The third apple was eaten by the bear man, and he took out the fourth one. Attilan's mouth twitched. "Master, do you like eating apples very much?" The bear man smiled and said, "I don't have as many chefs as you do to help you make dishes that suit your taste. I am not good at cooking, so I can only pick some fruits and nuts in the forest to eat." Attilan frowned and said, "I remember that I asked people to send you food from Kingland Town once a day. Did you receive it?" Attilan didn't believe that stealing the food of the superiors would happen to his subordinates. "Because I often run around in the forest, it is not easy for the centaurs to find me and bring me food, so I asked him to deliver it to the oak hall on time at noon. If I'm there, I'll eat it. If I'm not at home, he will deal with it himself." "What? I'm afraid that they have prepared good ingredients for you. If you do this, wouldn't that centaur be getting a bargain?" I said why he has lost weight even though I specially delivered meals to him. I originally thought he was too tired from running around, but now it seems that he is saving your stomach for a good meal for you. "Master, you can tell me about this situation. I can just let Hedwig deliver it to you. It's just a little food, and Hedwig can take it as exercise by delivering it." The bear man conjured up an oak stick and hit him on the head. "You should treat your animal companions like your family. You are treating Hedwig like your slave." Attilan asked in confusion. "How did I treat her like a slave?" "Master, please don't wrong me. She usually enjoys nuts and dried fish, and only occasionally asks her to deliver mail," the bear man said while eating an apple. "Either don't use it, or torture Hedwig to death. This bird is really suffering following you. Tell Hedwig to bring some apple honey bread." Attilan was speechless. I thought the bear man would sympathize with Hedwig again, but he turned around and asked Hedwig to bring him food. Okay, a year has passed. In the past, Attilan could only summon Hedwig to tell her to do things. Now he can communicate remotely with a magic pet that he has signed a contract with, and let the messenger magic pet bring him food. Forget it, it's better to only bring the bear man's portion. If he brings Attilan's portion, he will be accused of abusing the magic pet. "Master, don't you get tired of eating apples every day?" The bear man smiled as he looked at the apple in his hand. "Apples are like my love for Gina. No matter how long it has been, I will never get tired of it." Such cheesy love words made Attilan's scalp numb, but the corners of his mouth curled up with a smile of success. "You should say this kind of love words in front of Gina. What's the point of saying it in front of me?" "Master, you are not also a social phobic, right?" The bear man showed a kind smile, and this time he directly conjured up an oak tree and held it in his hand. "What did you say just now?" Attilan shook his head like a rattle. "I didn't hear anything just now. I was concentrating on dealing with the wolf's soul." The part held in the bear man's hand was only the size of an ordinary oak stick, but the part close to Attilan was a full meter in diameter. With a spell, Attilan felt that he could disguise the gibbon as a damaged version of Sun Wukong. Although he didn't have the Ruai Jingu Bang, he had the Zijin beam over the sea. Although the oak is not purple, the gibbon will be very happy with an oak stick that can be big or small, can change as he wants, and is very strong and durable. Unfortunately, the gibbon is Tarzan's battle pet, and Tarzan will be the star of the Battle Pet Conference this time. That's right, the competition planned by Attilan is the Battle Pet Battle Competition. So that he can satisfy his heart that once belonged to the Pokemon Master. Suddenly, I feel that there doesn't seem to be much difference between the Battle Pet Battle Competition he proposed and the Colosseum. In this case, it is better to let the trainer participate. Originally, druids fight with animal companions, so this is reasonable. After guiding the demonic power and natural magic inside the wolf soul for an hour, Attilan finally understood why the White Wolf King had been so long, but he was only a level 1 demon druid. Because it was too difficult. Even if Attilan could use thunder to disperse the demonic power first, purify it, and then combine it with natural magic, he felt that he had not found the trick of the demon druid. He could only put the crystal ball back on the table with a wry smile and said, "Master, I seem to have failed. If it is so easy for you to crack it, then do you think that the Natural Council has spent hundreds of years studying this advanced profession and really only knows how to walk cats and dogs?" Attilan felt that the bear man had something to say, referring to the druids in the forest, who were having fun with their animal companions. Here, we must criticize the leopard girl who often turns into a forest leopard and gets along well with the forest leopard tribe. and the Tooth Brother who likes to ride a mastiff, jump back and forth on the mastiff's back, roll, perform riding and acrobatics. Although everyone is very happy, the bear man is not very satisfied with this learning atmosphere. Since you came, the smiles on everyone's faces have indeed increased by more than twice, but it has also destroyed the original atmosphere of quiet practice. Look at them, they only know how to study food all day long. Are we going to let them use food to fill the enemy to death in the future? The bear man seemed to have a very powerful imaginary enemy in his mind, and he was sure that everyone would go to the battlefield in the future and die on the battlefield. Master, I always feel like you are holding a string. The power of the druids has penetrated into every aspect of this world. Who else can defeat us? The bear man said lightly. You think the problem is simple. Do you remember the story you told about conquering the world and having no rivals on the entire planet? Attilan said with a strange look. The one about being invincible in the world and coming from the sky? Yes. Sooner or later, for the control of this material world, the druids will go to war with some irresistible external forces. At that time, everyone can only fight head-on. It is difficult for mortals to fight against gods and demons with their power, but it is not impossible. At least for the druids who have the Emerald Dream and the natural demigods, they have the power to fight. Even if they cannot kill the gods, as long as they can seriously injure a god. Other gods with the same or related priesthoods will not be able to hold back their excited hearts and tremble their hands. After all, spreading faith and transforming power by oneself is no match for absorbing the power of ready-made gods. Master, why don't we stop here today? I'll go back and think about a new purification plan and come back tomorrow to continue. I'm not in a good condition today. Go ahead. However, Attilan did not return to Kingland Town directly, but came to the Garden of the Fugitive. Auntie, look what I brought. Gina swayed her graceful figure and walked out of her cabin. You haven't come to me for a long time. What do you want me to do for you this time? I'm not asking you to help me, I'm asking you to see what good things I brought. After absorbing the water elements and life energy transmitted by Attilan for a year, the number of mirages swallowed and spit out by the river clams continued to increase. Attilan also mastered the ability to create illusions with water elements from watching from the side. A cloud of water vapor spread out, showing the scene of Attilan and the bear man's previous conversation in front of the fugitive. Listening to the bear man's love theory about apples, Fugitive gnashed her teeth and said, "This big stupid bear, he said so in front of you, why doesn't he come to me to confess? Master's wife, you also know that Master is a more reserved person. He knows my ability very well. He said it in front of me, hoping that I can tell you. It seems that the arrival of Zirin is indeed beneficial. After being stimulated by their family for more than a year, Master finally wants to take action." Fugitive smiled brightly. You did a good job, kid. I know that without your guidance, he would not say this so quickly. Tell me, what reward do you want? Attilan immediately said with a smile. Just now I saw Master show a skill that can freely change the size of trees. Master's wife, can you teach me? This skill is not very useful to you. Why do you learn this? Freely changing oak sticks, it is better to study how to make good use of your claws and tail. Fugitive also knew that Attilan did not like to bite with his mouth. Attilan always felt that it was uncivilized and dirty. It's not for me, it's for the gibbon. Fugitive smiled. Are you really going to turn the gibbon into the Monkey King in your story? Of course not, every monkey is unique. The gibbon can't become the Monkey King, but he can also develop his own fighting style. Besides, there are quite a few famous monkeys in the myths and legends that Attilan knows. Sun Wukong is indeed the most famous, but there are also famous monkeys such as the water monkey. The gibbon has the potential to become a wood monkey, and Attilan is optimistic about him. At this moment, the bear man recalled Attilan's slightly northerly flight path, and his face suddenly changed, and soon returned to his original appearance. Forget it, now she should have known what I just said, and it is meaningless to stop her. Anyway, I only have one last step, and then I can confess to Gina openly. The bear man suddenly laughed at himself. I remember Attilan said that saying such things before doing big things will make your luck worse. I hope my luck will not be too bad, so that I can have the chance to come back alive. After the Fugitive girl learned that the bear man was going to confess to her, the whole person became very enthusiastic, as dazzling as a blooming red rose. Take all this honey back and eat it. Did he say that he wanted to eat honey apple bread? Use this to make it for him. This big stupid bear, I think he will understand after eating the bread. The Fugitive girl suddenly took the honey back. Forget it, I'll go to Kingland Town with you. I'll make bread and send it to him myself. I'll see if he has any excuses this time." Attilan nodded firmly. "I support you. Since the Master's inner psychological defenses have begun to collapse, now is a good time to attack and try to take him down in one fell swoop. I'll go back and prepare your wedding wine now. When you are sure, I'll invite everyone to your wedding." "Okay." Big Stupid Bear really accepted a good apprentice. "In the future, Master's wife will take care of you. You can wait to become a legendary druid quickly." Fugitive is not like the bear man, who only knows how to paint a pie for him. Fugitive really intends to cultivate him with her heart. Unlike the bear man who is a poor ghost, Fugitive is a real rich man who has been rich for generations. It took the bear man many years to create such a forest. But Fugitive's family is different. In several worlds where druids exert influence, their family has created a forest similar to the bear man's forest. The precious magic materials produced are countless. Even if it is a dragon, Fugitive's wealth can fill Attilan's stomach. When the vine girl found the bear man with the bread, he was meditating calmly under the tree. "You're here, Big Stupid Bear, eat the bread." The bear man ate the bread silently, but never said a word. Finally, under the burning gaze of the vine girl, the bear man finally lost, and he suddenly regretted accepting Attilan as his apprentice. When I come back from there, we end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.